Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
She's back!
This is really exciting.
Oh, this is so good.
Good morning and welcome to the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We are in the incredible World Heritage side of the Blue Mountains in New South Wales, Australia. So stoked back in this incredible part of the world for a big moment Australian trail running. My name is Mael Backhausen and I am here with the incredible Jackie Bell. Jackie, how are you?
Hey everyone, I'm super excited to be here and bring this live experience to you today.
All right, such a huge day we have ahead of us. We are going to be following the UTA 100 and the UTA 50, and they are going to be kicking off in just 15 minutes. It's going to be a massive day here, as it always is every year when we turn up to this incredible part of the world in May for one of the biggest, well, let's be honest, Jackie, it is definitely the biggest day in trail running in Australia.
For sure. I mean, there's so much hype. People are coming from international, but also all around Australia. There's over 8,000 people here to run in this event over the few days, and today's going to be super exciting to see how the 50K and the 100K event unfolds.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, folks, please make sure that you join the chat, get involved in the chat. Let us know where you are dialing in from. We want to hear from you. We want to see you supporting all the incredible people out there. And yeah, we're going to roll through some of the favourites for the 100K.
We've got Katarzyna Dobromska here. She's 36 years of age with an index score of 762. She's had some great results. First, not too long ago, in Piena Ultra Trail. Second is Beth McKenzie. She knows this course very, very well. So she's 46 years of age. Her UTMB index is 767, and she is super familiar with the course. So that's going to be a big help for her today, I think. And then the other lady that we're going to be looking at today is Lottie Brinks, who is 30 years of age from Germany, UTMB index score of 801. She had a first place in Gorge Waterfalls 100K, so that'll be putting her in a good position today to race really strong. She's also had a sixth at the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc CCC last year, so that's a very strong one for her.
Yeah, some incredible females that are going to be joining a huge pool of talented women out there today. We can't wait to see them go out there and put their best effort out on these incredible trails up here in the Blue Mountains. Kickoff time is about 12 minutes away for the elite start wave of the 100K, and then 5 minutes after that we're going to be following that with the elite start of the 50K race. And you can see here, folks, this is the start line. You can see there Dave King, one of the Gadungra elders here. He's going to be welcoming us to country a bit later on. For the men, we've got George Knight rolling here with a UTMB index 867. He's had a ripper every year so far, and he's going to have a great day out there today. So he's the third-ranked male here in the UTA 100 today. So it's going to be really interesting to see how George goes. Gomeng Deng from China, UTMB index 898. Gomeng Deng's been around for a long time, and he's a very experienced runner. It's going to be great to see how he goes out there. Our winner from last year was also from China, so it's going to be great to see how the Chinese internationals go. Guidu Quinn, he is the top-ranked male with an index of 924, which is huge. He is going to have an incredible day out there. It's going to be great to see how he goes. Obviously, his results speak for themselves out there, placing first at the Hong Kong 100 this year. So it's going to be a really tight battle, because we've shown just the top three of the UTA 100 for both men and the women, and there's just a huge list of talented people that fall behind them as well that we haven't shown. But it's going to be incredible to see everyone just toe the line, throw it out, all out there today. That's what we're here for, Jackie. And we hope everyone else is super pumped.
For sure. There's a lot of depth this year, so it's going to be a very exciting race to follow along with today. And I feel the atmosphere is definitely building at the start line, and it's only a few minutes now until they're going to be kicking off under 10. And we're going to be having an amazing welcome to country at the start line here, which all the runners are going to get to experience. So this is here we go.
New fella, hey, fresh one. Well done, brother. Give him a clap, eh? Came up from Sydney just to help me out today. It's awesome to have this brother on board. So, they rolled me out here apparently for 18 years. I had air when I started. But I'm David King. It's great to be back on country with everybody. It's great to be in day 3 of what's been just an awesome connection. As you run through into the valleys, you head down into Mulliang, Wedge-tail Eagle, you call it Megalong. Head down into Dreamtime, Guttingutch, Mirrigan, they call it the Jamison. You get to meet a lot of steps, you'll love them, I'm sure, all the way, right to the end. Up here in the Gadumba clan, where my mum was born. My mum was born here in 1926. They took her away in 1934 because she was Indigenous. She came home. We get to share the story with you. We get to welcome you. We get the honour and pleasure to remember our ancestors past and present. Welcome everybody, have a fantastic run. Have a great day. Yadang me.
And it always feels like race time once we have our welcome from Uncle David King. Now, UTA 50 pink runners, we need you in the start chute. So if you can quickly go and join us and just follow up behind our UTA 100 runners. It's your time. UTA 50 pink bib.
All right, folks. Big thank you to David King. As he said, he's been coming out here for 18 years to this event. And just, we want to take a moment to thank the traditional custodians of the lands here, the Kadungra people.
We just want to recognize
and
our
we'd like to pay respects to the elders, past, present, and emerging. We have got a bit of audio here from the start line, folks, as we see all these keen bean runners lining up. It's, as you can see in the top left-hand corner of your screen, it's just about 6 minutes, 25 seconds until the start of the UTA 100 for 2026 here. An incredible event here. Oh, here we go, folks.
This is awesome to see, isn't it? These guys have been out there for a long time.
So, folks, what's happening here is that we've had the UTA miler going for the past, you know, it's been going for over, just coming up to 24 hours now. These gentlemen have just finished the UTA miler, which started at 5 a.m. local time yesterday. And obviously the start line of the UTA 100 and the UT is the finish line of races and the miler. So as we through these races, we're also going to have some of the finishers for the UTA miler come through. And as you see, they are looking like they are very, very relieved, Jackie.
I feel like the fantastic finish time. They've got to welcome them in, which would be super exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, they've obviously been out there all night, and yeah, as you can only do with a 100-mile finish, is just really appreciate that finish, really soak it all in, and it's such an incredible time to finish with eyes on the finish and start line like this right now. Jackie, we've just gone under 5 minutes. You can see Adrian McDonald there from the USA. He has been out in this part of the world before many times. Adrian McDonald, he's podiumed at the Ultra Trail Kosciuszko and also the Tarail over. Yeah, he said that didn't have 5 and he wanted to come back to a happy place, you know, down here in Oceania, and he wanted to be a part of an event that he feels like is a happy place for him. So it's going to be great to see how Adrian goes. As always, he definitely wants to get on the podium.
Always good going in with a little bit of confidence to a race, and hopefully he can have a great day out there. It's a very strong field, but if he runs well, I guess anyone can take the win today. Looks like a little bit of nervous energy there on the start line. It's probably a little bit chilly, but it doesn't take long to warm up out there, as you and I both experienced yesterday.
Yes. It's going to be a beautiful day for running, I think, Jackie. The weather looks perfect. It's going to top out at about 16 degrees Celsius out there, and it's very fresh right now out there right now, as you can see, probably around about 10 degrees at this time in the morning. And yeah, it's going to absolutely be a pearler of a day for the reasons everyone wants to be here, to enjoy the beautiful Blue Mountains in New South Wales. We can see, I think you'll be able to notice it, folks, on the screen when we look at the start line. We've really made an effort, and the event's made a huge effort to make sure that the half of the start line is males and the other half, the other side, is the women of the race. And so that's done intentionally, obviously, because that we really want to make sure that, that everyone has an equal opportunity to start at the very front. Both men and women, and that's the reason why you see it so clearly defined like that.
Yeah, it's awesome to see the split sort of starting to even out with the females and males in events like this, and it's great to see so many females getting out there and having a red hot crack.
Yes, absolutely, and there's nothing like a good red hot crack out in Australia, you know, Jackie. That's what we're here to see. Everyone just have a good crack and to have a great day out there. We're going to be following this race all day. We're going to be here for, yes, very close to the next 12 hours, Jackie. So, folks, do us a favour. Make sure that you jump on the chat. Make sure you help us out all day, because we would really love to experience you and really love to make sure that we celebrate these runners as they go through this just beautiful, beautiful part of the world. Can't wait for the sunrise. Can't wait to see this place light up and really show the world why this is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and why if you're in New South Wales or if you're in anywhere in Australia or anywhere in the world, you should get down here to the Blue Mountains and come and check out the trails.
Yes, we're kicking off an hour earlier this year, so the sun will be rising a little bit later, but as soon as that sun rises and you can see the incredible views here in the Blue Mountains, it is something that you don't want to miss. And last year it was incredible to see the runners heading down through Narrow Neck and dropping down from the back there, but today it might be a little bit later on than that.
Folks, you can see some of our top females on the start line there as well. Katarzyna Dubrovska is there. You can see her getting ready to get amongst it all. And yeah, I think as you can see, a lot of happy smiles and a lot of people that are really just kind of sitting on the edge, ready to crack on with this race. There's a good mate there, Matty Crean. He is looking sharp and focused, standing right there.
He's really wanting to prove himself today as well. I think he's pushing pretty hard for the podium.
1 minute
Yeah,
to
he
go.
is always keen for the podium, so he'll be really looking forward to that one. And just making it happen out there, like all these runners are no doubt going to give it their best with not long to go in this. Yeah, this incredible event for Australia, as we've said before, Jackie. You know, this is the 18th running of the event, and with the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB now being one of the UTMB World Series majors, it's just a huge event for trail running in Australia and everyone in trail running. We've had so many legends of the sport come down to this part of the world.
Oh, it's a long list of epic runners for sure.
Yeah, and it's really created history and really helped create the sport down here, down under.
Not long now, folks. I'm feeling the excitement. The countdown's on.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
All right, folks, and we are off. Here we go. The HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. This is the UTA 100K start. Rolling out their gates now for 2026. A huge moment in Australian trail running, and we cannot wait to see how everyone goes out there today. But that is it, Jackie. They are off. The UTA 100 has officially started, and we are going to be sitting on the edge of our seats for the next 12 hours to watch all of these people get after it.
And those elites weren't messing around. They were kicking off in a pretty fast pace there, probably trying to make up a little bit of space early on. And we've only got a few minutes, guys, before we're going to be kicking off the
UTA 50.
Yeah, so we've got the UTA 50K elites kicking off in about 4 minutes.
Yes, this is how it rolls here, folks. The UTA 100 elite start goes off at 5 a.m. and then at 5:05 a.m. the UTA 50 start is going to roll, the elite start. And so we have, as you can see in the top left corner of your screen, just under 4 minutes for that to roll out.
And we're going to run you through our 3 seeded women this morning. We've got Holly Ransom. She's an Australian. She's got an incredible index score of 742. She's had a first place at the Five Peaks South Trail Running Festival this year, and she's also had a 4th place in Tarawera and another 1st place. Then we've got Miao Yao. She is a very strong competitor, index score of 822, and is definitely here to put.
On to our top 3 UTMB index ranked runners. We've got Dan Jones.
Just 2nd place in the 2026 Gorge Waterfalls. Also Mont-Blanc, Oceania's, wow, a strong race. And Ruth Croft, one of the best runners in the world, I would say, with a UTMB index of 823. She's been here a few days running, checking out the course, and wow, clean sweep. 1st places in all of her most recent events. Tarawera and also last year in Chamonix. So she's going to be incredible to watch today, and it's super exciting that she's come over for the race. I can't wait to see what she does today.
Yeah, she came out here 2021, won the UTA 50 then, and I dare say is about to, wanting to repeat that. A legend of sport, someone who's been around for ages, one of the top men out there today, Sage Kennedy from the USA, UTMB Index 858. Sage, if you know Sage Kennedy, you know Sage Kennedy because you're in the sport of trail running. A an accomplished runner in his own right and has been around for a long time, so we can't wait to see him and welcome him to the country. Jose Fernandez Jimenez coming out from Spain. Incredible results so far at the start of this year with the Penagolosa Trails, first place, and in the previous year, 2025, also standing at the top of that podium. And someone we know very well down here. I know he comes from New Zealand, but we love him. Dan Jones, rolling out here again for the UTA 50. Had a great year so far already, and we can't wait to see what he does out here again in this part of the world. He knows it, and as always, he's dialed and focused, and he's ready to get rolling. So that's Dan Jones on the screen there, looking very focused, and you can see Sage Canaday over in the right, just back there with the yellow head torch. There's another gentleman there actually, Ben St. Lawrence, previous 10K road record holder for Australia, standing at the start line there as well. Sam Rout there from New Zealand, another guy who is ready to roll out there. He had an incredible run last year. It's very emotional at the finish line, and yes, it's just such a stacked field that I can't wait to see Throwdown out there. There's not going to be there's going to be one strategy. I think that's go from the gun, Jackie, and hold on out there today.
Exactly. I mean, the 50K has got about 2,600 metres of elevation. It's a very runnable course. It's brutal, but it's a lot faster than the 100K. And, it starts at the Scenic World in Katoomba here. They head through Narrowneck, Jameson Valley, and finish on those further steps. But there's going to be some fast finish times today, and I think Dan Jones is really going to give it a push. We haven't got long to go here, guys. A few nervous runners at the start line here.
And as you can see, folks, got that intentional split there with the men on one side of the start chute, the women on the other side, making sure we can provide some level of equality at the very beginning of the race here. We're going to tune in here and listen to the start line as they do the countdown, folks. So this is the start of the 2026 UTA 50. And they're off.
Here we go. The elite here at the HOKA Ultra Trail show by UTMB 50-kilometer event. Let's go, guys. That will end. We're now going to be, it's not long, and they're going to be kicking off another wave of runners.
That's it, folks. So they are the two elite starts for the UTA 100 and the UTA 50 today. So they go off. They start their journey, as you can see here with this drone shot, under head torches. It's very early here. It's just gone 5:05 a.m. local time. So these runners are going to be running with these head torches for around about an hour and 45 minutes or so. Sunrise is at 6:45 a.m. this morning, and it gets light, right around that time. So we'd expect these runners to have their head torches on for, just under 2 hours to kick off the day.
And I think it'll make a real difference with some of those elites who are more running with those head torches and the technical terrain. Because if you're not experienced running in the dark, in the start of a race, it could really create a bit of a space between some of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think being comfortable in that situation is really helpful. And I think if you're not overly comfortable with starting with a head torch, well, it's only for a couple of hours, and then you just kind of got to get on with it. So that's the way it's going to roll this year, folks, with the start being, as you said, Jackie, a little bit earlier than it previously has. And then, so what we had is a little bit of drone footage there of most likely the UTA 100 runners as they head out along the infamous narrow neck, which is a beautiful part of the course, a section that I really look forward to seeing as the sunrise comes up, because last year we had this incredible phenomenon, that a very natural phenomenon called Phantom Falls, as it rolled over the clouds rolled over the escarpment there.
That was incredible.
Yeah, maybe we'll get to see it again. But, so this, folks, is going to be the second start wave of what we think is going to be the UTA 100. And you can see a huge amount of people have come up to this beautiful part of the world. Right on 8,000 runners keen trail runners are here this weekend to be a part of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Rightfully so, Jackie. It's UTMB World Series major. It's the place to be this weekend if you're in Australia and you love trail running.
Yeah, and I mean, it's an iconic race. If you're going to do a trail race in Australia, it's got to be this one. And as you said, there's 8,000 runners plus so many spectators, supporters, family members who are here. So it's absolutely buzzing in the town of Katoomba this weekend. And it's just a real excitement around it. And there's actually 47% of are doing their first ever UTA, which is a lot of people who are here for the first time getting to experience the Blue Mountains. And I'm glad that the rain's holding off and they're going to get to experience it in all its glory. Hopefully the fog clears a little bit today and they can enjoy the views, because it's just incredible to see the mountains, Three Sisters. There's so many iconic spots along the course, which hopefully we'll get to bring you today.
Yeah, absolutely, Jackie. That's one thing I definitely wanted to just mention, right? That the heart of the race, Katoomba, right? It's located just 90 minutes from Sydney by car. So, or if you want to take the train, you can get up here in about 2 hours up to the Blue Mountains. So it's super accessible from Sydney, an incredible city in Australia. So what I was thinking, Jackie, if someone actually just wants to jump on the train or get in the car, they could pretty much be here before sunrise and come and check out the action in the flesh.
The train is actually so quick.
So you could get on the train, you could come up here, you could have a look at it yourself, be a part of this experience, come and cheer on these runners in person. I think, I think you would absolutely love it. So it's so close to the heart of Sydney. And as you were saying, home to the iconic Three Sisters, one of the most famous natural landmarks that we have here in Australia, and the cliffs and the vast wilderness that surround it are just beautiful. So yeah, a really unique experience to come up here and beyond the race. The air is crisp this morning, Jackie. It's beautiful. There's so many other options to go for a bushwalk, check out the waterfalls, and yeah, it's a beautiful place to be. So if you're in Sydney and you want to pop up, come along. So folks, second start wave, UTA 100 2026 are about to roll now.
A few smiles there as they kick off from the finish line. Start line.
Start line, they're at the start line, yes, and we are letting them get out there. They are rolling through a bit of a funnel system here, which allows it to be a little bit more, alleviate the congestion, is what I'm trying to say. This is alleviating the congestion, allowing people to roll through. And yeah, this is what people have been waiting for a very, very long time, Jackie, I think.
Looks like a fair few happy runners here. I mean, they've probably put in a lot of work, months and months, maybe years of training to be here at the start line for 100 kilometres. And the 100-kilometre event today, it is not one for the faint of heart. It's got a lot of elevation and there's a lot of challenging sections on the course out there, but with the challenges comes the most spectacular views, and it is one of the most iconic races. So whatever the experience is today for these guys, it's going to be a good one and a very memorable one.
Yeah, absolutely, Jackie. As you were saying before, this event has been around for 18 years. It started first off in 2008. This course hasn't changed a whole lot. It's stayed pretty true to its original. The start location, finish location has changed over time, but the course in its entirety is pretty similar. Runs just over 100k, like 101 kilometers, 4,400 meters of elevation gain. And yeah, it's got 7 aid stations out there, starts and finishes at Scenic World. And yeah, as we said, some of the true legends of the sport of trail running have passed through here and stood on the podiums over the years.
I actually can rattle off some of those legends. We've had Kilian Jornet, who is, oh my gosh, like, I wish I did it the year. The GOAT, exactly.
The GOAT.
We've had Ryan Sands. We've had, well, Ruth Croft, but she's back here today. Aussie favourite Lucy Bartholomew. She's been here many years in a row. I think she's out there crewing today for a friend, actually. So there's some pretty incredible people who have been here. There's a few other ones here.
Yeah, Francois Dehane, obviously he's been out here. Pau Capel as well. Brendan Davies, a legend of Australian trail running. He's come out here and got amongst it. And as you hear that, guys, like, and guys and gals and everyone joining us here today, when you look at the list here, Killian Jornet, Francois Dane, Ruth Croft, Pau Capel, I know that Nuria Picas has also been out here and won. All of those people have also won the UTMB Mont-Blanc, UTMB 171K out there in Chamonix, the big one, the big dance. And so yeah, you know, people come out here to Australia, run in the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, and they have incredible success as well at the biggest dance of the UTMB World Series, UTMB Mont-Blanc. And
a lot of the top competitors here today are vying for a spot in the UTMB Chamonix races later this year, actually, and it's a great way to get a direct entry or even gain some running stones to go in the lottery.
Yes, an incredible opportunity here at the UTMB World Series Major here in Australia, with so many spots going for the UTMB World Series final in UTMB Mont-Blanc. If people will roll up, the top 10 of each of these races gets direct entry into UTMB Mont-Blanc in the category that aligns with their race. So the UTA Miler get direct entry into UTMB, the UTA 100 get direct entry into CCC, and the UTA 50 get direct entry into OCC. So yes, and then there's also age group places as well that get allocated to the people that win their age group in these events as well. So a huge opportunity to come here, to run at this race, and then to go on and experience one of the most incredible events in trail running in the world, if not the most incredible.
And if you're outside that top 10, you can still come along to this event and improve your index score, plus gain some running stones, and that'll really help you along in getting into that lottery, and you'll have a better chance of getting in.
That's it. And folks, also along with that, within the 50-kilometre category, the 100-kilometre category, and the 100-mile category is a awesome amount of prize money, equal prize money for men and women in the sport at this event. So the prize money starts at €5,000 for first place, €3,000 for second place, €2,000 for third place, €1,250 for fourth, and then €1,000 for fifth place. So that is split evenly. So it's not split, Jackie. They get that each. The men and the women get that each. So the prize money is massive. I think it's just over 120,000 Australian dollars in total. And so yeah, the prize money, because it's a UTMB World Series major event, is also there, and also a huge carrot for people to chase after.
Definitely. And as you can see, guys, here on screen, there's a bit of a top-down visual for you to see the course today. As the runners get to about 3.5K in, they get to narrow neck, and you can see the different colorations as well. So the green means it's more runnable, and then the steadier incline ups go into different darker colors. The red sections means it gets pretty tricky. So running all the way along here at narrow neck is an incredible run. This is great. You can do an out and back run there if you're training in the Blue Mountains. But today they run all the way to the end, and then they drop down at the end of it. And at Tarrows, there's a new section today. There's a ladder, which we'll be chatting about a little bit later, to break up some of the congestion. And then coming back down, they head into Foggy Knob at 23.4K in, and looping around. They've got a big day out there, but some incredible spots that they're passing through. They'll be at the 34K mark there. And then
yeah, this is then we descend down into the Megalong, as Dave King was mentioning before, descend down into this part of the course. As Jackie was saying, there's a lot of green here, a lot of runnable sections. The elevation is not so steep, but this is down in the Megalong Valley, quite runnable. And then they come into this area here, which is a 6-foot track in Ellie's Glen. So you can see that there's this big section of red, transitions a little bit into purple there because it's a really, really steep uphill as they climb back onto the cliff tops and get back up towards the township of Katoomba, where we are sitting right now. They hit the aquatic aid station here, and that's like pretty much about halfway into the race. And then they work their way along the cliff top here, staying up high, and as they work their way towards the Fairmont Resort, where which is an incredible place, actually used to be the start line of the race. They work their way along this cliff top. It's quite deceiving. It looks like it's quite flat, but there is a lot of stairs, a lot of breaking in your stride. They get to the Queen Vic Hospital and do a massive descent here down into the Katoomba Valley. This is the UTA 22 course. A huge downhill there, really, really tests your legs. And then they spend the rest of the race for about 12 kilometers, maybe a bit more than that actually, probably about 15. And they spend the rest of the race climbing up to here, back up to Scenic World at the top of the cliffs, where they then finish the incredible journey without,
All right, UTA 50, we're steps.
951 steps.
Race, which is something we're definitely going to get footage
JJ Blacklocks making his way in. He's very
who knows, Jackie? 9 hours time,
Oof.
8 hours time. You know, it's going to be great to see that.
And it's pretty cool because the 22K runners yesterday, they got to, that 22 kilometres is what the 50 kilometre and 100 kilometre runners will be doing at the end of their race. We've got another miler here on screen, guys. What a finish for him.
So he's going to Chamonix.
Yes, as we said, folks, the UTA milers are rolling through the line, and this is the start line of our races here today, and also the finish line of our races. The UTA milers have been out there since 5 a.m. local time yesterday, so they've been going for 24 hours and just on 20 minutes here. So they are rolling. And another of the UTA 100 is just about to go out the gates here, folks. Huge moment that everyone's been waiting for. Celebrated with some fireworks and some smoke.
These guys look pumped.
Focused and ready to go. I wonder how many coffees they've downed. Probably more than us today, but this is the start of a journey here, folks. The start of a journey for these people. They are going to be heading out on this course, looking to get this done, looking to start their journey towards the UTMB World Series, UTMB Mont-Blanc, getting their shot in the UTMB World Series finals over there in Chamonix. Runners here today, if they complete the UTA 100, pick up 6 running stones, which then allow them more chance to get into the UTA Mont-Blanc event via the lottery system. So big word of encouragement for there.
That's Matty Abel on screen there. I mean,
Matty Murphy.
Matty Murphy. He's doing the 50K. I was chatting to him last night. Matty Murphy's from Bright. He was a very quick runner back in the day, but I'm sure he'll have a great race out there today as well.
Yes, I'm sure he's stoked to be out there. He's getting amongst it. Great to see Matty out there. Yeah, so, sorry, Jackie, I must have said, but this is another start wave of the UTA 50 rolling out right now. And as you can see in the top left-hand corner of your screen, the elite start wave of the UTA 50 has already been going now for just on 16 minutes and 30 seconds. They started at 5:05 a.m. local time.
It's going to be a cool atmosphere out there on course for all these runners as well, because there's going to be so many people about. So they won't be alone for too long out there on course today.
Yes. All right, folks, as we said, the live chat is rolling there, so please let us know where you are dialing in from. Big shout out to one of the biggest fans of trail running, Matty Dunn. He is dialing in from Chamonix. Great to see him getting amongst it here. So please let us know where you're dialing in from, where you're watching from, folks. Let us know who you're supporting. Give them a shout out, and then maybe we can give them a shout out too. So yeah, big shout out to a couple of folks from the UK, Viv and Mike. Well, no, yeah, Viv and Mike supporting Jake over in the UK. That's amazing. There's Let's Go Chris from Nitty. That's awesome. Thanks so much. Oh yeah, that's cool. Someone's dialing in from Turkey.
Oh.
Love that, Sarah Mick. Deutschland, Germany. That's awesome to see. Thanks, Brigitte.
All right, that's a bit more like it's coming to life.
Folks from Ireland are chiming in. That's amazing. Love that. UK as well. Again, UK. Some people from Joburg in South Africa. Awesome to see. Thanks a lot, Peter. Hope you're doing good. So, folks, let us know who you're supporting. Give them a shout out on the live chat. I'm pretty sure you can use GIFs as well. You can use some GIFs on the live chat.
You love the GIFs.
Which is great. If you go down to the far left-hand corner, you can use some GIFs and get amongst it. There's nothing like start getting Elmo in the chat. So, yes, here we go, folks. Look at some of these folks dialed in and focused. Some of them are just smiling and focused in a different way. They are ready to go.
And there are runners from all over the world that are here. There's 79 different countries being represented at the event, which is an absurd amount of people who've travelled here to race today. Top 5 represented countries are Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, France, and China.
We've got people on the chat: Poland, Germany. We've got Warren from the UK, Barcelona, Scotland. God, good old Bonnie, Scotland. Big shout out to Erica. Thanks for getting involved. Must be a good time of the day there. It's pretty early here, but it's probably a good time in Scotland. Supporting from France. Got some support there for Sage from the USA, Oklahoma. Awesome work. Barry Blythe from Scotland doing his first ultra today. Erica, thanks for the intel. Let's go, Barry. Big shout out to you, mate.
Here we go, guys. We can bring everyone into the chat here. You can see on the screen. So if you want to get involved in the chat, if you want us to give you a shout out, jump on to that live chat and we will try and include it. Guys, in about 20 seconds, we're going to a short break and there's going to be a few more runners kicking off after that, which we'll be showing you, but in 10 seconds there'll be a break and you'll get to see some incredible footage. Be back soon.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Le cardio est bon. C'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta. È finita.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
can hear on screen here, guys, there's a 100-mile runner coming through. Martin, who's on the mic, is getting everyone hyped to cheer them in.
If you're going the wrong way.
Incredible experience for these miler runners coming in at this time, with all of the 50k and 100k runners kicking off. And guys, this is only the second ever year that we've had the miler at UTMB World Series, Ultra Trail Australia.
Yeah, folks, with the event becoming one of the majors on the UTMB World Series, this event included the miler for the first time last year, and some of those folks are rolling through. If you can hear Martin, this runner has been going for just over 24 hours.
Good. Good. How did that look from up there?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Okay, we got that.
Madge, the miler is a bit of a favourite of yours, isn't it?
Love a miler, yeah. Well, sometimes I love a miler, sometimes I don't. Yeah, it's definitely a distance that I appreciate getting after. And then sometimes I don't appreciate it. But yeah, it's a beautiful distance, something truly iconic to the sport of trail running. And yeah, it's just such an epic. Second one that I did was UTMB over in Chamonix, so that was an incredible experience back in 2015.
You went for the big kahuna straight away.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
What else are you going to do? What else are you going to do when that opportunity pops up, folks? Which is why you should be trying to get over there to Chamonix, to UTMB Mont-Blanc, because it is a really, really just incredible part of the world and an incredible event. Folks, we have a little bit of drone footage here. This is from the start of the race, the road that is heading out towards Narrowneck. As you can see, it's just 1 kilometer into the race here, and this is what the run through.
Is this a 3.5 out and then they come back?
For the UTA 50, it will be. Yeah, this is what they're going on. So yeah, it's as you can see, there's some safety cones in the middle of the road, and that might be the lead bike that's coming back now with the lead front runners following that bike. So this is as you can see, folks, the UTA 50, and this is the UTA 50 course profile. And so they are following this race. And you can see just on that little orange section is the distance that they've done so far. So not a lot. They have been going for just on 25 minutes in the UTA 50. With it being very, very early in the morning here, it's just gone 5:30 a.m. It's very dark, and we don't have a lot of the follow cams getting footage out there just yet. With the darkness, it doesn't really work. Otherwise, we'd have to have these giant spotlights on the runners. And yes, we're not going to do that. That would very much interfere with their experience. Yeah. So without doing the giant spotlights on the runners to help light them up, so we could see them. These early sections and these dark times of the day, we don't have a lot of live stream footage. However, we have drone shots like that, and the sun is going to be rising here at about 6:45 a.m. today, and we're going to see some first light just before that, and we're going to be able to really see the spectacular beauty of this place here in the Blue Mountains at around about 6:45 a.m. local time, and that's just on 1 hour and 15 minutes away.
We also have some incredible videos that we're going to be showing you guys. We've done some interviews with the top athletes here. Beth McKenzie, Ruth Croft, Miao Yao, Adrian McDonald, Mike Carroll, Dan Jones, Sam Rout, and Katarzyna Dombrowski. So that'll be playing over the next hour. So stay on the live stream with us to hear from all of those athletes who were interviewed yesterday, which will be awesome to watch and get a bit of insight from them.
Yes, we had a chat with a few of those athletes yesterday. Everyone is, of course, excited to be here. They are very keen to be a part of it and to get amongst this race here. As we were saying, just such an iconic race here on the Australian trail running calendar and also the world calendar, especially down here in Oceania, being a UTMB World Series major now, and the opportunities that offers people in this part of the world and also anywhere in the world if you want to travel here. Folks, being a part of the UTMB World Series majors circuit, there's only four UTMB World Series major races, all right? The HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB here in Oceania. It joins the HOKA Valderon by UTMB, which is the European major. HOKA Kodiak Ultra Marathons by UTMB, that is the Americas major. And the HOKA Chiang Mai, Thailand by UTMB, that's the Asia Pacific major. And folks, if you attend one of the UTMB World Series majors, you collect double the amount of running stones compared to a normal UTMB World Series event. So that boosts your chances in the UTMB World Series finals lottery to get into the UTMB Mont-Blanc over in Chamonix. And there's also, as we were saying before, 210 automatic qualification spots for UTMB World Series finals if you achieve your age category win, and also the top 10 men and female runners of the 100 mile, the 100 kilometer and the 50 kilometer categories also get automatic entry into UTMB Mont Blanc over there in Chamonix, happening at the end of August every year. So yeah, huge reasons to get amongst the UTMB World Series majors, and also they're just incredible events too. So if you can get out there and experience them, like so many trail races on the UTMB World Series, it's just some of the best ways you can enjoy a trail run.
And we've been highlighting the elite, but majority out there are either first timers or still really new to the sport. And you know, it's not just about those fast times. A lot of people out there today are going to be pushing to make the cutoff times. And, you know, the elite runners for the 50K, Madge, what time are you going to predict today? Can you give us a prediction?
That's a really great question there, Jackie. Give me 2 minutes and I have a really good one for you.
Anyone actually in the chat as well, if you want to throw in there what you think the winner of the 50K today might come across the line in. I'll put the chat up on the screen so we can see what you guys come up with. But the UTA 50 cutoff sits at around 10:30 p.m. tonight here at Scenic World. I think it's about 14 hours they get out there on course. Is that correct, Madge?
Yes.
14 hours, yeah.
I believe you're right there, Jackie. So I predict, to answer your question, Jackie, I predict Dan Jones is going to go under 4 hours out there today.
There's a 3 in front of it.
I think so, yeah. Dan Jones ran 4:01.19 last year in 2025 on this course. Well, I say we're going to break 4. That's what I say. Whether it is going to be Dan, that was maybe a bit too forward of me predicting Dan to do that. But let's see how it shakes out early on. I think it would be rude not to have him down as the favorite with his experience out here and also the form that he's in. So let's just see if we can go sub 4 out here at the UTA 50 this year. And yeah, as Jackie said, if you have a prediction in the chat, please let us know.
Oh look, it's this is my backyard. I've grown up here in the Blue Mountains, so this is home, and it's nothing better to be able to spend a day or two, for that matter, out in the bush and doing hard things in life. That's what it's all about for me, to move forward and grow.
I hope you run with strength. I hope you run with peace. Because in Indigenous culture, you run as a community and clan, but you always enjoy yourself and you do your best. So look after yourselves, have a great time. 3, 2, 1, let's go!
I think my favorite part of the Blue Mountains is you're running through and then all of a sudden there's the most pristine waterfall you've ever seen in your entire life. It's just there out of nowhere.
It don't matter what time of day it is, what the weather is, everyone's just so happy and pumped to be here and be part of it, so it's great to be involved.
Welcome to the mountains.
Absolutely love the atmosphere at these events. It's just out the gate, like, awesome. Everyone's so supportive, absolutely love it.
Oh, everyone on the trail was awesome. There was so much like, keep it up, good work, and just a lovely, lovely group of people.
So if you think that I've grown cold, welcome to the illusion, confusion, grandeur is a powerful delusion. When there's nowhere left to go, look back, the wrong path, tired of running up and
good crew, good energy, great course, sun shining. Mate, what's not to love?
The track is amazing. There's so many nice views. Every single turn you take, there's always something good to look at.
Track, the sun's out, the tunes are on, it's amazing, great atmosphere, we're having the best day ever.
Weather's beautiful, scenery's magnificent. Yeah, top day.
Oh, it's awesome. It's such a good day. We're so lucky.
You gotta stop and smile every now and then.
Like, usually I don't look up too much for soaking all in, but you could not do that on this beautiful day. I was just looking out at the mountains, it's like, whoa. That's beautiful, yeah. Oh.
Lady said you're smiling and you're upright, so that was all positive, so I was pretty happy about that.
I think people around you, they say, let's do it, and you end up getting sucked in. Well, I love it.
Amazing, like clapped the whole course, like the support along the route was really, really good.
All right, folks, and we are back here at the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Wow, Jackie, I tell you what, a few tears in the eye there, looking at some of the highlights from 2025, and just to see the incredible emotion that this sport brings to people and the experiences that it provides. And yeah, we're just so lucky to have this sport as one, and we're also incredibly lucky to be able to experience it here in this UNESCO World Heritage Site in the Blue Mountains in New South Wales. So yeah, wow, some of those shots, some of those waterfalls, it's just so epic.
That video gives you a little bit of a taster of what these runners are going to get to experience today, and not only the beauty of the mountains and the incredible trails, but the emotions that they're going to be going through. It's always a roller coaster out there. A lot of these guys are going to be pushing their limits and really sort of putting into fruition and seeing all of their hard work come together. A lot of these guys will be training for many, many months to get to the start line here today. And we were touching on it before, it's not just about the elites, it's also about just coming here and participating and seeing if you can make it across that finish line. And for the 50K, we were mentioning before, they've got 14 hours to get back to the scenic world here at Katoomba. And some of the biggest emotional moments of the weekend happen right back here at the finish line. And you see those runners come across the line, and just the sheer relief and joy that they feel for what they've been through. The Blue Mountains is stunning, but it can be very, very brutal. And for the 100K, guys, they've got 28 hours out on course. So they need to be finished by 12:30 on Sunday to get that finisher's medal. And that means many of the athletes will spend an entire day and night out there on course before reaching the scenic world again. And it's not just a race against the other runners. A lot of people out there are going to be running against themselves, trying to fight those mental demons. And after you start getting some sleep deprivation and your body starts really breaking down, you've got to really know your why and why you're out there and push through. Madge, do you agree you've got to really hold strong on your mental space out there to make it across the finish line?
Yeah, absolutely, Jackie. It's really important just to make sure that you just have your reasons for being out there. You've done the work, and then you just lock in. Doing an interview with Beth McKenzie yesterday. Hopefully we get to hear it a little bit later on, but she said, there's always going to be ups and downs in these events, and it's sometimes the people who problem solve those ups and downs along the way that have the best day out there. But you are going to have good moments, you are going to have tough moments, and it's going to be really important for you to be aware of that first and foremost, and be able to deal with that when the time comes. So it's not easy. It's a hard thing, but it's good sometimes to do hard things, and it's good to do them in beautiful parts of the world. I think it makes it a little bit easier.
And there's 46% of people, it's their first time experiencing the race here today. So it's going to be their first time feeling the hurt out there on course. But hopefully they have a great experience and don't experience too much pain. So we can see here on screen, they're heading along Glen Raphael Drive. Head torches are on. It's an out and back for the first part of the 50-kilometre race. And this is a very runnable section, so a nice little warm-up. And you can see on the screen here the elevation profile. So it's quite undulating for the first part of the course. And you can see that massive steep descent later on. And that is the back end, which is 22 kilometres. And that's what we both ran in yesterday, and amongst thousands of other runners. And it was great to get to experience what all of these guys have to look forward to as their last 22K. And it's super challenging. That really steep descent tests your quads pretty hard.
So, folks, this, as Jackie was saying, Glen Raphael Drive, pretty early on in the race where these runners do an out and back. You can see that head torch action right there, which is pretty cool. We did have a update timing from Narrowneck for the UTA 100. So we can say Quidu Quinn went through there in first place, 14 minutes, 51 seconds elapsed. And straight after that, Mike Carroll, who placed second here last year, he was in second place, followed by Matt Crean in third place, Rhett Gibson in fourth place, Jack Ferris, Michael Dunstan, Daniel Steen, Adrian McDonald, Joseph McGrath, and Benjamin Butler rolling out the top 10 at that very first aid station there. And
guys, we're going to be showing you the Echo Point very soon, and the first 50k runners have actually just passed through Echo Point, so we're going to be able to show you a video in about 10 seconds of this section. It's absolutely stunning.
Echo Point falls 60k into the UTA 100k course and 10k into the UTA 50k course. It's one of the most popular tourist spots in all of Australia, with beautiful views out over the Blue Mountains, including the incredible rock formation of the Three Sisters. They are named Meaney, Wimmera and Gunny Doo, and they stand at 922, 918 and 906 metres above sea level. They fell in love with men from another tribe, but tribal law forbade them from marrying. A battle broke out, and to protect them, a witch doctor turned them into stone. But he was killed before reversing the spell, so they stayed frozen in time. Another version of the legend talks of Bunyip, a mythical creature that threatened the sisters, leading their father to protect them by turning them into stone. Runners will get to experience them for themselves as they descend down the aptly named giant staircase, which has 998 steps which take them down into the Jameson Valley, right alongside the Three Sisters.
You're down. Looks like we had a bit of a freezing clock here, but we've got you.
All right, folks, we're back. Beautiful to see that very, very iconic part of the Blue Mountains here. As we set off another start wave here of the UTA 50. Don't know if it's the party wave just yet, but they are getting out, getting amongst it very, very eagerly there, Jackie.
Those front runners looked very excited. They were moving quickly. It might be the quickest they'll move all day, but they're heading out with enthusiasm.
Might have been quicker than the elite start wave at the very beginning.
You're correct. I reckon they would have given Ben Jones a run for his money there.
All right, folks, a little bit of an update from the narrow neck timing point, which was 16 minutes, 30 seconds into the race for our lead female. And that was Beth McKenzie rolling through there at the very beginning of the race. So Beth McKenzie in first place, followed by Julia Grant, Meg St. Clair, Emily Mann, Sarah Maville, Yvette Brady, Yamin Bergman, Katarzyna Dubrovska, and Tamami Aria was in 9th place, Buddha Bali in 10th. So they were the top 10 females that rolled through the narrow neck timing point. Yes, Beth going through there, 16 minutes 30 in first, and the rest following her very close behind early on in the race. So it's early days for that crew there. Once we come back after a short break, we are going to be able to give you a timing point update from Echo Point for the UTA 50 women and female. If you want to check it out before then, jump onto LiveTrail or download the UTA app and you can check that out. But we'll be back in just a moment.
Exactly it.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vibram grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Let's go for it, because they do bring a bit of joy to your day. When you're
Folks,
out there running.
welcome back to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB here, 2026, part of the UTMB World Series Majors. Awesome to be here, folks, as we... Oh, that's a good sign. Yep, I won't read that one out, but if you can see it, you can read it. That's one way to motivate people out here in the beautiful Blue Mountains. Actually, a really good sign, you know. Yes, anyway, we'll move on from that. Look, folks, great to be here. These are runners starting their journey towards UTMB Mont-Blanc. They are going to be getting out there, getting after it, picking up those running stones to help improve their chances in the lottery for the UTMB World Series final, which is in Chamonix, a beautiful part of the world. Obviously, they get double the stones being part of this race, being part of the majors. You get double the stones, double the chance. These runners have been waiting a long time to get to this point, Jackie. A lot of training, a lot of sweat, probably a few tears. That guy definitely doesn't cry, though. He is just serious, and he's about to go and have the journey of his life. Focused, dialed in, he's ready to go. But it's a beautiful moment for people to be able to finally get going and get amongst it.
And I really hope that a lot of these runners have practiced how they were hoping to play today, because there's a lot that can go right and a lot that can go wrong. So many uncontrollable things out on course. So it's important for runners to be super prepared. I mean, fueling, hydration, if you use poles, if you don't use poles, there's so many different options. And it's really good to come into the race knowing what works for you, because it can make the world of difference. For me, 22K yesterday, I didn't take my poles, and I kind of wish I did. Those steep inclines were really punchy. Madge, do you reckon a lot of runners out there today are going to have their poles in the 50 and 100K?
I reckon they are going to make the most of that technology that we have in trail running. Absolutely. Folks, there is that poll. If you jump onto the live stream, there's a poll and you can check that out. So make sure you're on the UTMB.world live stream, and you can make sure you put your answer down in the poll and give us a shout out to everyone who you're supporting out there today. Looks like there's a lot of shout outs going out here.
And there's a lot of exciting different sections of the course that these guys are going to... Oh, there's another miler crossing the line now.
Yeah, folks, as we've mentioned before, that the UTA milers have been out there for just under 25 hours, and they finish at the start line of the UTA 50 and the UTA 100. So we have had some of the UTA milers coming through and finishing as these runners start their journey and start their day. So that's awesome to see. Big sighs of relief, a lot of relief on the faces of those people that finished that epic course. Yeah, as I said, they would have just been out there for just under 25 hours so far, Jackie, which is a big day in the trails.
Definitely, and hopefully they're feeling all right. And I mean, they can be running. The cutoff for the miler isn't until sometime tomorrow. I haven't looked it up exactly, but they will still be running through for some of those guys well until tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a really epic thing to be able to welcome people to the Blue Mountains and offer them the opportunity to do a miler, because it's only in its second year. They have 44 hours and 30 minutes to complete the miler out there, Jackie. So a good amount of time for the 161 kilometers with 7,200 meters of elevation gain. So it's got some character. Let's put it that way. It's definitely got some character out there. Something that we'd love to see in the sport of trail running. And yes, we had that cool video before from Ali explaining a little bit about the three sisters out there today. We have a little bit of an update actually, because at Echo Point there was a timing mat for the 50k runners for the UTA 50. We can let you know that for the women in the UTA 50, there we have a UTA miler finisher coming over the line there now.
Just under 25 hours.
Starting at 5 a.m. yesterday and just going from there. So 40 minutes 50 seconds elapsed into the UTA 50 for the women. Mao Yao was leading the charge. Following on from that was Ruth Croft, Jemima Cooper, Kate Avery, Sophie Lynn, Lydia O'Donnell, Holly Ranson, Sarah Levitt, Katie Morgan and Hannah Wall rolling out the top 10 there for the UTA 50 in the women's race early on in the piece. For the men, Dan Jones was leading the charge. He went through that timing point in 38 minutes, 11 seconds, followed closely by Hajime Kasagi of Japan, Sam Rout, Blake Turner, Toby Sparks, Luke Cotter, Vlad Ixel, Sage Canaday, Duncan Lone, and Hiraki Kai rolling out the top 10 there. But only, 50 minutes separating the top, 50 seconds separating the top 10 men as they fly through Echo Point, just under 40 minutes into the race. So very close at the front of the field there for the UTA 50 in both the men and the women's race. And what a day they are going to have ahead of them as the sun is getting ready to rise here in the Blue Mountains. It's still about 45 minutes off from sunrise, but when we do get that, we are going to see some of the most beautiful and epic views of this incredible part of the world, Jackie.
I'm excited for that.
I know.
Once that sun rises, I feel like it lifts the spirits. It probably lifts the spirits of the runners as well, especially the milers. When that sun comes up, it gives you a little bit of a new lease on life.
All right, folks, we're going to hear from Kelly Angel, previous winner of the UTA 100 here, previous champion. She's going to give us a little bit of insight to her race kit for UTA. So we're going to tune in to see what she says, because it's a very, very important part of the experience at UTA to carry all of the kit. So let's see what she has to say.
Hi, I'm Kelly Angel. I have run at UTA 5 times, and this year I'll be running the new 100-mile race. This is the gear that I'll be taking with me. The weather can change really quickly in the Blue Mountains. I've run when it's been really hot, and I've run when it's been 3 degrees and sleet. So you need to be really prepared. So start off, we've got raincoat, sealed seams with a hood, rain pants, got thermal top, thermal pants, and if it's really needed, a fleece as well. On the opposite end of the spectrum, if it is hot, I've got my ice bandana ready to go. That will be a lifesaver. Hat, that's all packable. Gloves, I got really cold hands, so they'll probably come in handy, especially at night. All right, and finally the shoes. So Tecton X3 for me, some great grip, really good comfort, and hopefully some really good speed on some of those faster fire trails. In terms of safety gear, I've got a safety vest. There's a bit of road running, so we want to make sure cars can see us. Snake bandage can also come in handy for rolled ankles and whatever else. And the safety blanket that we hopefully won't have to use. Head torch we're going to need for the start of the race because it starts at 5 a.m. and then we'll also need it later on into the night backup head torch with spare batteries. Capacity for 2 litres. Might not carry all of the actual liquid, but it's good to be prepared and know how long it's going to take you between checkpoints. And also a cup. So it is a cupless event, so we want to save the environment and use reusables. We got a Ziploc bag for personal rubbish, and I usually take a bigger Ziploc bag to squeeze all of this stuff in to my pack. I will take my poles with me because it's a really long race and that will probably save my legs later on. Make sure that you know where everything is. There will be mandatory gear checks, so you need to be able to find things really quickly, and you want to be able to find the things that you need to use efficiently as well. So that is pretty much all my kit. Know your kit, pack with purpose, and have fun out there. Enjoy all those stairs.
Into that start line all together. Share the good vibe, keep moving.
Thanks, Kelly, for all those tips. Mandatory gear is super important, especially out there in a miler, because you never know when you might need to actually use that kit. And it can be overwhelming as a first-time 100-mile runner. There's so many different options out there, but that was a great clip, and you can rewatch that back I think it'll be available on YouTube or something.
Yes, it's something that has been around forever at the UTA 100 miler, UTA 100, UTA 50, UTA 22 even. Mandatory kit is a very important element of racing down here, down under, and it's something that everyone kind of down here is very used to, although a lot of other parts of the world it might not be as common. So when you see a mandatory kit list like that, that's down here, it can be a bit overwhelming. Definitely had a lot of international runners come out to HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in the past and been surprised by the amount of mandatory kit, but the situation out here is that the weather can be very harsh and very extreme, and it's really important to make sure that we have the equipment with us, and it's not optional to choose whether to take it or not. It's just mandatory for everyone. Also, it's there to help you if you get into trouble, but also if you came across someone else that was in trouble, you could help them out more by using your mandatory kit for them. Also, compression bandage, snake bandage is a big thing too. As we've got another UTA miler finisher coming over the line.
His kids are showing him how it's done. I think they're leading the way, setting the pace as he crosses that finish line. The relief he must feel. That's adorable with his whole family here to celebrate this incredible achievement.
Yes, as you can see, that gentleman's wearing his safety vest, as Kelly was explaining just in the video before. Runners carry a safety vest out there because they do run a lot of sections on the road, and they put that on, making sure that the cars can see them. And it's part of the managed kit. It's all really for safety. It's all for safety to make sure that people are safe and can get through these sections of the course in good health.
And there is a real range of ages out there today, guys. There is a lot of... The oldest male is 83 years old, which is pretty incredible. I mean, I feel about 80 years of age today after doing the 22K. My legs don't work very well anymore, but 83 years old, and the oldest female out there is 79 years old. I guess one of the beautiful things about trail running is the age range. From young first-time runners, we had the juniors running the last 2 days. I think it was an under 11s event. There was a young, I'll have to look it up, but there was a young boy who ran, and girl who ran really, really well. So those youngsters, and then coming all the way through to the athletes, and then these guys running late into their 70s and 80s. So you can run for your entire life.
Pretty impressive, Jackie. Pretty impressive to be able to be doing it at that age. I think it's pretty something to look up to, something to try and strive for, especially in this incredible sport where you get to spend a lot of time outside, both in racing and then also just in training, getting after it, There's someone there, they're right onto it. They've got their fresh pair of Hokas ready to go for the race day. big shout out to our sponsors out there, HOKA, for bringing it to this incredible part of the world. Big shout out to them for being the major partner for the UTMB World Series majors as well.
And if you do get up here to KCC, where there Scenic World, where we've got the start and finish line, HOKA does have a pop-up where you can buy shoes, check them out, chat to the team. And I was saying yesterday, I wonder if anyone's crazy enough to buy a fresh pair of kicks the day before and wear them. One heck of a way to wear them in, right?
It's a great way to wear them in. Yes. Whether it's the right decision for a race day, I don't know. Quite often they say, don't do anything new on race day, which goes for new items of clothing as well. So, yeah, hopefully not, Jackie, but you never know. You never know.
And guys, alongside the eldest runners out there, we also have another fun fact for you. There are 99 runners celebrating their birthdays over the weekend here at the HOKA Ultra Trail by UTMB, and 99 runners celebrating their birthday over the last few days.
Pretty crazy. Yeah, 99 would have been, yeah.
Are you going to sing happy birthday for them later on the live?
Who knows what's going to happen on this live as we go through the day, Jackie, but I can tell you what, right now, I'm not doing any singing, that's for sure.
We're only 1 hour in, though. We've got a long time to go. I'm going to wear you down on that.
Yeah, we've got a long time to go. As I was saying before, though, folks, big shout out to HOKA being the major sponsor for the UTMB World Series majors, allowing one of the biggest things, which is the prize pool, which just exceeds over 120,000 Australian dollars and provides equal prize money for the male and female athletes. Here amongst the runners here, there's just on 8,000 runners here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB this weekend, which is huge, just incredible. One of the biggest events in the world. And we have a gender split here, as the latest figures that we had for the gender split here between the male and females, 56.8% males and 43.2% females. Here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, as we set off another start wave for UTA 50K as they roll out with the fireworks and the smoke.
Big smiles.
They are getting on with their journey today, folks. These start waves have been rolling since 5 a.m. and they will continue all the way until 8 a.m. this morning. This is all in an effort to really alleviate a lot of the congestion that this race can experience once runners hit the single track and they get out there and get amongst it. So this is all to help increase and improve the runner experience out there, Jackie. That's the best way to put it. We want everyone to have a great time. We want everyone to be able to run on the trails freely, and this is part of that. And they are out there getting amongst it. This is their start wave, one that they've been waiting for a long time. And they're on their way. They're on their journey, Jackie. They're on their journey to collect their stones, to get closer and closer to that incredible event over in Chamonix, the UTMB World Series final, UTMB Mont-Blanc.
And you know what? These start groups look like they're pacing themselves quite nicely, and hopefully they're going to reserve some energy for that final 22K. And it's all about consistency out there today on course for these guys. We are going to take a short break and we'll be back soon.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Alright folks, and we are back. Folks, I tell you what, if you haven't gone out and gotten yourself a fresh pair of kicks this weekend, going and grabbing a pair of Hokas is a great idea. As you see from that little break we had, and amazing that they're actually doing the release of the new Speedgoat 7 here this weekend, Jackie. So that's very interesting, exciting. If people are up here at the finish line, start line, they do have their booth there, which you can go and try them out, actually. So one to go amongst. Also, one of the other event sponsors, Sunto, they are doing a giveaway for one of their new watches. So, folks, if you want to get amongst that, they're also offering an incredible opportunity to go and get involved in Ultra Trail Kosciuszko. They are giving away an entry to get involved in that incredible race, which is happening later on in the year, another event on the UTMB World Series calendar. So, folks, if you just head over to maybe the Instagram, I think is probably the best thing. Instagram, go head over to Sunto Australia.
Or they could just come on up here. Come up to the Scenic World.
Yes.
Get around it. There's lots happening. There's awesome pizza beside the HOKA pop-up. There's donuts. You get to cheer people across the finish line, get involved. Who knows? You might even be inspired to sign up and run next year.
Gluten-free donuts as well, actually, Jackie, which is great.
They're healthy.
Yeah, I think a lot of the runners that are about to kick off may have even just scored themselves an early breakfast here. You can see it just there in the background, G-free. But yes, get on down here. This is only a 90-minute drive from Sydney, or 2 hours, really nice train ride, 2 hours from Sydney up here to this incredible UNESCO World Heritage Site in the Blue Mountains, which, like, where else do you get to be in one of the most incredible cities in the world? And then you can just jump in a car, 90 minutes, get up to one of the most incredible natural landscapes in the world, being a UNESCO World Heritage Site. I think it's just incredible.
And you don't have to just be a runner.
No.
There are so many cool things you can do up here. You can go abseiling, canyoning, rock climbing. Oh, the list honestly goes on, and there's incredible hikes. There's spectacular Grand Cliff Top Walk, which offers 19 kilometres of stunning trails. You can do it as a 2-day adventure or just a shorter day trip. And I was actually hearing yesterday that there's actually an international airport being put in soon, only 45 minutes from here. So if you're an international traveller or someone tuning in from overseas, it won't be long until you can pretty much fly straight into the Blue Mountains here, thanks to Destination New South Wales. So that'll be super exciting. It makes the area so accessible for everybody, and you can come and really experience everything that there is to offer here in the Blue Mountains.
Yeah, that Grand Clifftop Walk, as you were saying before, Jackie, 19 kilometres of that stunning trail. That is what a lot of the runners are actually going to experience today. The miler runners have been on it. The UTA 50 runners are out there right now on that Grand Clifftop Walk. And the UTA 100 runners are going to be experiencing that much later on in their race. Around about 55, 60 kilometres into their race, they'll be getting onto that Grand Clifftop Walk, something that's accessible to everyone. As you were saying, it's open to the public. People can get out there and experience it. It's a beautiful way to be able to see the scenery that's here, experience the flora and fauna of this incredible place, and really get amongst the outdoors here in New South Wales. So
And the Grand Cliff Top, it's so iconic because it actually links Wentworth Falls, Leura and Katoomba. And it's such a cool section. There's cliff edge bush trails, lookouts, waterfalls and sandstone escarpments. So it has it all in that 19-kilometre section.
Yeah, we just had some runners there in the start chute getting ready to start their journey. They looks like they're from New Caledonia with the French flag there. Allez, for the French in that race. They look like they're very excited, ready to get going.
Incredible running community in New Caledonia, actually. I've been over there and done some running, and very happy people, some cool trails. So it's awesome to have them here. They bring such a happy energy and good vibe. And, you know, ultras are about so much more than just the running, and it's about having a great experience, making new friends, cheering each other on. And, yeah, the community side of it is really, really special.
Yes, it is absolutely going to be a barn burner out there, Jackie, with the UTA 50 and the UTA 100. Can't wait to start to see some of the footage roll in. As you were saying before, folks, you can just see in the far distance of that shot, the daylight is starting to wake up. We can see the night sky turn from dark into this light blue. So the morning is coming up, and it's looking
good.
Like we're going to have a beautiful, beautiful scene up here in the Blue Mountains. Quintessential Blue Mountain sunrise is going to happen here. We're going to have the cloud inversion. We're going to be sitting on the cliff tops, looking down over the valleys with the cloud and the mist within them. It's going to be so incredible to be able to show you the sunrise here.
We can turn our camera around. Oh, actually, the cameras out there are better.
The camera, yeah, we're not going to use our camera here, Jackie.
They want it on our pretty faces, right?
They have one of the most incredible drones I've ever seen flying around, getting this incredible footage that you can see of the start lines here. So it's going to be great to be able to show you the morning, waking up here. Well, we've been awake already for quite a while, Jackie, because...
What time was your alarm?
This event got me up pretty early. I think it was 3:30. And
you couldn't sleep anyway, could you? You were so excited.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this. Fireworks, smoke machines. We've got runners that have been preparing for months to go out and get amongst this on these beautiful trails. Look at all these people. Like, they're getting up early. I've got to get up early because they're having as good a time as anyone I've ever seen. And I'm just so stoked I'm able to be here and watch it.
Honestly, last year, guys, the commentary, Madge and I were doing it again. And he'd run the 22K last year, but I didn't run, and I had so much FOMO. But yesterday, I got amongst it, and the experience was one to remember. And it was just so cool to be out there on course, and the Blue Mountains really are something special. And over the last few days, you know, it's not just about the 50K and 100K today. Oh, sorry guys, we're actually going to show you a quick interview that was done with Dan Jones, our lead 50K male. We had a chat to him yesterday, and he's in fine form at the moment. Very, very impressive New Zealand athlete, probably one of the best runners in the world for trail at the moment. So let's hear from him.
Yeah, my name is Dan Jones from New Zealand. I'm doing the 50K here at UTA. Oh, I had a great time here last year, and I just want to come back and hopefully replicate a good performance. And I think also the UTA 50K race, it sits nicely as a good lead into Western States, which is a big goal for me again this year. And we've actually been out in Australia already for about a couple of weeks, did some time running at Falls Creek, and honestly, like, it's a beautiful spot. It's a big drive to get here, but I'm excited to hopefully get the leagues going this weekend. Yes, well, my big goal for the race and strategy is to hopefully allow the race to come to me. I've had some big training miles in the legs, and so if I can just stay controlled, stay within myself in the first, say, like 10, 15K, which I know we've got the out and back, then I think I can hopefully turn the screws a bit later on in the race like I did last year. Yeah, so I think notable spots on the course, some of the technical aspects. I mean, I think if you can see that in the background, it's pretty steep with some of the climbs and descents here in UTA and the Blueies. And yeah, I think making sure that I can stay in one piece. Going down some of these stairs is going to be, you know, the A goal, but then also you can, I think, start off too hard and then blow your legs to bits as you come down off that Queen Elizabeth Hospital piece where you're going down into the valley, then you've got to climb right back up and get up those stairs to the finish. And I think that's a big part of yeah, having a well-rounded race is being able to finish strong, running up that last piece from the valley. Yeah, I think a big part about actually coming back to Katoomba is last year during the race, we really only got to actually see the whole landscape during the race last year, because beforehand it was all clouded in and we didn't really get to chill out and just experience and take all that in. So I was out for a shakeout run today and I was like, whoa, I mean, some of this landscape here is the most beautiful that you'll find, and having trails going in and out, I accidentally ducked down too far onto I think the 11K course and dropped down some stairs, and it just keeps on going down, down, down. It's a pretty unique spot, and I think it's an awesome place to come and yeah, just check out, and I think I'd recommend it to anyone. Yeah, I think we've seen the broadcasts and the live streams come a long way in the recent years, and even the last couple of years, and to have that here at a UTA major event, I think it's really special, especially as we bring this, you know, the special place here, the Blue Mountains, Katoomba, we bring that to the rest of the world, and people don't just get to experience the racing side of things, but they also get to see what, you know, this beautiful part of the country has to offer. Yeah, I'd say one piece of advice I would give to runners just starting out is you can do any distance. You know, some of these events, some of these big trail events, yeah, you see the 100 mile, the 100K, but coming here and doing 11K, you still get to experience the competition, the atmosphere, the big vibe of the event, and then when you're done, you can go out and watch all the rest of the races. So, you know, there's something for everyone at these events. Just get that entry in, or if you don't want to enter, come and just go for a run and you'll see what all this event's about.
Have the right people here? Yes? Okay.
Oh, phew.
All right. Keep moving towards us, towards the front.
That is Dan Jones, guys. He is currently leading the 50 kilometres here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. And Dan Jones has had an interesting few weeks leading into this event. He ran 240 kilometres in a training week just a couple of weeks ago, and he was sort of giving off that not much of a taper was going to happen for this event, because following on from that, he headed to Falls Creek to do some training in the Australian mountains with another runner, Michael Dunst. They were up there training together, and we think that Dan Jones has probably come in off fresh training, so skipping the taper and just going out there today. He's going to get some stimulus in his legs and work really hard, because his main focus this year is actually on Western States, and he's put it out there into the universe that he wants to get the win there this year. This will be his 4th time back at that race, and he's really got his eyes on the prize, and I think he knows, you know, he's at the age now where it's now or never, so he's having a red hot crack and putting everything into that. So he's come into the race here today with a lot of Ks in his legs, and he's such an incredible athlete that it's probably going to work for him, and he looks like he's really taking it away already. But super interesting to know that a runner hasn't tapered. Here we are, guys. The 100-kilometre cam is on the screen. So this is one of our camera crew out on course who's capturing these runners. We've got a whole lot of crew out there today on mountain bikes and on foot, keeping up with these guys to be able to bring us the footage that we need to be able to showcase the race. Sorry guys, this is the 50K.
Yeah, it looks like the 50K here for the men's 3rd place male 50K. You can see still running with a head torch there, but it is getting light.
It looks like it was maybe Sam Root from New Zealand.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to identify that gentleman, but what we have from the timing, if it lines up, is Sam Rout and Toby Sparks were running 3rd and 4th into the race so far. But you can see there that Yeah, it looks like that would be Sam Rout and Toby Sparks if they are going as per the timing in the last moment.
Or it could be our second and third mile. It's very close and hard to tell from the tracking right now. But the light is lifting and we'll soon know for sure. But these guys look like they're moving really well along here, and this is a great section for them on the road to make up some pretty fast Ks.
There's a bit of road section here as they go along the cliff tops. So this is probably a welcome bit of finding some rhythm in the piece. I think that this section it looks pretty simple on the course elevation profile, but it is very, very choppy. There's a lot of small sections, a lot of small staircases. You're doing a lot of up and down. There's a lot of breaking your rhythm as you go across that cliff top. And once you get on a section of road like that, I think, yeah, as you said, Jackie, the speed is going to be up, the rhythm's going to be up, and the pace is going to be getting those runners a lot closer to the finish line quickly, but they will descend back down onto the trails, and it is very choppy along there and a lot of rhythm breaking.
And I think it'll be really important for the runners out there today to capitalize on those sections where they can run and really open up through the legs and get some Ks ticked over quite quickly, because the last 22K and many other sections of the course aren't quite as forgiving, and it's a pretty tough time out there on the steep ascents and descents. And that's another thing that's going to play a massive advantage to the runners who have been out on course, trained on course, or competed here before. Knowing where you should push hard, where to reserve your energy, and having a bit of a game plan and some tactics on how you're going to sort of structure your day. And another massive thing is all of those aid stations out there today. I love, Madge, when we get to see all of the runners head through those aid stations and they get to see their loved ones, family, friends, and all of the volunteers. It's just one of the best parts of the race, and it gives all the runners a real boost in their morale. We can see on screen here, guys, the head of the race for the 50K. That's Dan Jones leading the way. He's looking super solid. And there's cowbells all the way along the race. It's great to hear those. It gives you a bit of a pep in your step. And he looks like he's being pretty closely followed here.
Yeah, I think this would be Hajime Kasagi from Japan, who is right alongside Dan here. 1-2 in the UTA 50K, navigating this road section. Both of them look like they're stride for stride in rhythm here as they make their way down into the Fairmont Resort. Actually, this is the entry to the Fairmont Resort and the next checkpoint for these runners where they can get crew if they want. This is a beautiful resort here up in the Blue Mountains that's been home to this event for a number of years. It's an incredible opportunity that we have to be able to use this facility. It used to actually be the start line of the race back in its first iterations, Jackie, but they'll be coming into this aid station here, getting some assistance. So that's Dan Jones and Hajime Kasagi from Japan. So Dan Jones from New Zealand and Hajime Kasagi from Japan going stride for stride there, going into that aid station. And we'll be able to get a bit of an update.
And Dan's a very experienced runner, so I'm guessing it doesn't faze him too much. But, Dan leading the way and setting the pace, and then Hajime just tucking in behind. There's always that slight difference in the energy that you have to expend when you're the lead or when you're just following, you tuck in and follow behind. I definitely feel the pressure. It doesn't happen often that I'm leading, but I feel the pressure more when I'm leading and someone's chasing me. What do you normally prefer? Do you tuck behind,
It's a funny one. Yeah, I think sometimes being in front and being able to kind of have control what you want to control is sometimes a bit easier. I think if you're behind, you can sometimes feel like you're the one keeping up, so you have less control over the pace. But yeah, I think at different points in the race, depending on how you're feeling, it can work in your favor. Like as you said, sometimes you can just kind of find for rhythm of the person in front of you. And you can just kind of switch your mind off a little bit as well, especially on a course where it's dark and a course that you might not be used to, you don't have to do the thinking, you just do the following. So you don't have to be keeping an eye out. This section here, guys, they've just gone through the Fairmont Resort, which is 18 kilometers deep into the UTA 50. So they have just surpassed 18 kilometer point. They hit that Fairmont Resort, and then they will be navigating that more technical section of trail along the cliff tops. Lots of stairs, small staircases, but very steep. A lot of them can be very uneven as well, and it really breaks up the rhythm that you have. Like what they've been experiencing now on that small section road is going to change dramatically. And as I was saying, if you're in front, there's a lot more to think about, and there's a lot more to look at. There's a lot more to navigate. And when you're just behind, you tuck in, you don't really have to think about that. You can just watch the person's feet in front of you, follow their lead. But that trail there gets pretty tight, turns and switches around a little bit too. So it's really kind of energy intensive, which you wouldn't really be able to tell on a course profile if you were just looking at a course profile. Looks pretty mundane, looks pretty flat almost, and so that really doesn't tell the full scale of the story out there when you're running on the trail. It's a lot different. It's going to be wet underfoot. I think a lot of the puddles are going to be around from the last couple of days. But yeah, we're trying to get some footage, picking up some more footage here from our lead female. That would be Mao Yao in the white there, in the white long sleeve top. There, Mao Yao, our lead female, as she is going up Sublime Point Road, heading in towards the Fairmont Resort, which is the next aid station for her and all of the runners at this section of the race, and that's at 18 kilometers into the race. So Mao Yao here putting her experience in road running into use right now. If you look at that cadence, look at that style and that rhythm, looking super strong and leading the race in the UTA 50 right now as she checks her watch. Looking very cool, calm and collected there, Jackie.
And you could see that they passed another 100-mile runner just before with the yellow high vis on, and they're all heading into that checkpoint at the Fairmont. And the Fairmont is a real hub here for this event. It's a real buzz there, and it's pretty exciting. A lot of the elite athletes, the crew, supporters, and interstate and international runners are basing themselves there for the week. And it's located just in Lura in the Blue Mountains, which overlooks the incredible Jameson Valley. So that's really awesome. And we've got some info here about Mao Yao up on the screen. She's just 30 years of age, and she's had a pretty great start to the year and the end of 2025 with a lot of podiums on the cards for her. Oh, here we go. We love this. There's always a few hype queens out there and hype kings.
Gotta love them. Yes, the start lines are still rolling out there at Scenic World. But at the very, very front of the race, which started 1 hour 31 minutes ago, is Mao Yao leading the females race here, UTMB index of 822. And as we were saying before, putting that road running experience to the test here, leading the charge as she is going up Sublime Point Road. She will be approximately 17.5 kilometers into the race here on the cliff, up high on the cliff tops, coming towards the Fairmont Resort. Looking as you would expect, I would say, Jackie, looking very cool, calm and collected, as I said before, and putting in a really great stint here. We do not get any insight to a second place runner, second place female behind her. We can't see that in the distance as that camera angle gave us a shot down the road there.
I think, though, Ruth Croft is about a minute and a half behind, so trailing pretty close behind. And as you can see, what's this called again? The topography? Is that what it's called? The scientific name?
Oh, topography.
Topography, is that the one?
Well, this is the course highlight on the map there, and you can see with the different colors relate to the different elevations. So if it's green, it's generally flatter. and then the colours go more towards the red, and the steepest section is going to be purple. As we see some supporters there, early morning supporters getting amongst it and celebrating as the sun is starting to rise here. It's just gone 6:37 a.m. local time, and the sun is predicted, well, the sun is going to rise 6:45 a.m. this morning. As you can see, the morning here in the Blue Mountains is going to be spectacular. The autumn colours of the trees are welcoming these runners down the driveway into the Fairmont Resort, which is one of the major aid stations that these runners can get crew from if they want. So at 18 kilometres into the race, the first time that they can get some crew in this UTA 50 kilometre event. Mao Yao will be hanging a sharp left-hand turn here, and then the aid station will be about 50 metres on from this moment here. Looks like she is going to get out water bottles, and that is crew there. So she has got some crew here, making the most of that opportunity, which is great.
There's no messing around, though, for these lead runners at the aid stations. They're pretty much like an F1 pit stop, and they grab and go.
Yeah, and so that is a very, very quick transition from Mao Yao, not even entering into the checkpoint to go into where the checkpoint has its supplies. We had a small moment of a split screen there with Ruth Croft as the second female in the UTA 50 chasing down Mao Yao. We've lost that footage now, but we'll definitely be able to pick that back up very, very soon. So this is, yes, this is Ruth running alongside another runner here in the UTA 50. As you can see, Mao Yao just went through that checkpoint, just went through that section of the course, and Ruth is now about to go down the driveway into the Fairmont Resort as she takes off her head torch, because the morning has arrived and the day is going to get brighter and brighter for all of our runners out there. Mao Yao here on the left-hand side of the screen, leading the UTA 50 in the women's race. As you can see, the Fairmont Resort just in the background there. And these runners now hit the trails, as I was saying before. Gets very technical here with a lot of small staircases, a lot of breaking in the rhythm of the running. So they get to run on these trails now for a very, very long time as they make their way to the next aid station and checkpoint, which would be the Queen Victoria Hospital, and that's not for another 11 kilometres. So this is Ruth coming into the Fairmont Resort. We got to see Mao Yao's transition here, so let's hopefully get that footage of Ruth going through that aid station to see if she can do it in an equal time or a bit faster is what she'd be hoping for. So you can see that really descends down into the trail now. It gets very technical.
It's nice that they have the light now, and they get to see where their footing is a little bit easier. In the dark, that would be a lot trickier. But yeah, I'd love to see Ruth Croft go through that aid station. It's always fun to compare the elites and see the different techniques they use when moving through there. Sometimes people take a little bit longer and use it as a little bit of a reset, but I don't think Ruth will be messing around. Now, Ruth, I'd say, is she was very strong competitor to be out there today, but one thing that Mao Yao has as an advantage is Mao Yao loves 50 and 60 kilometre events, and she has very, very strong results over those distances. So she's going to be pretty dangerous out there today because this is her favourite distance to be running.
Yes, we were able to do some interviews over the last couple of days with both of those runners, and we might be able to show them a little bit later on. But yeah, very interesting to hear from them both. This is Ruth as she leaves the Fairmont Resort.
She was so fast, we didn't even see it.
Yeah, so
it was lightning fast.
The camera just completely glitched out because she went through there so fast. But yeah, I can't imagine that she spent much time there at all. And she now rolls down into the trails. There she goes past a couple of UTA 100-mile runners as they're on their journey towards the finish. They are both running the same course from this section onwards to the finish line. As as do the UTA 100 runners as well once they get on this section, but that's not for a while to go. As you can see, as they go past the Blue Mountains National Park sign, and then they descend down onto the beautiful trails that are down there.
And you can see on screen just before that was when the runners started this morning in the dark, and the sun is starting to lift. Sunrise is at 6:40, and we can start to see the beautiful mountains. The clouds are shifting, and it's going to be absolutely incredible to be able to see Three Sisters and everything that there is to offer. The Blue Mountains is such a destination and experience to come and see, and especially run through here. And later on we'll have some pretty cool shots over all of the mountains for you guys to take it all in.
Yeah, it's really going to be a beautiful morning here in the Blue Mountains, as it always is. Sometimes it's a bit cloudy, but it's also something that we just love out here. It's nature at its finest, and it's a beautiful, beautiful place to be.
The clouds add a bit of dramaticness to it as well, I feel. It makes it a little bit moody, and the fresh mountain air. It's a real experience.
Definitely. It's like you're living in a novel, you know? You're just living in a novel. It's just that atmospherical.
What novel are we in right now?
Yeah,
Lord of the Rings type thing?
It's almost like that, yeah. Yeah, these people are all running in a beautiful, beautiful scene, which could be, you know, if they did Lord of the Rings again, this is where they should do it, because it's stunning.
And hey, if you don't run, you just need to convince one of your runner friends to come and do this, and you can come and enjoy the epicness of the Blue Mountains in Katoomba. Guys, we are going to hear from Ruth Croft, who is currently in second place for the 50 kilometres, and yeah, it's going to be awesome to hear from her right now.
My name is Ruth Croft, and I'm originally from Greymouth on the west coast of the South Island of New Zealand, and I'll be racing the 50k tomorrow. What I enjoy outside of trail running, I'm studying towards a degree in naturopathy and Western herbal medicine, so that kind of takes up the majority of my time. Otherwise, I also enjoy tramping, which is kind of Kiwi for hiking in the backcountry, normally over some pretty rough terrain.
Cool.
There's a few reasons I'm here. I actually had to be in Australia for university last week, and so I was already over here. The timing worked out really well. It's a major. I raced back here in 2021 and really enjoyed it. And also, yeah, I love the Oceania crew. They put on a really good race, and so it kind of all just made sense that I wanted to be back here. I think the challenge probably for me will be the first 90 minutes in the dark, because, yeah, I think my eyesight, as most people probably already know if they follow UTMB, my eyesight's not that great, and so I think that will be challenging. And then, yeah, I think it's pretty unique, the course, because you kind of have a really massive descent and then quite a long climb out. So, yeah, I remember racing here back in 2021, and I kind of blew up a bit before that last climb, and so I'm hoping not to do that. My strategy tomorrow, I think it's just going to see what's kind of going on around me, and probably ideally try not to lose too much contact to whatever's happening up front, because it is a shorter race for me, and yeah, just see how the sensations are and just go from there. I love the Blue Mountains. I think when I first came in 2021, I was quite blown away by them. I wasn't expecting them to be as beautiful as it actually was. So I'm looking forward to the scenery tomorrow. And I don't know, I think racing in New Zealand and Australia, it just feels familiar, just feels like home. And so that's something I also enjoy about being down this side of the world. I think the live broadcast is great because it helps, for me, I'm from New Zealand, so when I race over here or even in Europe, it enables my family and friends to follow along and be a part of it, and yeah, to get to see different parts of the world and races that are going on. Piece of advice, I'm giving it a go for the first time, probably get some good anti-chafe. That's always good. Guys, tape your nips. That's probably get some Gurney's gear if you're from New Zealand, that would be it.
Sweet.
Thanks, guys. No worries. No problem. Looking good.
The Maltese Falcon. I'm better now I've seen you.
Oh, yeah, mate.
Oh, here we are.
All right, folks, we are back here. Great to hear some insight there from Ruth in that interview conducted yesterday. We have a UTA miler runner here getting some assistance from their crew here at the aid station. This is the Fairmont Resort.
Always lifts your spirits massively, coming in and seeing your family and friends at those checkpoints. Fairmont checkpoint is looking lively. Few people there, creates a bit of atmosphere. I think that's another 100-mile runner coming through, looking pretty fresh.
And we could see there that I believe that was Holly Ranson just rolling through that aid station there very quickly. She just went through. Currently, she's sitting in 7th place for the females.
Holly Ransom was definitely on the list to keep an eye out for in this race. She's an Australian runner. She's well known for her trail running, mountain running, and she loves the technicality. So any technical sections, I think she's going to really excel today. And she's got a little recap, guys, of this morning. Everyone was gathering here at the Scenic World in the Blue Mountains for the event, and we've got Ruth Croft on the screen, who's one of the lead competitors in the 50K. But thousands gathered for the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB 50K and 100K that kicked off this morning, and runners are going to be leaving here from the start line up until about 8 a.m. this morning, and broken up into different groups. And the 50K lead males are nearly about halfway through already, aren't they, Madge?
Yeah, they've gone probably just over 20 kilometres now to the race. Yeah, they're well on their way to getting it done.
And you can see this is the elite first group that kicked off this morning, and they went surefire pace, and it's going to be some really fast times out there today. They started with an out and back on sort of some very runnable terrain. Nice little warm up for them ahead of some pretty undulating and steep terrain as the day unfolds. And they're experiencing so many epic sections on course today. A lot of impressive mountain landscapes and just iconic viewing points here in the Blue Mountains. The 50K has about 2,400 metres of elevation gain, and key sections for the runners is Narrow Neck, the Jameson Valley, and then everyone finishes off with those further steps of 951 steps. 50K is definitely a runnable course, a little bit faster than 100, so we're going to see some fast times out there today.
Yes, here we are again, folks. This is Fairmont Resort aid station of the UTA 50 at 18 kilometres into the race.
Oh, here's a bit of an update, guys. Ruth Croft is about 7 minutes, I think it said on the screen just there, behind the lead female, Meow Yao. And Dan Jones and Hajime are neck and neck. Yeah, so Meow Yao has broken away from the other females in the 50K and has a 7-minute lead. And she really loves 50 to 60 kilometre events, so it's no surprise that she's excelling out there this morning and absolutely dominating. You see here the Fairmont Resort. This is one of the bigger aid stations, and the 100-mile runners coming through here. They've been out there for over 25 hours now. We saw a few runners finishing this morning, and they're doing an incredible job. This is only the second year that we have the 100-mile event here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB event. and it's one heck of a race.
Folks, I was just looking because we had some start line footage of the UTA 50 just before, and we had the opportunity to see some of the folks standing there. And one of the people that stood out to me was Ben St. Lawrence, who is a local here. And Ben St. Lawrence is a very well-known runner in Australian distance running, having previously held the 10K road record before. Ben has been at this race a number of times. He's won the UTA 22, he's won the UTA 50 before, and we can't seem to pick up his tracker on the timing system, but I just received a text letting us know that he is up and around the top 3 of the UTA 50 in the men's race. So if there are any Ben St. Lawrence fans out there, which I'm sure there are, sources from the course say that he is getting amongst it there, and he is able to check that out. So yeah, so hopefully we get a few more updates from that, and we'll definitely be able to pick up some footage and be able to identify Ben a little bit later on in the piece of this race. But if anyone is trying to get a little bit of a look of one of the local legends here, the tracker might not be picking him up, but there are some reports saying that he is in and amongst it. As you were saying before, Jackie, we did have Dan Jones and Hajime Kasagi going through the start of the race at this checkpoint, 18 kilometers together, 1 by 1. So they're next expected at the Queen Victoria Hospital, which is 11 Ks further on from this point right now. And they are going to be expected there. The lead guys are going to be expected there in around about 30 minutes.
This lady here on screen, actually one of the volunteers, she is incredible. I met her last year, and she helps out every single year. So shout out to all of the volunteers and people who help make this event as amazing as it is, because it wouldn't be as incredible without all of the support.
Yeah, it really is, folks. The sport of trail running is built off the back of the incredible dedication from volunteers, and we can't thank them enough. So if you have a spare piece of energy in your body today and you stroll past a volunteer out there, give them a shout out, say thank you, or the next time you're at a trail race, make sure you just give them a thank you. It doesn't take much, but it means a whole lot, and it really uplifts the spirits of the sport, because yeah, as we've said, it's really impossible to be able to conduct these events without the incredible dedication of these volunteers helping out and being such awesome legends as they do it. So big shout out to volunteers all around, as well as people at the aid station, marshals. Look at that, you get more Coke than you bargained for.
Bit of breakfast Coca-Cola. This must be a 100-mile runner, right?
Yeah, I reckon it might be. We should be able to...
I don't know if I'd kick into some Coca-Cola that early on into a 50K. Would you be having Coke at 18K in?
Oh, look, I don't know if it's a question of when you get on the Coca-Cola, but I think it's a question of staying on the Coke.
Yes, that's that's the trick. If you start having some caffeine drinks, then you've got to keep on that train. Otherwise, you might dip down and crash a little bit.
Look, I don't know about you, Jackie, but I hooked into my first Coke at 4:30 this morning, so it's going to be a long day.
Did you actually?
No,
you didn't.
No, but for dramatic effect on the live stream.
Sorry, I ruined it.
Yeah, you have. But anyway, we can move on from that.
Guys, the sun is starting to come up and there are misty, moody clouds here. It looks like it's going to be a clear day. Yesterday was a little bit foggy, so runners didn't get to take in the scenery quite as much as what everyone today is going to, and it's going to be a stun, I'm predicting.
Yeah, as we see another wave of runners taking off now. As we were saying, folks, the start waves for this event are spread over 3 hours this year, starting from 5 a.m., which we saw now just under 2 hours ago. We set off our first wave. They took off from here at Scenic World, and they are out there running now, but we're just still letting the rest of the field take off. They are going to be starting all the way until 8 a.m. this morning, some of those runners.
And they've spaced it out like this to spread out the course and avoid any congestion or anything. I mean, people starting a little bit later get a nice little sleep in, so that's a bit of a plus as well. But there's over 8,000 runners who are participating in the UTA this year, and there's 6 different events across the 4 days. And we have the 100-miler, which kicked off yesterday, the 100-kilometre and the 50-kilometre that kicked off today, 22K yesterday, and then on Thursday, there was the 11-kilometre, and there was a 1-kilometre event reserved for kids, which is so cool. All ages are welcome at the event, and we actually have our eldest competitor is an 83-year-old male and a 79-year-old female. So they are really showing us all that you can do this sport for a long, long time.
So when that clock gets to...
Yeah, absolutely, folk. There's no age limit in this one. So make sure that if you haven't got into trail running yet in your life, you give it a crack. There's Sean there. Big shout out to Sean on the live stream. He was telling me that his friend, who he's going to be starting with, is doing his first 100K ever. And so Sean and another friend are going to just run with him the whole time and be in support to make sure that he has the best chance of getting to the finish, which is pretty cool.
Camaraderie out there helps so much, and yeah, I think if you have a mate with you the whole way along, it makes it a lot easier in those dark times or when your mind starts to go into the negative place. Guys, we are going to be having a short break in a moment, and you can see here a few more of the runners are going to be heading off, but we're having a short break, and we'll be back with you soon to check in on where the 50-kilometre and the 100-kilometre lead runners are at. Don't miss us too much. Do you reckon they are?
They will be soon. They will be soon, definitely. Absolutely.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Mountain trails. So what a great day it is for you to be here.
All right, folks, we are back here at the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. The sun is rising here in the Blue Mountains. From where we are sitting right now, we can see...
Here we go, team. Let's do it.
Such a beautiful, beautiful opportunity for us to be sitting here. We've got these beautiful green ferns sitting around us as well, as we see another start group of the UTA 100 take off now. It's just gone 7 a.m. local time in the morning, and these runners, as everyone, get the fireworks, they get the smoke, they get the action, they get to finally start their journey on this incredible event and towards the incredible achievement that would be getting some running turns and then getting their way closer and closer to the UTMB World Series final, UTMB Mont-Blanc. But before that, they have an absolute day ahead of them.
They do. They are going to be experiencing so many different things out on course today. It's a very, very beautiful course, and they pass through so many epic, unique sections. The 50K has about 2,400 meters of elevation. Starts at Scenic World here, where you can see on screen they're leaving from now. And a few of the key sections these guys are going to be covering today is Narrow Neck, Jameson Valley, and then finishing off with the furthest steps, which is 951 steps to make it back up to the Scenic World. And they've got to make sure that they get back in within 14 hours and 30 minutes to get that finisher's medal.
Let's go, Amy.
Yep, that is the cutoff time for the UTA 50, 14 hours and 30 minutes. And for the 100, okay, no surprise, Jackie, it's actually just a little bit longer. I think it's 28 hours that the UTA 100 runners get to complete this course here. So that would be in the early, well, in the morning tomorrow.
Do you have a favourite part of the course out there?
That is a great question, Jackie. Something I almost wish you told me you were going to ask. 'Cause
Sorry.
I don't know if I have an answer to that right now. I think, look, there's just so many beautiful sections on this course. I think there are some lookouts that you get along the cliff top there that are absolutely stunning. And if you're running out there, they're momentarily, if you don't stop to have a look. But I think coming back along the valley floor, back up towards Scenic World at the very end of the race is beautiful.
If you're not in the pain cave too much, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you're not struggling too much, it's very beautiful coming through there. Yeah, I mean Narrow Neck is incredible running as well.
Well, to be honest, a lot of these views, they probably pull people out of their hurt, because you get to look up and you soak it in and you think, oh, this is what it's all about. And you get to see some of the most epic places that there is to offer. I mean, this place is incredible.
Yeah, it's hard to rate some of the sections above others, because really they all are stunning up here. And yeah, it's why this event is what it is. I think for the most part, it's just because, you just can't replicate this anywhere else in the world. It's what it is. We're sitting here looking at Three Sisters. We've got Mount Solitary over there, another awesome landmark in this area, with the sandstone cliffs that are just iconic. And yeah, I know, I'm just envious of this start wave that's about to kick off, because they are, as we've said before, about to go on an incredible journey out there. As Ali and Martin are down on the start line, getting them pumped up, ready to take off. The first start wave in the 100K did start just over 2 hours and 5 minutes ago. And we have another 100-miler runner just there on the left-hand side of the screen at the Fairmont Resort, getting it done.
Those 100-mile runners still have a fair way ahead if they're at the Fairmont. So they could be out there until tomorrow.
Yeah. We had our winners of the 100-mile actually finish off in the very last night, actually, very late last night. 10 p.m. was our mile from he's a neutral athlete out here, and yeah, Alexei has a lot of success, notably out at Ultra Trap, numerous really, and the female Antonina Ishina, also a neutral athlete, crossing the line, 19 hours 51 minutes. So she finished at 12:51 a.m. this morning, first overall, first for the females race, and 6th overall. for the 100 miler.
Okay,
so big shout out to those two
Can you
leaders.
just introduce yourself, like your name and where you are from and what race you are doing here?
My name is Miao Yao. I'm from China. This is my second time from Australia for race 50K.
All right. As a person, what do you enjoy doing outside of the sport of running in your personal life?
So, hiking. I enjoy hiking and playing with my cat. Yeah.
What's your cat's name?
小 C, 小 O, and 8点半. This is their Chinese name.
So why are you here in Australia? Why did you choose Ultra Trail Australia to run?
Because 3 years ago, I think, I have been Australia for cross-country world championship. I have a good memory, so I come again.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. And what are your goals for the race here this weekend?
I hope I win. Yeah.
And do you have a race strategy that you are going to put into action?
No strategy now.
So with the race, do you just start out very fast and very hard and just go as best as you can, or do you wait and go harder later on?
I think first I will easy, not too hard, because it's long distance, not marathon, not half marathon. Yeah. And
then what do you think so far about this World Heritage area in the Blue Mountains?
Blue Mountains HK is super pretty. I love it.
Okay, folks, a little interview there with the lead female of the UTA 50, Miao Yao. Yes, awesome to hear a little bit about her and her experiences here previously at the World Cross Country Championships, which I believe was held in Bathurst quite a number of years ago, being one of the reasons why she wanted to come back and race in Australia. So it's incredible to have her here. And yes, we got there in the end. My Chinese, unfortunately, is not fantastic for interviews. And so we did have to meet in the middle with English, and a big shout out to Miao Yao for being patient with me and trying to work through that interview. But it's great to hear that what she loves to do outside of the sport as well. And her cats. Her cats, I believe, are named after like OCC and CCC, the races that she's won over in Europe. So anyway, we are here with the lead males of the UTA 50 here for 2026. This is Dan Jones and Hajime Kasagi from Japan. They are stride for stride here, coming down they'll be entering onto Henderson's Road and then onto Tablelands Road very, very soon. This is a very runnable section of the course. They do dip onto the side of the road in a while, and that section is a little bit more technical, but they'll be coming along here, matching each other. And you can see this is what we saw as they went back into the Fairmont Resort a little bit before. Hajime is tucked in right behind Dan Jones there. There's not a breath of wind crossing in between those two
They're
guys.
in complete unison as well, aren't they? You can see their footsteps are just in exact time.
Yeah, stride for stride cadence is good, and they are both making each other work hard at the front of this race. But this is fantastic. This is something that I'm sure both of these runners is very much enjoying and very happy with, because they will be getting the most out of each other right now, and they are going to be also, to some degree, helping each other out. You know, they're at the front of the race. They're making sure that they're not backing off the gas. And in these sections like this, if you've got a bit of a lead and you don't know who else is there, like, there could be an opportunity to kind of switch off a little bit, or drop off the pace a little bit, just out of maybe some tiredness or fatigue. But right now you can see that these guys are just keeping each other honest. They're both looking very comfortable. They've got an awesome rhythm here, and they are just stride for stride keeping each other honest at the front of this race here for the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in the 50k category.
He's getting super close to. I hope he doesn't clip his heels there. That would be that would be a no-go. But we love to see a race, and it always adds so much excitement to the live stream, being able to see the runners go head-to-head and really push each other. And as Madge was saying, really get the most out of each other. And I had the prediction that Dan Jones was going to be worlds ahead today, but it shows that you can't ever make assumptions, and it's really cool to see these guys competing so hard.
Yeah, this is almost like a track race.
It's insane.
This is how close you would be in a track race. There's not an inch separating the back foot of Dan Jones to the front foot of Hajime Kasagi from Japan. So this is just like, this is awesome to see. It's something that is very, very rare. This is Hajime Kasagi is obvious. Like, this is his plan right now to do this. This is very intentional to stick this close to someone. It's almost like he's not even on his shoulder. He's right behind him. There's an element there of alignment, which is very, very intentional. And this is
crazy.
I just don't know how he is not clipping the back of Dan Jones's feet there. It is so, so close, but it's like millimeter perfect. This is millimeter precision right now in the sport of trail running, which is super exciting to see. And these two guys are duking it out. They went through the Fairmont Resort in 1 hour, 26 minutes and 30 seconds. So that means that they were just on 40 seconds ahead of the third place male who went through there, which would be Sam Rout in New Zealand. So they went through that aid station with only, like a relatively small, it's a small lead. 40 seconds is not a lot of time, especially in a trail race. If someone needs to stop to tie up their shoe, or someone has a bit of a stumble, then yeah, that time can disappear very quickly. Dan Jones, multiple winner of the Tarawera Ultra Trail, and we're going to see a little bit of footage of him right now doing that exact thing, winning that race again over in New Zealand.
Competition up there. So Dan Jones, we've got some imagery there of him winning.
Yes, folks, that is Dan Jones, 4 times winner of the Tarawera Ultra Trail over in New Zealand, which is massive for Dan and the New Zealand trail running community. Always amazing to see. We also have Ruth Cross, another 4-time winner of the Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB over there in New Zealand. It's great to have them over here, both of them again in this race today. Just bridging the gap between New Zealand and Australia. We're all just almost one big happy family.
We are very close to them. So, I mean, Dan Jones has some of the best running in the world in New Zealand as well.
Up in Wellington.
Oh, I don't know Wellington too well.
Well, that's where he lives.
Oh, right. There we go. But Dan Jones, we were chatting about it a little bit earlier. He has had a few massive weeks leading into this event. He did a 240-kilometre training week just a couple of weeks ago, and that is a lot of kilometres. And he followed on from that. He went to Falls Creek and he did some running with another competitor who I think is racing in the 100-kilometre event today, Michael Dunst. So he's come into the event with legs that have been worked pretty hard. And I wonder if he is regretting now not doing a taper. I'm not sure about his competitors' training leading into this, but we'll do a little bit of research. Here you can see, guys, on the screen, we've got our lead male of the 100 kilometers.
Yeah, Qidu Quinn from China leading the men's UTA 100 right now, which is awesome to see. Went through the last checkpoint or the last timing point at Foggy Knob and in 1 hour, 47 minutes, 20 seconds. Qidu Quinn is leading the 100K race right now, which is something that I feel like we've seen before with Jiashen Sheng from China leading the race basically from the gun last year, Jackie.
He was flawless.
Yes.
He just didn't let up.
Didn't let up all day long. So are we going to see a repeat here with another Chinese athlete in Qidu Quinn here today? He's started out in the right frame of mind if that's what his plan is to continue doing.
I had in my mind that it was going to be Qidu Quinn and his the other predicted male runner.
Gomeng Deng.
Yes, Gomeng Deng. I had a feeling that they were going to be out in front together, really pushing each other, like we're seeing here with Dan Jones and Hajime Kasagi. But I think that it's looking like it's a bit of a solo one for the lead male runner of the 100 kilometers.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that Gomeng Deng actually started the race today.
Okay.
It doesn't. I haven't been able to see them in the footage, nor have I been able to see them on the tracker at all. So maybe Gomeng Deng actually was a DNS here today, and yeah, Qidu Quinn is going to have to take it on himself out at the front there, unless someone catches up to him very, very soon. But at the moment, it looks like he's taken the lead and rolling with it.
I still can't believe these two lead males of the 50 kilometers, how they're just in step still.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a great thing to see. They are coming up to another iconic point on the course. Well, they will have just passed it, but Wentworth Falls is a section that they ran past just moments ago, really, and we're going to get a little bit of an insight to that part of this beautiful part of the world.
Welcome to one of the most jaw-dropping, air-drowning, leg-burning landmark of this HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, Wentworth Falls. If you're running the UTA 50, you'll be about halfway through your race. And if you're running the UTA 100, you'll be 75 Ks in. At 187 meters high, this is a full body sensory experience. You're running across the top of it, and you can hear the water rumbling under your feet. It's loud, it's raw, and this is one of the most iconic places in the Blue Mountains. With a massive climb to get there, you will be rewarded with amazing views across the Jameson Valley. But don't wait too long, because you still have a long way to go, 25 kilometers before the finish line, that is waiting for you to crown you and welcome you as part of the UTA family.
Wentworth Falls there, guys, with Martin. Martin is here all weekend. He's doing an incredible job on the microphone. He cheered us over the line yesterday in the 22 kilometres, and he'll be out there on the mic all day again today. But Wentworth Falls, pretty incredible spot. It's located at around the 75K mark of the 100K.
Thank you.
So you can see some miler runners probably pretty tired and fatigued. They've been out there for 26 hours or so now, and they're getting passed quite rapidly by Dan Jones in the lead of the 50 kilometers here today, followed by Hajime Kasagi. And on screen now, we've gone back to Miao, first woman, 25 kilometers in. She's getting a little heads up from one of our camera guys who's on a bike, letting her know that she's on the live stream. I always wonder if it helps them pick up their pace a little bit, knowing there's people watching them. I think it would give me a little bit of a pep in my step. But you can see here on the screen that she's on a steady incline, a bit of a red and yellow one there, which means she's having to work a little bit harder uphill. But it's a nice gravel track, so you can find a bit of rhythm along there. And we know that she absolutely loves 50 and 60 kilometre events. That's where she excels, and she'll be loving it out there today.
Yeah, this section of the course, folks, very runnable through here. They have navigated some quite technical terrain as they get up to this point right now. And right here, it is very runnable for a decent few kilometres. They have this more gravel road section right now, and then they transition onto Hortons Road, which is asphalt. We saw Dan Jones and Hajime Kasagi on there previously, just before. And now what happens is they have this section here. Obviously, they find their rhythm, get a good pace up again, and then they transition back onto some more technical trail just after a couple of kilometers. So, it's a bit of a, I think for some runners, it's a bit of a welcome relief, especially someone like Mao Yao, who has a lot of experience and background in road running, a lot of fast running, as she said before. Someone who was in the World Cross Country World Championships, and you can see that that is evident in her technique and her ability to just run very, very smoothly and with a really, really good rhythm on this kind of terrain. We are going to see a little bit of footage of Mao Yao winning the OCC back in 2024. The World Series, the UTMB World Series final over in Chamonix, Mont-Blanc. A huge moment for her, a huge moment for trail running as well. Just huge level of excitement and relief and joy.
And she's already the first Asian athlete to win the CCC in 2018, and she then triumphed twice at OCC in 2024 and again in 2025. And today, on the 50K of HOKA Ultra Australia by UTMB, she is among the main contenders, followed by Ruth Croft.
Yeah, two women that have been able to stand on the top of the podiums there at the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix. Both champions of OCC and CCC. Ruth Croft also being able to take the big title of the UTMB last year in 2025. You can see here, folks, this is the road section that Mao Yao is now getting onto. This will only be for about 1.5 kilometers here. And then she will transition back onto some really, really tight, a little bit technical and wet trail as she makes her way closer and closer to the Queen Victoria Hospital, which will be the next aid station and the next timing point, which is at 29.4 kilometers into the race. And then they commence the descent down into the Kadumba Valley, something that you know very, very well, Jackie.
It hurt. But seeing on the screen here, guys, Ruth Croft has made up some time quite rapidly. She was 7 minutes behind not long ago, and she's now trailing just 2 minutes behind Mao Yao. So I'm hoping Ruth can knuckle down and we can have a bit of a race on our hands. That would be awesome to see these two ladies go head to head.
Yeah, absolutely. I think knowing the experience of these two runners, they are very, very aware. They will be very aware of the situation that's unfolding. And they will no doubt be, as Ruth said in her interview yesterday, she will be making sure she keeps contact with the front of the, keeps contact with the front of the race. So she will have awareness that, Mao Yao is in front of her and that everyone else will be behind her. And, that sounds pretty obvious, right? But it's also something that is very important. If you're to understand your positioning in the race and to be comfortable and confident with that is a huge thing.
100%, and I think there'll actually be a real shift depending on where their skills lie in that last 22-kilometre section. Whoever is great at sending it hard down those steep declines, or who's really good at those climbs, there could be some real time shifts in a lot of these elites.
So here we have Quidu Quinn, who is making his way along the mega long valley floor here.
This looks beautiful.
Yeah. This is beautiful. It's really incredible. It's almost like the lowest point of the race here. You're in the valley floor, moving along this section here. This is like surrounded by farmland and also a lot of beautiful forests. But what you can start to see is you start to see the cliff tops poking up around you as you make your way along this valley floor, and you start to head towards the 6-foot track aid station, which is one of the major checkpoints. But that section there is going to remain very, very runnable, and it's a very, very open, very, very smooth road that he will be navigating for a while. And this is Miao Yao just jumping off the road section here, going to get back onto some much tighter single track. It's a little bit technical through there, quite rocky. So it's going to be a real shift in conditions for her as she gets off that section of road.
I think that the terrain coming up is really going to suit her, though, because she has a lot of experience in the mountains, climbing, and she has quite aggressive racing instincts where she knows when to really push and go for it. But she's built a reputation as a pretty fearless climber, which is going to be a huge advantage to her in those big ascents later on. And she has a lot of experience racing in Europe, China, in the UTMB World Series, and also the Golden Trail Series. So she has a pretty good resume.
Incredible resume, absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely why she is considered one of the best in the sports, why she's leading this race right now, and definitely, one of the favorites to win here today if she keeps this up. You can see, folks, this is the single track I was telling you about, very tight. It's quite technical there. You can see her jumping from side to side of the trail, trying to keep away from that middle rut, which is kind of consisting of a lot of puddles, and it's still quite damp out there because we've had a week of like a decent bit of rainfall. But yeah, and it just kind of, that water erodes the center of the trail here, really kind of makes it quite hard to navigate. And that's why I think she's just trying to make sure she's got some sure footing by using the side of the water ruts there. But this is a tight, technical bit of trail. It continues on for a few hundred meters, and then it will open up a lot wider as she gets onto the road down here, down on Tablelands Road. It's going to open up, and it will be a lot wider in regards to the trail conditions for her to make her way towards the Queen Victoria Hospital, as we can see here on the map.
Guys, you can see here, gives a good visual of the different sections. The green means it's a lot easier running, and then the red section's a little bit more difficult. And you can see she's making her way down to the Queen Victoria Hospital, which is the 28.6 kilometre mark. And it's pretty good weather here today. It's about 10 degrees right now. It's perfect running conditions out there. Nice and cool for the runners.
Yeah, perfect running conditions out there. Absolutely, Jackie. Something that we were able to experience yesterday. The sun is definitely risen, although it's hidden behind the clouds. So that early morning sun isn't going to have any bite on it right now because it's not really shining through. But you can see here, Miao Yao is running alongside Tablelands Road right now. The runners will remain on the trail. They won't have to enter the actual road at all. And our cameraman is going to most likely wait here, folks, until he picks up second place runner, which we assume to be Ruth Croft, in the UTA 50 as it unfolds here.
And you can see on the screen we've got another group of the 100 kilometres setting off, and runners are going to be coming out in waves up until 8 a.m. this morning to break it up a little bit. But we are going to have a quick break and we'll be back with you very soon.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Oh, sorry, I'm in comms with a whole bunch of other people.
And we're back, guys. We're following along on screen here with Ruth Croft, who is running the 50 kilometres.
All right, warming it up now.
This is another group of 100 kilometre runners kicking off their race today. Now, the 100 kilometre runners have 28 hours to get it done. As you can see, Ruth Croft is on screen here, an incredible runner, one of the strongest contenders in the 50 kilometres. She's from New Zealand and is one of the best trail runners in the world right now. With an index score of 823, she runs for Adidas, and she is trying to chase down our lead female runner, Miao Yao, who is a couple of minutes ahead, and they're heading towards the Queen Victoria Falls Hospital checkpoint. And you can hear our camera guy who's on a mountain bike just chatting to Ruth a little bit there. This here, guys, is the Scenic World, which is the start and finish line of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, where the runners are leaving from early this morning. The first lot of runners left at about 5 a.m. and they're starting off all the way through till 8 a.m. to break that up a bit. This is back to Ruth here, who's just passing one of the 100-mile runners who's been out on course now for about 26 or 27 hours, so probably feeling it pretty badly.
Or loving it is the other option, I suppose, Jackie. Could just be loving it.
He could be loving the walk.
I mean, I tell you what he would be loving. He'd be loving that the sun has risen. He's gone through the night. It's now a new day.
New lease on life when the sun rises.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Didn't you feel it this morning? The sun in front of us, guys, came up. We can see the Three Sisters. Incredible views here in the Blue Mountains. It was like da-da-da-da.
Yeah, we got a new studio. It's all a great thing. And Ruth Cross is making her way back to this exact point, actually, navigating this kind of four-wheel drive track on the side of Tablelands Road here. It does get pretty messy. It's I imagine it's going to be quite muddy there. You can see the terrain there underfoot is going to be quite muddy, and it's pretty uneven through there. A lot of big ditches and a lot of kind of obstacles to navigate as she runs along this section here. So it's kind of slightly downhill. So I bet that she'll be able to navigate that quite fast. But it is it just definitely takes a lot of attention, and it definitely takes a lot of paying attention to in that section.
And guys, on screen here we have our third female, Jemima Cooper. She's got an index score of 739. She's just trying to hear what was being said then.
Just confirming from the cameraman the bib number of Jemima Cooper coming through here.
She had a really strong race at the Noosa Ultra Trail this year. And she came first female and she was second overall. I think that was in the 80 kilometres. And she had a really strong race at Tarawera. And so she's got a good resume of running.
The top 3 women currently in the UTA 50 making up, being a sign of the international field that we have there. Obviously, Mao Yao from China, Ruth Croft here on the screen right now from New Zealand, navigating what I was saying is some pretty, a bit of uneven, rough terrain here as it's more of a 4-wheel drive track. And then Jemima Cooper from representing Great Britain in 3rd place there, who we just had on the screen, still on that road section. A decent way back from our 2 lead females. This is Ruth, very, very close now, approximately, I would say, maybe 700 metres from the next aid station here at the Queen Victoria Hospital. This is the next aid station and the final aid station for these UTA 50 runners as they then descend down into Kadumba Valley for the final 22 kilometres of the course here. So Ruth is going to be able to see her crew very, very shortly here. That's going to be just over 29 kilometres into the race. She's going to navigate this massive puddle. Oh, she's just going straight. Oh! She's going straight through. Ruth is down in the puddle. Oof, that is brutal. I bet she was not stoked on that. There's a small footpath around the side, and I guess she just didn't get eyes on that little footpath on the right-hand side of that puddle, and she went down. It was obviously a lot deeper than she thought, but she's back up running, looking smooth again, and I bet she's going to just brush that off like the Kiwi that she is, because Kiwis love running in rivers and puddles all the time.
Rain's there all the time. It's fine.
I bet it's nothing different to what she's used to at home. But
she must have been in the zone, so focused that she just thought, I'm going to keep. She mustn't have seen it.
Yeah, and it's a bit difficult to get a glimpse on that because that puddle is so big and the track on the side of it is so small. But you can see a replay here. She gets in, it's pretty deep, and then she goes down. Like, that's pretty steep, like pretty deep there.
Great recovery though.
Yeah, seamless. Just brush it off, get on with it. It's all about problem solving out there in some of these races. So here she comes now into the Queen Vic Hospital, 2nd place female UTA 50, and she's going to be getting in here, getting some aid, because this is the final 22 kilometres of the race that lies ahead of her, and there's only a really minimal checkpoint with water that she will be able to access from this point. So this is the last moment that she can get crew and the last major aid station here. And she might, if she's still in there, she's already busted through that aid station.
And Ruth was the 2021 Ultra Trail winner here in the Blue Mountains. She was the champion in 2021, wasn't she?
Yeah, in the 50K,
Yeah, so she knows the course very, very well, and she'll know when to pace herself, when to push, and we'll use that experience to hopefully make up some more ground and really put a fight on so she can battle Miao Yao at the front there.
Yeah, she said in her interview before she felt like she might have cooked it just a little bit before that final climb the last time she was out here. So I bet she's got that in the back of her mind, and she's, setting herself up to finish really, really strong as she climbs back out of that Kadumba Valley up to Scenic World to finish. So I think, she'll be she'll be aware of that and very keen to see that play out as she wants. But those two females have now gone through the Queen Victoria Hospital 29 kilometres into the UTA 50, and they will be getting on with one of the more, I think, the toughest sections of this course as they make a huge descent down into Kadumba Valley, and then they have to do a big climb, 1,200 metre climb all the way back out.
And guys, if you're just joining us, you can throw in some comments in the live chat. We've got a few people jumping on here. What have we got? Go Stephen, you're a champion. Throw in any comments, guys, and we'll try and give it a shout out. Go Dan, lots of love from your family in New Zealand. That would be Dan Jones. Go Natalie, we're super proud of you.
Make your way to the start line. This is the last wave.
All right. Few people cheering on, friends and family.
All right, looking good. Let's go, Team Blue.
Throw a GIF in there, guys. Get excited. There'll be some giveaways and polls and different things happening, say, in the chat. So jump on in there. Go Maj. Maj, you're getting some love in the chat.
Thanks, folks. Love it. Keep it going.
Oh. So, guys, you can see another lot of runners leaving the scenic world here in the Blue Mountains as they are heading off on their journey today of 50 kilometres or 100k. We're going to take a short break and we're going to be back with you very shortly to keep covering the race and seeing how these lead runners are doing.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We are stoked to be here, folks. It's gone 2 hours, 45 minutes and 45 seconds in the UTA 100. Those runners took off at 5 a.m. local time this morning and still rolling out the start groups here at Scenic World. This is going to be another start group of the UTA 100 about to get going here. Spreading these runners out to alleviate any congestion in the field to make sure that the runner's experience is the most important thing out there. We are going to be setting runners off all the way till 8 a.m. local time here, which is going to be just awesome to see all these people finally get underway in their journey. We're going to have a little listen to the UTA founders here, Tom Landon Smith.
The 150 to 170 runners, Alina and I had one staff member working with us at AROC, And that was a very, very humble beginning, and we got to the end and thought, you know what, this was ridiculous. Why did we put all this effort into and nearly destroy ourselves for this few people? And thank goodness we did. So the Founding Runner Program, there's 4 runners who have finished every 100k.
The one that comes to mind immediately is Jono O'Loughlin because I just saw him finish his 12th 100k in second place. There is Bart Cupid and there is Wayne Davis, and the 4th person is David Austin. You know, these are the people that have been really loyal to the race, and they turn up every year and they're part of the family. They are what is now Ultra Trail Australia, the UTA family.
And Jono O'Loughlin actually just came in second, which was quite an emotional moment for Alina and myself, because he's just a great bloke.
Oh, it's just that the difference in this event is just unbelievable. The first year I did it, it was the North Face 100, and it was just a little bush race. You know, we all started up at the Fairmont. There was about 100 runners in the race. You know, you'd hear like someone yell out, okay, the race is about to start, and everyone would sort of run up. I had my Billabong backpack on, crappy, not even trail running shoes. I think Asics Kayanos, you know, that are just not built for running on trail. Vegemite sandwiches in the back, you know, a little flask of cordial. No idea what I was doing, and no one did, because like the trail scene hadn't really even kicked off then.
Initially it didn't mean too much, it was just I'm coming up here to race it again, and then I suppose as the years ticked over and the numbers got up there, and I'm thinking, oh, you know, this is something quite special. And it's also special that I've grown with the event. I've seen it grow from the very first race started at Fairmont. I was in the first wave, first time ever I've been in wave 1. There was only ever one wave. I finished in the top 160. I've never finished that high in my life. I just enjoy being part of it. And if you look at the backdrop behind me, I much prefer running here than around a road somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run 1200 k's anywhere else in our lovely backyard throughout this lovely country. It's just fantastic.
You wouldn't even believe it if you saw the photos of the North Face 100 when it first started. Yeah, it's unbelievable. And now we've got this world-class, just so well-organised professional event. Yeah, I mean, being a founding runner it is an amazing thing, you know, and it is something that just keeps me coming back every year. I'd never pull the pin on this race. I said to my wife before I started, I said, look, even if I'm out there for 24 hours, I'm still going to finish this thing. But I never dreamed yesterday that I was going to come out and get second. So to finish second, only 10 minutes behind a guy like Marshin, was just, yeah, it was just, I couldn't have dreamed for a better day out.
This year in particular means a little bit more because my youngest daughter Amy is 20, is doing her first UTA 50. So I've now got a training buddy, and nothing better than my own daughter to start running around. Even though we won't be in the same race, we're up here for the weekend. And that's just added another interest for me in this event. And coming into my 12th, well, I'm a stubborn old bloke and I intend to finish the 12th.
Look, I said last night, 2020, I will of course be back, no doubt about it.
I'll be coming here as long as I'm fit and healthy and being able to. I'll keep going to as long as I can't run. That's my goal, that's my aim. 1200 k's in the Blue Mountains.
Someone's going to crack eventually, aren't they? I just don't want it to be me.
Great to hear from the founders, Tom and Alina, who started off this event back in 2008 there, and one of the legends, or two of the legends Dave Austin and Jono O'Loughlin. Wow, it's really incredible to see this event take shape over 18 years and become what it has become now, being a major on the UTMB World Series. It's really incredible to see the evolution and to see the different involvement people have had over the years. As we were saying before, just a lot of incredible talent has come out here as well. The best in the world have been out here. The GOATs of the sport have been out here. And it's really incredible to see it continue to evolve and to see these runners put it all out there. As we have a bit of footage here from, I mean, it was 6th and 7th place female coming through here in the UTA 50 as they approach that aid station at the Queen Victoria Hospital at 29 kilometres. Folks, remember the chat is there. Throw in a GIF if you want. Make sure that you give a big shout out to people that are out there that you are supporting. We would love to hear it, love to see it, and make sure that you get involved in the polls that are going to be up there, and make sure that you are getting involved in the chat, because we do love seeing it. Go to the very the right hand side of the chat, and you can throw in a GIF and let us know who you're rooting for out there.
Madge, can you kick everyone off? Oh, he's doing it right now. Throw a GIF in there.
Yeah, I'll get one going. Absolutely.
And guys, everyone out there running today is in for such a treat, because it is absolute scenes here today in the Blue Mountains. And, you know, even if you're not a runner, it is a great destination to come and visit here. And there's so many amazing things to do in the town of Katoomba, Uluru. There's a lot of amazing areas all around here as well. Some great hiking, canyoning, abseiling, so many different activities. And actually coming up soon, there is an airport being put in, an international one, just 45 minutes away from here. So incredible runners can fly straight in and be running in the Blue Mountains. We can see on screen here, guys, we've got one of the 50K runners coming into the checkpoint.
The body will follow. You will have lows.
Slight delay. Who do we think it is?
We had on the screen that was Lydia O'Donnell, but I believe that you would understand more because you know her.
Lydia Lydia's amazing. She is currently living in the Sunshine Coast, renovating her house. Anyway, it's not about that. Let's chat about her running. She is in great form at the moment, actually. She's running really, really well and consistently. Hopefully she had the confidence today to think that she had it in her to maybe get on that podium. She really is quite humble and undersells herself sometimes. But she runs in a little crew in Noosa, actually. Lydia O'Donnell, Ella McCartney, shout out to Ella, and Beth McKenzie. So those three are a little trio. And if you follow any of them on socials, you'll always see them out running around the Noosa hinterland there. But yeah, Lydia's got a very impressive running background. If she comes back on screen, we'll unpack a little bit of that. But she started a running community as well called Femi Run Co, which is a female run group, and she's just such a great role model in the sport for females. And I only actually met her in person this year, but have always been a massive fan of her, and she really encourages females in the sport. And yeah, it's great. She grows the sport and she really leads by example in her epic performances.
All right, mate, we have got Kwidu Quinn here entering the 6-foot track aid station here, leading the UTA 100 in 2026. This is incredible. What such strong running he has been doing right now up to this point. UTMB index of 924, which is huge, the highest in the race here today. Kwidu Quinn is coming into this massive checkpoint here, which is going to be a really welcome sign because he will be able to get crewed at this aid station here. And there is always a big crew of people here getting amongst it with the runners. So it's a really, really important moment here. A really, real big welcome back to some civilization. As you can see, he's doing a mandatory gear check right now. I think, yeah, so doing a mandatory gear check right now which is what every runner is going to have to do as they enter into this aid station. I think, yes, awesome that he has got the right communication there with everyone and being able to get that gear check done.
No point cutting corners and getting penalised that way. It would just ruin your entire race.
Yeah, it's not a good thing to do here. But you can see here he's got his crew, which is going to hopefully get him stocked up, restocked, and get out of here pretty soon. And this is a really big moment in the race, folks, because this is down on the Megalong Valley floor, and then the runners do a kind of undulating out and back roundabout section, and then they start to make their way up Nellie's Glen and up a very, very steep climb, one of the longer climbs of the course, back up to the cliff tops, and then back up towards the starting line here at Scenic World in the town of Katoomba. They get to the aquatic aid station, and then they continue along the cliff tops. But Quidu Quinn leaving the aid station here for the UTA 100 in first place, a minute and 20 seconds in the aid station there. And I believe we have our second runner here, which looks like that must be Michael Dunstan entering the aid station just there. So that would just be bang on like a minute and 20 seconds behind. So that is hot at the front of the men's race here for the UTA 100. Quidu Quinn from China coming in, and Michael Dunstan, a local runner here, living up in the Blueies, coming in second place. I'm not sure if we're going to get any footage of that or if we'll stay with the lead male here as he leaves the aid station and continues to put on a show here, leading from the gun as he moves out of the paddocks here at the 6-foot track aid station.
It's exciting to see Michael Dunst up there in the top 3 and having a good performance today because, he is a local runner and he had a tough time last year over in Chamonix. He didn't have a great race. He had to DNF, but I think he's been training really hard, and he was recently with Dan Jones doing some training just a couple of weeks ago, and he's just a very consistent runner and local guy. So it's great to see him out there putting on a bit of a show. And I mean, Mike Carroll in third place for the 100K. He's no stranger. He knows this course so well. He's been back here year after year, and he always puts on a masterclass performance, doesn't he, Madge?
Runner up.
Yeah, Mikey Carroll, he came second here last year. Very pleased that loves the Blue Mountains, loves being able to return back here with his family and get amongst this very, very special part of the world for him. Means a lot to be out here and run. And I think coming second last year was also a very big thing for him. So no doubt he's going to put on a show again today. He knows the trail, like he said, like the back of his hand, Jackie. So it's going to be great to see.
And guys, to put into perspective for you, the index scores, an index score of 924 that Quidu Quinn has is honestly phenomenal. It's a very, very high score. And we were looking earlier, and anyone who's over the sort of 800 mark is a very top runner. And to get these index scores, you have to be competing in really competitive fields, really competitive races, and its measurement system is based on past performances and how strong the other competitors are.
So we've got a bit of a recap here of the beginning of the UTA 50. Early on this morning, 5:05 was the very first elite start wave for this race. 5:05 local time as they set off with the fireworks, with the smoke machine. They were hot out of the gate, as we'd expect. It was the very first elite start wave as they rolled out of Scenic World and started their journey towards the UTMB World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc. The early signs here of Dan and the other runners leading the charge, rolling into the Fairmont aid station.
I'm really excited to see the lead 100K females as well when we get some eyes on them in a little while. It'll be great to see how that race is shaping up.
Yeah, Dan Jones and Hajime Kasagi there, they went toe for toe for as long as we had footage of them. It was incredible. It was like a track race. They were just out there working like a team, but also going against each other like competitors. It was great to see Dan Jones leading the charge, and Hajime Kasagi really staying just, I was going to say on his toes, but he was just like, he was
They're in
on his
sync
toes.
almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how he clipped him. Incredible. It was incredible running together. Miao Yao running solo at the front there, has been leading the race from the gun, followed closely by Ruth Croft. And then she went down in this puddle, which was, it was dusted off pretty quickly from Ruth. The Kiwi, who loves getting out there tramping, falling into puddles, probably nothing uncommon for Kiwis. They just love getting amongst nature in all sorts of ways.
And Ruth Croft is only 3 minutes behind Miao Yao at kilometre 29, so in second place. And there's still a long way to go for those two ladies, so anything could happen. Now, you can see on the screen here, we've got the course laid out. The green is the more runnable sections, the red where it gets a little bit more punchy, and the runners have to work a little bit harder. I touched on it before with the index score. For anyone chiming in that doesn't know a lot about that, the UTMB index is basically a performance rating for trail runners, and it's designed to show how strong a runner is over certain distances compared to other runners in the world. And the higher the number, the stronger the athlete generally is. And so a runner gets different index scores for different race categories. So someone who might be amazing at a 50K race might not be as strong over 100 miles. And the index is calculated from race difficulty, elevation, terrain, the field, and finishing time compared to others. Guys, we're going to now hear from Miao Yao and Sunto from OCC 2025.
我叫杨妙，我来自中国，我是一名越野跑运动员。就长话短说吧，我从16岁开始，接触跑步，然后我现在跑马拉松和越野跑。我和松拓已经合作了7年了，从19年到现在。松拓的 Race S 是我比较常用的一款手表，但是现在的话，我准备用这个 Race 2去跑长距离。在比赛和训练当中关注的数据不太，就是会不一样。因为我在训练当中的话，有的时候我会做心率训练，所以我会更关注心率。然后还要去跑路线的话，会更关注 GPS。然后一个是距离，我在比赛当中会更多的使用它的这个爬坡提醒，因为它会告诉我前面接下来的一段距离会有多少爬升，或者会有多少下降。然后这样子的话，会更好的去分配自己的体能。在比赛结束后，或者是训练结束以后，我会使用松拓的 APP 去分析我的今天的比赛或者是训练数据。我并不会每天都去关注这个数据，因为有时候是慢跑的时候就没有必要。一般我关注这种数据的话，会在我跑强度课或者是比完赛也会去做这个关注。然后主要关注这些数据呢，是为了更好的去做下一步的训练计划。
Folks, incredible scenes there from Miao Yao and introducing us to her relationship in the world of Sunto, one of the sponsors here for the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. And folks, if you do want to win yourself a Sunto watch and you do want to win yourself an entry to the Ultra Trail Kosciuszko, another race here on the UTMB World Series in Australia, make sure you head over to Instagram, head to @Sunto Australia, head to the Sunto Australia account, and they are running a competition at the moment for winning a watch. So make sure that you jump on that, get involved, because it is going to be awesome if you can win that prize and get involved in that competition. So, yeah, head over Sunto Australia, go and hit on one of their recent posts celebrating with an entry and a watch for this incredible product.
Madge, I'm getting such flashbacks from last year of Jie Xingxing powering up through this section, and we're seeing a very similar performance today from Gwidi Quinn, who's also absolutely crushing it.
Yes, and we are going to be able to show you that footage as it rolls through, which is going to be awesome to see. And I totally agree with you there, Jackie. Flashbacks from last year with our Jie Xingxing, who won the race last year, another Chinese athlete, first Chinese athlete to win at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, and Gwidi Quinn leading the charge here in very, very similar form as he has just passed through the 6-foot track aid station there and is now embarking on a bit of it's not necessarily an out and back, but a bit of a loop there, and then he will come back to the 6-foot track water point. So the last aid station that he went through was at 37.4 kilometers into the race. And we have some of these incredible footage here of the Megalong Valley. The sun has risen, the clouds are still holding tight in the valley floor. And this is beautiful scenes here as we move over some of the land here. And you can see the cliffs up high, which is where we're currently sitting, up back in Katoomba on the cliff tops. And the runners are going to be able to get glimpses of those incredible, iconic sandstone cliffs as they are in the valley floor. And they will be making their way back up to the top of those cliffs, up the infamous Nellie's Glen, a very steep climb there, and one of the iconic parts of this course, because it is a real kick in the backside for these runners as they make their way back up to that point of the race.
Yeah, this vision on the screen is just incredible. You can see the farmland surrounded by all of the cliffs, and there's a few clouds in the sky, but I think it's going to be a pretty clear day. But the Megalong is just a phenomenal place to run through, and deep valleys, and the runners can really open up their legs and get a good stride out. But there still is a few wee pinches in the hills, that's for sure, and it's a bit deceiving, some of those climbs.
Yeah, folks, here we are picking up Gwidi Quinn again as he rolls through this combination of farmland and open dirt road in this section of the race. Gwidi Quinn passed through the 6-foot track outbound aid station at 7:56 local time. So that means that he had been in the race for 2 hours and 56 minutes, followed very, very closely, less than a minute, separating Gwidi Quinn at the front of the race here was Michael Dunstan, the Australian runner, moving through that aid station less than a minute after Gwidi Quinn passed through. Then followed by the American Adrian McDonald, moving through that aid station just over 3 minutes back from Gwidi Quinn in first place. Rhett Gibson, Mike Carroll, Matt Crean, Benjamin Butler, all moving through that aid station following as well. Tim Locke was up there, Jack Ferris, George Knight rolling out the top 10 as they move through that 6-foot track outbound aid station. You can see here.
They read your mind.
They knew I was getting to that point. Gwidi Quinn, first place. Michael Dunstan, second. Adrian McDonald, Rhett Gibson, Mike Carroll, top 5 as they rolled through the 6-foot track outbound aid station in the UTA 100 here for 2026. Quite early, so that is 37.4 kilometres into the race. Early days, Jackie.
Early days. And I'm not sure if it's Michael Dunstan that Lucy Bartholomew might be out here supporting today. I'm not 100%, but I think that could be the case. And so he's supported and crewed Lucy a few times. So there might be a bit of a dynamic duo there when it comes to these races. And we all know that support crews in these events really matter. So we're back on screen here with Gwidi Quinn, who is leading for the males. And he comes in as one of the highest ranked athletes in this field, and he's one of China's leading mountain ultra runners as well. He's really putting on a show today. smashing it up this climb, which is deceivingly probably got a little bit of incline to it. He won Hong Kong 100 earlier this year, which really put him on the global stage, and he's also had some major performances at races like CCC and Fuji 100. He's a very strong climber, which is going to work in his favour throughout this entire course, to be honest. And he's very efficient, and he's going to be very dangerous out there today. But as you said, it's still early days. 100 kilometres is a long way. So hopefully he can keep this up all day long.
Yeah, it's very early days, especially as well when you look at the layout of the course and what is still ahead of these runners. There are obviously there's the very big uphill to finish the race, which these runners will have to navigate. But there is also Nelly's Glen, which is coming up for these runners. Not imminently, but it will be within the next 15 kilometres. They go up Nelly's Glen, back up to the cliff tops, and they have a lot of undulating running across the cliff tops as they make their way towards Queen Victoria Hospital. And that is that is going to be really important for the runners to make sure that they take care of themselves and that they set themselves up for the best opportunity to run that section comfortably, as much as comfortably as you can be, not fight that terrain, because it's going to get very choppy and it's going to become very different style of running or very different terrain to what they've been used to at the beginning of this race up to this point here.
And we were chatting about it earlier. There's a lot of things that come into play to have a successful 100-kilometre race. You've got to make sure that your fueling is really dialed in. You've got to have a bit of a plan, stay consistent. If you start to get fatigued and make errors in your decisions of using poles or when you're fueling and things like that, it can really bite you in the bum later on in a race, especially for 100 kilometres. What you do in the first 50K really determines how the back end of the race is going to go for you. A lot of these guys here are very experienced, though, so they should be pretty safe in their race plans.
Yes, absolutely. As we see here, this would be Adrian McDonald, runner out of Fort Collins, America, USA. Adrian McDonald here, previous podium getter of Ultra Trail Kosciuszko by UTMB and also Tarawera Ultra Trail over in New Zealand. Adrian is back down under, down in this part of the world, in a happy place for him, taking on another trail race, and he is in third place right now at the UTA 100. I bet he is in a spot that he's very happy with. He was saying yesterday that he wants to start conservatively at the start of this race, conservatively, and then as the race kicks on, he wants to put himself in the position that he wants to be in, which for him is definitely on the podium here today. So Adrian McDonald, it's great to welcome him back down to this part of the world, and it's great to see him currently in third place, looking very strong. I imagine he's right where he wants to be in this point of the race, Jackie.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I've heard that he's a tough patient and he tends to take a steady approach and then push quite hard later in the race. And I think that'll be a great plan for this course in particular today.
So we can get some shots here. This is just like basically a very open farm road as it cuts through some of the farmland here and down in the Megalong Valley. A beautiful section of the course, quite a new section. This was only really introduced, I think, 1 or 2 years ago into the race. So this is a really nice section that the runners can experience. It's quite undulating. Obviously, this section here is very runnable, but it does have some small pinches, some small uphills, some small downhills. Nothing sustained. Very, very, very short. Very, very small. But it does break up this section of the course a little bit as these runners pass through this beautiful area. A lot of gum trees overhead. There would be a lot of yellowtail black cockatoos out there as well. They will have run through the early part of the morning because these guys started back at 5 a.m. local time, so they've been going for 3 hours, 16 minutes already. They would have run through the Dawn Chorus as it kicked off down here in Oz, and it's it would be such a beautiful morning for running. You can see that there's a few clouds in the sky. It's overcast, but it's going to be perfect running conditions, Jackie. I think we were aiming to hit a top of 16 degrees Celsius here today. The morning has been a lot colder than that. I think we started around about 9 or 10 degrees Celsius at the start line. Just ideal conditions out here.
Yeah, it's a perfect day to be out there running, and I'm sure all of the competitors are absolutely loving it. I mean, I'm from Queensland, and it is absolutely cooking up there a lot of the time. When you go for a run, you're just sweating so much. So a lot of the Queensland runners coming down here and competing would be really enjoying this. It makes it a lot easier out there. You can see here, guys, on the screen, this is the Megalong Valley, and it's absolutely stunning. There's a lot of farmland, and you can see the clouds and the mist sort of floating above it. So the runners come through here at about
37.4 was the last aid station. So that would be getting up towards that marathon mark, up around about 40 kilometers now. And so it is still very much early days, and like I said, the toughest of the terrain still lies ahead of them.
I was just looking up a little bit more here about Adrian McDonald. He's an on-athlete, and he has won the Leadville Trail 100 twice, which is pretty cool. So he's got a lot of Ks under him, and he's quite a young guy as well.
Yeah, Adrian said he wasn't best pleased. He said he didn't have the best 2025, and he felt like he really wanted to kind of kickstart his trail running in 2026 in a happy place, and that's why he found himself back down here, because he's got great memories, having had great success out here at Ultra Trail Kosciuszko and also Tarawera Ultra Trail. So he wanted to come back down here, start his 2026 season on a real positive note. And yeah, it's awesome to be able to welcome him back down to this part of the world. Someone who has had some great success at over in the US, Leadville 100, very iconic race over there. Very tough race from what I hear. A lot of altitude to deal with at that one. And it's good to see him back out here. And I hope he's enjoying this beautiful experience out here. Very, very different out here in the UNESCO World Heritage side of the Blue Mountains. Very different to the trails and the experience that you would get down in the Kosciuszko National Park, a bit south of here, where the Ultra Trail Kosciuszko is. Ultra Trail by UTMB, folks, happening later on this year. If you haven't got your entries sorted out and you want to come and experience some beautiful trail running down here, make sure you get to it and get yourself. Actually, go and check out the UTMB World Series website and have a look at the extensive range of incredible events that they have around the globe. Make sure that you get yourself down to one of these races. And we're going to give you a little bit of insight right now into the Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB, another incredible race just across the ditch here over in New Zealand.
We put so much training into getting prepared for this race that I'm glad that we're here now, and I feel good.
I just love pushing the limits and seeing what my body's capable of.
Patience, also just thinking about the reason why I'm doing it is because I love it. There's no other reason, no time goal, no nothing like that. Just having fun, yeah.
in nature. I think when you live in a city, you just don't really get out as much, and I just think it's so beautiful and like centering, I guess, and just makes you appreciate where we live.
This is magic, eh? Like, just have a look around. It's beautiful, eh? I can't wait to get out there.
Best day ever. It's a bit of a slip and slide. I feel like a 5-year-old.
People are into it, and it's just, yeah, quite nice for a better day to run.
At the end of the day, there's no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothing. 9.8 k's to the next aid station.
New Zealand is like a really, really special place for me for trail running, so it's really special to come back and spend some time here and to winter well.
Beautiful. I mean, I've done this once before and I came back because I wanted to see it again. There's beautiful trees, the nature, yeah, it's amazing.
It's just getting into the spirit of giving back and giving something to them and helping them, and just seeing what these guys can achieve.
It's sad that it's already halfway, actually. I'm really enjoying it. Yeah.
It's always great racing back in New Zealand, and I think that today, with the conditions being so challenging, like all the support out on course, and yeah, it's always special racing back at home.
Welcome back, everybody. We are just having a little look at the 100-kilometre event for the females, and Madge is going to do a little bit of a run through.
All right, folks, 6 foot aid station, 6 foot track aid station, which is 37.4 kilometers into the race. We had Beth McKenzie of the USA going through there, 3 hours, 22 minutes, 52 seconds elapsed. In first place for the females in the UTA 100, so that was Beth McKenzie rolling through. 5 minutes behind Beth was Katarzyna Dąbrowska rolling through. Katarzyna's from Poland. She went through in second place, 5 minutes off Beth at the 37.4 kilometer aid station. They are the most recent timings we have for the females at the front of the pack on the UTA 100. And what we're expecting is a bit of a timing update for our third female to roll through there, potentially Emily Mann at an timing interval not too far away. But that is the best that we can give you right now from the 6 foot track outbound aid station for the UTA 100 for the women. They have, Beth and Katarzyna have gone through there already. And the last checkpoint before that was about 15 kilometers, and we have some timings there from the third female at that point, but I think we'll just wait to give an update when the next female passes through that 6 foot track outbound aid station. But everyone, if you want to look at the live timings for any of the races here, be it the UTA Miler, the UTA 100, UTA 50, you can go on to live.utmb.world and you can access the timing from that website. You can also access the live. Make sure you jump on there. If you want to join the live chat, go get on that as well. Harry Hannon has said, "Come on, Dad, you doing so good." And
I think that was, "Come on, Dad."
Come on, Dad. And he sent that 15 times in the chat, so appreciate that. But a big shout out to everyone in the chat. Also, make sure you go and use the GIF. That function is available just on the right-hand side of the input section there. So, yeah, big shout out to everyone who's in the chat. Let us know where you're dialing in from. Let us know who you're supporting as well. So, big shout out to him, who's in the chat and who's on live.utmb.world, getting amongst this incredible event here today. The 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB is well underway. The guys in the UTA 50, the top 5, rolling through the emergency aid station right now. Dan Jones is leading, followed by Hajime Kasagi from Japan, then Blake Turner in third place, Sam Rout in fourth, Toby Sparks in fifth place. It is tight there, and I think that those timings are probably a little bit off there. So let's ignore those timings there. I would say jump onto the live.utmb.world website and have a look at that, because the timing thing on the screen there is just a little bit off.
If you also want to have a little bit of a look at the Instagram, there's some little clips capturing some of the most epic moments so far in the race. And you can see the lead males of the 50-kilometre here, Daniel Jones and Hajime Kasagi, following in almost total unison through one section of the course, and it's pretty incredible to watch. So you can find that at on the UTMB World Series Instagram page. What you can see here as well, folks, is the Megalong Valley, some pretty incredible scenes, all of the mountains surrounding farmland, misty clouds, and the runners reach through here at about 37-kilometre mark, where they pass through a checkpoint not long after on their way through. Is that heading? And then they hit the 6 foot track not long after that?
Yes.
Yeah. So the 6 foot track is the section that they continue on to after there, which is one of the most iconic and historic parts of the Ultra Trail Australia. And it cuts deep through the Blue Mountains. Here we go on screen, guys. We've got a female runner who looks like she's moving quite well. Is this Beth McKenzie on screen? Oh!
Damn, she went down there.
Beth taking a little stumble, but she got up very quickly and kept powering on. Ouch. Beth sometimes has a little bit of a fall in a race, but so she's well practiced in having a little stumble and then getting back up and pushing on. So this is the first vision we're getting of Beth here today. She's at 39.4 kilometres in, and Beth has raced here many times. She was feeling really confident with knowing the course really well, and she's been training really hard, feeling fit and ready, and I think is pretty motivated to take the win here today.
Yeah, previous champion here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. She placed second here as well last year. And Beth was saying there's no reason why she doesn't want to say that she can do it again and stand at the top. So she's leading by example here, rolling through the last aid station 5 minutes up on the second place female. And so Beth McKenzie is leading the charge here. From what we've seen, she's been out front all day. So taking it from the gun and just putting it all out there. As you said, Jackie, she knows the course well, so she knows like what lies ahead of her, and she knows where her strengths will shine and where she'll have to stand up strong for the weaknesses that she has on this course. But she knows what that looks like and how that sits and how that lies ahead of her for the day. But Beth McKenzie on the screen right now as she rolls through this beautiful farmland. Still pretty early here. It's just gone 8:35 in the morning local time. Beth has been out there and running already for 3 hours and 35 minutes. I tell you what, I don't know what you're doing on your Saturday morning, but if that doesn't make you feel lazy, Beth McKenzie has been leading the 100K race here at the UTA 100 for 3 hours and 35 minutes already. That's what she's been doing this Saturday morning.
And Beth is an absolute powerhouse. She's got her family here with her, Luke McKenzie, husband, and two little girls, Marlo and Wynn. If you tuned in last year, you would have seen the footage that went pretty viral with her running through one of the aid stations and her two little girls running after her saying, "Go, Mum." So she loves getting out there and running not only for herself, but to be an incredible role model for her kids and show them what a strong female can do. And she juggles a lot of different things, but yeah, really works hard.
Yeah, incredible. And what a beautiful part of the world she's running through right now. You can see that the gum trees are high overhead, and she gets to experience this beautiful section of the course as they roll through this. It's not necessarily an out and back, but it is a big loop that extends from the 6-foot track aid station back to the 6-foot track water point just before they start to head back up Nelly's Glen up to the cliff tops here. I dare say, Jackie, that the conditions out there would be quite wet and soggy underfoot. You can see that the 100 milers have already kind of created a bit of a footpad there. You can see the darker line running through that paddock there. So that wouldn't be natural. That would just be from the footsteps of all the runners that have passed through there over the last day with the UTA 100 mile runners and all the 100K runners that have gone through there already. But this is going to put Beth back up onto some smooth, easy running dirt road, which I think is going to be suit her strengths in this small section of the course.
Yeah, Beth comes from a triathlon background and made the transition over into trail running a few years ago and has fallen in love with the sport. Just to give you a little bit of insight of her year so far, 2026, she headed to Buffalo Stampede for the 42-kilometre Sky Marathon, where she placed second, and she also ran in the Noosa Ultra Trail 25 kilometres this year and had a great race and came first overall, which was a great result for her. And she's running in this event as well to get some more Ks in her legs because she's going to be heading over to Chamonix later this year for OCC.
Yeah, huge stack of results here, and as we mentioned before, previous champion here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Huge success there for Beth to be able to win that race. Also, Beth has had some big success over at what we'd say, I suppose, is the sister race of this over the ditch at the Tarawera Ultra Trail by UTMB. Beth has stood on the podium numerous times there at the 100k distance, and it's exciting to see her take this race out on the front and just leading the charge here and putting a decent gap in place already between her and second place female Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland, who went through the last aid station 5 minutes behind Beth. So exciting to see where this goes for her and how she's able to hold on to that front. We've got a bit of a split screen here, which is cool to see. The lead female and also the lead male is on the left-hand side of the screen as he makes his way back towards the 6 foot track water point, which is going to be the next checkpoint. We'll see a timing update from Qidu Quinn from China. Has been leading all day out the front. So we'll see. He has got his poles out as well. So I think he's anticipating that Nelly's Glen, the steep climb up towards the cliff tops, is going to be coming up pretty soon. That's why he has his poles out ready to use on that very steep section. Folks, let us know who you're barracking for. Let us know who you've got a shout out for. Let us know the elites that you're supporting. Let us know your family and friends that you're supporting. Head to the chat, live.utmb.world. Get amongst it. Let us know what's going on out there in the rest of the world, or just give us a big shout out. Hey folks, great to be back here. Look at these scenes from the Megalong Valley here at the UTA 100. This is also a section of the course that the UTA milers have passed through earlier on through the darkness of the night. Actually, they would have been moving through this section here. And a lot of them, those UTA milers would have passed through this section already, but a lot of 100K runners are still to go and moving through this incredible part of the world, folks. Big shout out to the 854 people that started the UTA 100 this morning. So 854 souls out there getting amongst it, really, really enjoying it. And we've got some footage here of the second place female of the UTA 100 as she pops onto the screen here running on this very runnable section of the road from Poland. Katarzyna Dąbrowska is here, second place right now, trailing behind Beth McKenzie on this open section of road that we have seen Beth just moving along moments before. She was 5 minutes behind at the last aid station and last checkpoint. So Katarzyna Dąbrowska is here from Poland, leading the charge, looking good, looking comfortable, looking like she's found a rhythm on this running section. And it's a good sign because, we've seen Beth moving along here very comfortably. Katarzyna moving along here very comfortably as well. The race is on for the UTA 100 at the front of the women's field. There is a lot of running and a lot of racing still to go.
And just recently, so only about 2 weeks ago, Katarzyna was competing in the Madge. Can you help me with the pronunciation here? Panya Ultra Trail. And it was a 50-kilometer event, or just under. It was 43.5 with 2,000 meters elevation. She did that in 3 hours 47, and she placed first in that. So it was a great race by her, which was quite recent. So since then, she has flown into Sydney about a week ago and had a week there before arriving here into Katoomba just last night. So she hit the ground running quite literally, and probably not the most ideal lead into a big 100-kilometer race. For an athlete, it's nice to sort of relax a little bit, settle into the surroundings, but she looks to be doing quite well out there. And Katarzyna, she's from Poland, and she is on the on-trail team.
Just a little call out. Phil wants us to give us a shout out to Alexa Henderson, bib 4999. It's her first ultra, so Alexa Henderson, good luck. Thanks, Phil, for giving us a shout. Lee's also giving a shout out to Jess. Thanks heaps. A lot of love going on for the chat out there. Paul Davies, 1446. That's a big shout out from Jason. So a lot of support out there for these runners getting it done. As I mentioned before, folks, just over 854 runners out here in the UTA 100 at the moment, which is great to see. Huge crew of people. 854 in the UTA 100. Jackie, 2,335 started the UTA 50 today. 2,335 runners out there in the UTA 50. So that is that's awesome to see. Really great to get that. And Jackie, we are right here with Kwidu Quinn leading the UTA 100 in the men's race here. He is cruising along this section, looking great. Kwidu Quinn is coming up towards the very high, steep incline of Nelly's Glen. He has his poles out and has been running with his pole for quite a while. I think maybe he anticipated the climb to come a bit sooner because there's no real need to have poles out right now. But he's doing what he feels is best, and I haven't seen him break stride all day. And with an index of 924 UTMB index, he knows what he's doing out there.
He definitely does. That is a very high index score. And for anyone just joining us who's not aware of what the UTMB index score is, it's basically a performance rating for trail runners, and it's designed to show how strong a runner is over certain distances. So once you see their index score number, you can kind of place them on how they might do in that race.
Folks, if you do want to head over to get some updates on individual runners within the race, you can head to live.utmb.world. Go and find yourself the directions to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, and you'll be able to get some live timings there from any runner in any of the races that we have here this weekend. Not just the UTA 100 and the UTA 50, which is what we are going to be covering on the live stream today, but you can have a look what's going on in the UTA Miler, also the races that have been taking place over the last 2 days, the UTA 22 and the UTA 11. So head over to live.utmbworld.world, check that out. And also make sure if you are watching the live stream, jump over onto the chat, give us a shout out, give your friends a shout out. I'm sure they'll very much appreciate it out there. And just stoked to have you here listening along and being a part of this experience. It's great to be able to bring the world of trail running down under to everyone in Australia, in New Zealand, anyone that's in the Oceania region, as well as everyone that is overseas. I know that the US is still awake at the moment, so they're probably tuning in. I think it's pretty early for Europe, but we do have a crew over in France helping pull this live stream together, so big shout out to that crew. Yeah, make sure that you tune in to the chat and let us know where you're dialing in from. As you see here, we're getting this this great insight right now.
Is that Michael Dunst right behind him on his tail we can see?
Yeah, it looks like there is a runner there, and I suppose that it wouldn't be a 100-mile runner because he is definitely matching stride for stride this pace. If it is what we had seen is that was Michael Dunstan getting close in the aid station. So if this is Michael Dunstan rolling up on Guido Quinn, that's going to be super exciting because he knows this area and knows this course like the back of his hand. He lives up here in Katoomba, and he will be able to know exactly what's coming up with regards to this climb and this section of the course. Michael is not running with his poles in his hands because he knows that there is still a bit of time between where they are right now and the Nelly's Glen climb, which I believe is what Guido Quinn has his poles out for. So super exciting that Michael Dunstan is now coming up on the lead of the UTA 100.
Oh, we're going to witness an overpass.
And here it is right now.
The takedown.
Michael Dunstan from Australia moving into first place of the UTA 100 right now in the men's race. Super exciting for the local to do that. There's no doubt that the coffee shops in Katoomba and the surrounding areas are going to be going off the chain right now if they see that footage of Michael Dunstan moving into the lead. So, yes, hugely exciting for him, and I feel like he's looking very, very comfortable, and he looks like he's in a position that he's put himself in intentionally. And as I said, Jackie, he knows what's coming ahead, and he's going to be setting himself up for success right now.
Yes, Michael Dunstan's name was thrown around a little bit in the lead up to this event for one to watch, and in those top 20 and elite sort of lists. And he was a little bit of an underdog though, but it's really cool to see him out here giving a world-class performance so far, and he has just passed our lead male. But for anyone who doesn't know Michael Dunstan, he's one of the, I guess he's sort of a rising star here in Australia in mounting, and he really suits tough, rugged courses. Like, he's had some really good results over the past few years. He had a podium at Ultra Trail Snowdonia in Wales and a strong win at the GPT 100. That's where I first met him, actually, and he's competed really well at the Bright Ultra. He's based in Australia and trains heavily in the mountains with a big focus on his climbing and the long technical trail stuff. So it's going to be very well suited to him, and he's been training on this course a lot, which will be a strong advantage for him. And as you saw when he just passed the lead male, Guido Quinn, he looked very calm and controlled. And one of the things that Michael Dunstan does is he gets stronger as the race gets further and deeper in. So we can see here he's just getting warmed up about that 45-kilometre mark, and hopefully for his sake he'll just keep getting stronger and stronger. But he's a very efficient runner, especially over the long mountainous terrain.
Yeah, folks, we are also keeping one eye on the timing of the UTA 50 because the UTA 50 runners are making their way back up towards Scenic World from the Katoomba Valley. They last went through the emergency aid station, which was at 42.7 kilometers. That was the lead males of the race, moved through that aid station. And I expect they would have just blown straight through there. So we're keeping one eye on that because they are going to be expected to the finish in probably around about 40 minutes or so. So we're going to be able to flick to some footage of them as they get closer and closer to that finish line. Hopefully soon. They're expected at the base of Further Stairs pretty soon. All right, folks, we're going to hit a quick break and we'll be right back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Hey folks, welcome back to the live stream of the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We have some shots here along the mega long valley floor. We are rolling here with the lead male of the UTA 100. Michael Dunstan has taken the lead here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. As he gets closer and closer towards the infamous Nelly's Glen, the 6-foot track climb back up to the cliff tops here.
And he just sneakily snuck up on the lead male not long ago and overtook him, and it looks like he's really finding some form now. His strides opened up and he's running very well. And Michael's known for getting stronger and stronger the deeper he gets into a race. So we're seeing that play out right now.
Yeah, Dunstan is a local here, lives up in Katoomba, so knows this area very, very well, knows the course very, very well. Was actually helping on the live stream this time last year. So thanks for that. But now he's not. Now he's running the race. He's leading the race. He's leading the UTA 100 here in 2026. And it is super exciting for him. And I dare say it'd be very exciting for his friends that live in the area as well. But Michael Dunstan has moved into the lead, overtaking Guidu Quinn from China. And they have definitely gone over the 40-kilometer mark. I dare say they're probably sitting around 45 Ks into this race right now. So a big move there by Michael Dunstan, and we will see, as you said, Jackie, he's looking very comfortable. He's looking good. He's really put in already on Guidu Quinn. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's just feeling $1 million and he's going to keep rolling and keep putting in time into the rest of the field. It's going to be interesting to see because we had Adrian McDonald moving through in third place, looking really, really good as well. So we're going to see how that is all going to shape up as they continue on this section here But Michael Dunstan looking extremely well right now in the UTA 100 here in the incredible Blue Mountains, just outside of Sydney. You know, if you're in Sydney right now, 90 minutes in a vehicle.
Get in your car.
Or 2 hours on a train.
Get
in
out
the
of here.
train. You can watch the live stream whilst you're on the train. Get out to Katoomba. You'd make it here for the finish of these runners as they finish over the line. You could just get here in person and enjoy it.
And there's great vibes at the finish line up here at the Scenic World. There's a HOKA set up. You can try on some shoes, chat to the team. You can get pizza. There's donuts, gluten-free. Can't forget that. There's also Sunto set up. Anyway, enough of that rambling. Here we are right beside our lead male of the 100K. Oh, what a lovely guy. He's exchanging a few words with one of the 100-mile runners who's been out there for over 28 hours now. But as you can see, Michael Dunstan here on screen, the lead male of the 100K HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. He's looking very comfortable.
Very cool, calm and collected. Dunstan is definitely in a rhythm. You can see that he is looking very, very...
Handing back to the other guys. That's
yeah.
mean. It's giving them there 2 seconds.
There's a bit of word there from the bike camera person. A bit of banter going on between these two here. I think you're doing a great job there, sir. So just keep rolling. Oh, here we have a little glimpse of Dan Jones coming up further steps right now, leading the UTA 50. He is going to be in the last... This is the last 10 minutes of his race as he's coming up this section of the trail. So he's hit further steps. 951 steps separates him from the finish line. So Dan Jones is going to be coming over the finish line of the UTA 50 in a very, very short amount of time. He passed through the base of further steps 2 minutes ago. So I dare say there's only going to be around about 10 minutes before Dan finishes the UTA 50 again in first place. And he is maybe, just maybe, going to be able to duck under that 4-hour mark. But it's going to be tight. He's going to need to really put the burners on in this last section if he wants to be able to get under that 4 hours. Dan ran 4 hours and 1 minute last year in this race.
Oh.
So can he duck under the 4 hours today?
And for anyone who doesn't understand what the further steps are, it's 951 steps pretty much straight up. And we experienced them yesterday at the end of the 22 kilometres. And I tell you what, they are disgustingly brutal. And watching Dan absolutely send it up them after a 50-kilometre race is so impressive. The majority of people are hiking them, taking a rest. They're very, very challenging steps. Madge, we had the timing of, I think it's the fastest time up those steps is about 9 minutes. And then people who are more so at the back of the pack, you can take them up to an hour or more.
Yeah, it's a very steep section. You can see here the steps can be, it's not consistent. Obviously, these staircases like this are very consistent, but as soon as Dan gets through this staircase here, he's just passing a UTA miler runner. He hooks a right here. There's way more uneven steps here. These are more natural zone. And so there's a few very, very flat runnable sections within this staircase as well, linking the stairs to each other. But you can see here that elevation profile, when it's purple, it's the steepest that this elevation profile can show. So he is on the steepest section of this whole course right now, going up the staircase, really using those handrails to pull himself up as he just puts out everything he can in this final kilometre of the race here today.
His technique is incredible, and I mean, he's just motoring. This doesn't really do the stairs justice. These are so challenging by this point, and the pace that he's keeping up is pretty incredible. You can see there. Check out the views down below, and that gives you a little bit of perspective of how steep these are, and he's still got a smile on his face.
Yeah, smiling away is Dan Jones. Look at that. That is crazy. He's just powering up this vertical wall of stairs here on the further steps, and he's smiling. That is crazy. And you can see the valley below, the Canumba Valley below where he came from. Moving past the partner, still dishing out high fives here. Dan Jones, true legend of the sport here. Previous winner in the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, UTA 50 last year. He's rolling it again. Incredible. Also, 4-time champion of Tarawera Ultra Trail over in New Zealand. So, incredible athlete right now. In incredible form and looking fantastic as he makes his way up this staircase. Leading the UTA 50, coming into the finish line very, very soon. And it looks like he's got a gap, a decent, very, very healthy gap here right now. The last time we saw him, he was rolling very, very closely with Hajime Kasagi from Japan. They were stride for stride right next to each other. But Dan Jones has been able to open up a huge gap here as he finishes off the UTA 50. And he's only moments away from breaking the tape at Scenic World. And it's going to be another big celebration for Dan as he kicks off, well, continues to just have an incredible 2026 season. Yeah, I don't know. I think
Well, guys, it isn't long until we're going to be welcoming our male winner of the 50-kilometre HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in to celebrate his win. It was neck and neck for the first section of the race, but he broke away from the second male, and he's just absolutely smashed it up the further steps and has shown us an absolute masterclass on how to be at one with the further steps, to be honest. You can see here on the screen, this is the Mega Long Valley, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, folks, cutting back to the course here of the UTA 100. We are out in the farmlands here, down in the Mega Long Valley. You can see there are some UTA 100 runners navigating this section of the course right now. Nice, open, clear dirt roads. The blue sky is just starting to peek through here, which is going to be it's going to open itself up to a very sunny and beautiful day here in the Blue Mountains, and that's what we love.
Here we are, guys. You're going to be seeing Daniel Jones crossing the finish line here in any moment now. He won this event last year in 4:01, so his time is so close. We thought he might have been attempting a sub 4 this year.
Yeah, I think we've just gone over that time now. 4:01, 23 laps for the UTA 50. We're expecting Dan Jones to come up this finishing chute very, very soon, folks. If you are around Scenic World anytime soon, make sure you go and get yourself to the finish line and welcome in Dan Jones, back-to-back champion here for the UTA 50. He just has a little section to go right now. He's going to navigate these few stairs. This is a runnable section on the incredible further steps, 951 steps with 200 meters of elevation gain in the last kilometer of this race. So it's the most iconic point. It's the most iconic finish probably on the UTMB World Series circuit. And it's definitely one that everyone here knows in the Blue Mountains. But this is Dan Jones. This is the final staircase that he will need to navigate as he makes his way to the end of the finish here at the end of the course, crowning himself back-to-back champion here for the UTA 50. Dan Jones just looking comfortable, still jogging still jogging up the steps, folks. This is just incredible because that is a steep staircase, and especially after navigating over 50 kilometers. He's absolutely a star athlete, someone that we are very happy to welcome back here to Australia and to this incredible race.
And by this point, he'll be able to start hearing the cheers and the crowd at Scenic World, which will help give him that final push across to the finish line.
So this is Dan Jones, folks. We're going to welcome him over. If you are a Kiwi, if you're a Dan Jones fan, give him a big shout out on the live stream chat. Give him a big shout out. The back-to-back champion here for the UTA 50, Dan Jones from New Zealand, making his way to the finish line right now. Big smile on his face as always. He's going to be very stoked to have come back here, to get back to this part of the world, to crown himself champion again. Dan Jones looking smooth as ever, jogging the last section of the further steps, the infamous further steps, is Dan Jones. As he comes around here, he's going to take a left-hand hook, and then he's going to enter the finishing chute as the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia champion for the UTA 50. This is Dan Jones from New Zealand coming over the line, high fives out, absolute legend. He's going to break the tape here. Back-to-back champion for the UTA 50 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. This is Dan Jones.
Nice. He would be soaking up this moment. What an incredible run. He handled the pressure so well. He had another runner on his tails for a good chunk of the race, and this is such a well-deserved win. Dan Jones has been training the house down, and he's had such a great run out there today. We're going to have Madge heading out to interview him soon. But the relief crossing that finish line and taking the win must be something special. Congratulations, Dan Jones, on your win here today at the 50-kilometre HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. A brilliant mountain running performance. One of the toughest 50-kilometre courses in the country. We're going to hear from him now and how it felt out there for him today. Thirsty work after those steps as well, which he absolutely smashed it up. A lot of people walk up those, whereas he ran like the wind. Dan Jones from New Zealand, an absolutely incredible athlete. He has been so solid all day, and we're going to hear from him now with Majel. Here we have another competitor.
UTA 50 champion for the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Dan Jones, mate, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I had a good run out there, and I don't know, it just feels like a real cool race because I felt like a hometown boy in this race. Everyone was like saying, "Go Dan," and I was like, oh, it's so nice to be racing in, like, you know, New Zealand and Australia. People like cheer for you. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, mate. So tell us, mate, you're here. I can see your wife over there and your little boy Hudson, mate. What does it mean to you to come back here, back-to-back champion at the UTA 50?
Yeah, it's amazing. And, yeah, to have my new wife, Michelle, here celebrating. And our last time we were here last year, she was pregnant with Hudson, and then she went home, and I went over to America to prepare for Western States. So to have them both here now, and we're going to head to America tomorrow, it just feels so much better. It feels like, you know, we can celebrate here, but we can continue on like that feeling of celebration and into the next training block overseas. So it's real nice to have them here, and just really nice to get a strong back at UTA.
Yeah, mate. Talk about it. We've got a baby finishing here at the miler. That's incredible. Dan, back to you, mate. Dan, look, It was a track race out there for a moment there. You and Hajime from Japan, track race. There was like not a millimeter separating you guys out in that race. Did the race play out as you expected?
Yeah, to be fair, I just wanted to race and like let the race work itself out depending on how it went along, and I had no idea who was going to go. And you're right, there was absolutely no gap separating us all the way to Queen Elizabeth. Queen Victoria. Fuck. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Queen Victoria Hospital. Yeah, right. And I mean, I managed a bit of separation on the big downhill, but anyway, it was tight racing. It was good racing, and then yeah, I just managed to open it up.
Mate, you're a local on the UTMB World Series circuit, mate. What does it mean to have one of the UTMB World Series majors down in this part of the world?
Oh, I'm still kicking myself about swearing before. Say again?
UTMB World Series majors here down in Oceania, mate. You've come here, taken it out on the UTMB World Series tour, and this is just a big thing for this part of the world to have one of the majors down here in Australia. Like, what does it feel to? What does it mean to you to be able to take out one of the big races on the big stages here?
Yeah, it means a lot. You know, you eye up the calendar at the start of the year, and you pencil the ones in that you really, mean a lot. Not just obviously the prestige, but the ones that mean a lot to you as well. And for me, that's Tarawera UTA after last year, because it is a major and it is, in the Blueies, it's in Australia, we're neighbours with New Zealand, whatever. And then, yeah, Western States. So you aim at those three and maybe CCC and someone come in. Yeah. And it's a good feeling just to tick those first two off, and now the third one to come.
Awesome, mate. Yeah, big season ahead for you, mate. Congratulations again. It's awesome to have you back here, mate. Well, and thanks for coming back down to Australia and taking it out again. So Dan Jones, 2026 UTA 50 champion.
Yes. Absolutely, what a nice guy as well. They all are from the Eastern Islands. Pacific Triple Star, he's one of them for sure. Daniel Jones,
great to hear from our champion, Dan Jones, there at the finish line. Very exciting day for him, and lovely to have his family here as well to celebrate the win with him. And we saw just before that the second male, Hajime Kasagi, was not far off. He'd hit the steps and was making his way up those. So I think that we're going to be seeing him coming into Scenic World very soon. And as you can see, this beautiful location, heritage listed, Blue Mountains, absolute scenes here today. There's a few misty clouds, but it is beautiful. The sun is shining, and the temps are going to get up to about 16 degrees today, so it's going to start warming up out there for the runners a little bit. But these 50-kilometre elites are getting across that finish line in fantastic time. There's a great buzz around Scenic World here today as well. A lot of spectators, family and friends welcoming in the runners. Lots of happy, smiling faces. So if you're in Sydney and you're not doing anything, jump on the train. It's 90 minutes to get out here and enjoy the Blue Mountains and all of these incredible athletes and runners who are tackling the 50-kilometre and 100-kilometre event today. There's also some 100-mile runners still making their way across the finish line, and they will be doing so up until tomorrow. They've currently been out there for about 30 hours. I can hear a lot of cowbells going off, so it mustn't be long until we're welcoming our second male for the 50-kilometre race in today to the finish line. For these runners, that last 22 kilometres that they have to push through is pretty brutal. They have huge, steep descents and then big climbs back up. So there's not a lot of undulation going on. It's massive ups and downs. So you're hoping that your quads are pretty conditioned to be dealing with those conditions. And not long ago, we saw Daniel Jones cross the finish line as the UTA 50-kilometre champion this year. And in a moment, we're going to be seeing our second male coming across that finish line.
Thank you guys for helping us host this and invite people from around the world.
We've got Martin and Ali on the mic at the finish line there, creating a bit of hype. Very experienced on the microphone out there, which is great. All of the competitors who get across the line today in time, so before the cutoffs, will get a medal. The cutoff times for the races are 14.5 hours for the 50K and 28 hours for the 100 kilometres. And we've got a runner on screen here. I think this is Hajime Kasagi, who is making the final push up the steps, possibly starting to get some cramps. I definitely felt the cramps in my calves coming up this section yesterday, and I think that he's in the hurt locker, but pushing through pretty hard to keep making, really feeling it here, using every last bit of energy to make it up to that finish line.
That is brutal there, hey, Jackie. That is absolutely, that is cutting the fine line between just putting everything out there and having enough to get to the finish.
That is when everything is burning and the head noise is very loud, but you can sense the finish line, you can hear it, you can hear the cheers, you can hear the cowbells, and that usually keeps pushing me forward. I think cramps are really taking over for Hajime Kasagi here, but he's pushing through. He's got 300 meters to go.
That's it for him. The stairs are done. He's on the boardwalk here, making his way to the finish. That has got to, he's done so well to get to this point, chasing Dan Jones all day. Hajime Kasagi from Japan coming up the boardwalk. He's going to enter the finishing chute here. The crowd is waiting for him. The early morning crowd here at UTA with the bells, with the cheers, the round of applause, the high fives. He's really just fine-lined it. He's fine-lined it there, Jackie.
And when you get to this point where he's at right now, you get a new lease on life. You get all this energy and you can taste the finish line. As he comes around these final bends, he's almost there. He's had such an incredible day out, and he really was pushing Dan Jones at the start there. It was great to see them working together as a team to get the most out of each other as runners. And it's been incredible to see an international runner of his caliber come across. He's going to soak it all up. He's putting in all the hard work today, taking in the moment. Looks like the cramps have gone now, but fantastic day out there for Hajime Kasagi as he crosses the finish line as the second male here at the 50-kilometre HOKA Ultra Trail by UTMB.
We're going to head out, get some words with him, folks, and see what he has to say.
Amazing runners. Great to see Dan Jones and Jimmy share a moment there at the finish line. You could see Dan Jones with his little baby as well. Oh, it looks like a great sport, really soaking it in. Thanking all of the spectators for coming along and cheering him on. That's what it's all about. You got to take in the moment because you're out there for so long, pushing so hard. And once you cross that finish line, it's over so quickly. He is going to need an ice bath and a massage after that one, that's for sure. Actually, anyone who is here at Scenic World, there is chiropractors available for massages in one of the buildings, and there's also a sauna and an ice bath. So if you want to get some recovery in, it is here for you. We also have another runner coming up the chute here. Almost at the finish line as well, and I think that this is Blake Turner in third place, who is looking very strong as well. So that shows just how close it was between the second and the third male. And Blake Turner is on his final turns as well as he's making his way into Scenic World. He can hear the atmosphere. He's an Australian runner, and it's been a tough day out there in the Blue Mountains today, but Blake has handled it with real grit and determination, and he looks super strong. He's absolutely smashed it here, coming in third place. We haven't been able to see a lot of him today, but he's really showing us what he's made of now. Congratulations, Blake Turner. Third male here at the 50-kilometre HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. They look so stoked. There you have it, guys. We have our 3 lead males. Fantastic performance by all of them today. Dan Jones in first place, Hajime Kasagi, and then Blake Turner. The top 3 in the 50-kilometre HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We're going to be hearing from the second and third males in a moment with Madge at the finish line to see how the race played out for them. Now on the left side of the screen, we have Beth McKenzie back on screen, and she is charging ahead as the lead female in the 100-kilometre event.
All right, folks, we are here with Hajime Kasagi from Japan, the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, second place at the UTA 50. Big round of applause for him, everyone. All right, Hajime, congratulations, man. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm good to see you. So, very good, yeah. I feel very good. Yeah.
And what does it mean for you to come out here to Australia and come on the podium, second place here at the UTA 50? What does it mean for you?
Yeah, next year, direct CC, OCC. Yeah, I got it, yeah.
That's it, man. Direct entry to OCC for 2026, so that means a lot. Now, mate, what was it like out there? What was the race? Did it happen like you expected?
Yeah, it's good, yeah. But, yeah.
It was very, very close. You and Dan Jones running very close together. There was like a track race out there at times. Did you enjoy that? Is that what you expected?
Yeah, my target Dan Jones, but my hero is Dan Jordan. Today is I try, but so strong. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But you did so well, mate. And what was it like out there? What was the atmosphere like on the course?
Yeah, I like good course. I like speed course. Today is good for me. Yeah.
And are you happy to be running trail races in Australia? Was it great to come down here?
Yeah, good. Yeah. Yeah, so good.
Good, Jamie. Congratulations again, mate. Thank you for coming down to Australia. And big congrats for everyone here. Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Nice work, man.
Great to hear from our second male there, Hajime Kasagi, and we're going to be now chatting to our third male, Blake Turner. We've got our fourth male coming across the finish line here, Toby Sparks. There really wasn't much distance between any of these runners. He's coming in with a big smile on his face. He's still moving really well. And just a feel from crossing the finish line. Fourth place is such an epic result. 4 hours and 21 minutes on a brutal course. Congratulations, Toby Sparks. Oh, the Blue Mountains, it really tests you, but the rewards you feel afterwards, so worth it. So the top 4 males are across the finish line for the 50-kilometre HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, and we're going to be hearing from the third male very soon. You can see the beautiful day it is here in Katoomba. Scenic World is pumping. There's a lot of spectators. There's competitors coming across the finish line quite rapidly now from the 50-kilometre race. I'm sure the first female isn't too far off. We'll do a little check-in soon on how they're tracking. Runners are making their way up those final steps. Here we are. We have the first female. She has been incredibly strong all day and hasn't let up. Miao Yao absolutely loves the 50-kilometre event and is very strong. Scenic World, such a beautiful spot, very dramatic setup. The backdrop is just breathtaking, and that's what makes this event, Ultra Trail Australia, so special.
50 at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB 2026. Blake Turner. Blake, mate, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Did I come third or fourth?
You came third, mate.
I thought I was fourth. No, I'm feeling better now, actually. It's happened before in another race where I thought I was fifth and I came third, so this is just about the same. I'm feeling bad, is the answer to that question.
Mate, well, you look great. You got a smile on your face. First Aussie over the line here today. You live pretty close to here, mate. What does it mean to you to come third at this race?
Yeah, so I have the opportunity to train on course on the weekends. And 2023, I ran this race and I had a good effort. And I've come back this year trying to repeat that effort. And I think, yeah, it was harder this year. The competition was tougher, but it makes it all much sweeter to come out on your home course, like home grounds, and run for good.
Yeah, exactly, mate. Did the race pan out as you expected? Like you say, it's tough competition out there, mate. It was a real race from the gun. Did it plan out? How did the race go? How did it unfold?
Yeah, coming into it, I thought I could have come third or ninth. That's what I was saying to everyone. The front guys took off, which we knew, and I thought that we were going to have a bigger pack during the race, but it kind of spread out a little bit, me and Toby, and then we just kept taking scalps along the way, and everyone kept coming back to us. I thought it was going to be a real battle right to the end there, but it kind of was a bit of a relief to be able to push up those stairs. No one was behind me.
Excellent, mate. And tell us about the atmosphere out there, mate. This is a major on the UTMB World Series. You got a direct entry right now to OCC because of that. And tell us what it was like out there running. How are the crowds? How was the atmosphere?
It's nothing compared to Europe or OCC, but I just spent most of the time running with Toby, and this is the first time we ever met, and now friends for life, you know what I mean? We just shared stories, exchanged positions, talked about how not enjoyable the first half is and how fun the second half is, and then on the way up here, the finish line, yeah, it's amazing.
All right, mate. Well, big congratulations again to you, mate. Third place here at the UTA 50 for 2026 at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, mate. Congratulations and rest up well, Blake.
Thanks, mate.
Great to hear from our third male there. Hilarious that he had no idea he actually had come in third. He thought he was in fourth place. So that is a fantastic surprise for him, especially with the prize money that is available at this race. It's going to be a real treat. For the 50 kilometres, third place takes home €2,000, which is part of the epic prize money that's available this year to all of these amazing athletes. We've got on screen here Miao Yao, who is making her way up the further steps, 951 steps, and these steps really test you towards the end. It's almost 200 metres of elevation gain over that final kilometre, and she'll be able to start to hear the crowds, the cowbells, and her time is absolutely fantastic. Last year we had Caitlin Fielder come across the finish line in first place in a time of 5 hours and 2 minutes. The course record is actually by Kelly Emerson in 2017 for 4 hours and 42 minutes. So, Madge, back with me on the deck. Could we be looking at a new course record here today?
Oh, I reckon, hey. And holy moly, just the smallest of margins separating Miao Yao and Ruth Croft here at the base of further steps. There is not a tougher final 1 kilometre in a race in the world. This is the toughest finish to any trail race in the world. as you said, 951 steps, over a kilometre, 200 metres of elevation, straight up. You can see Mao Yao is just making the most of every runnable section right now as she makes her way up onto that Scenic World Boardwalk and then to the finish line. But this is just one place that running scared is very, very hard. Very, very hard. And you can see Ruth is just in the section that Mao Yao was. So they are so close. And there will be a section where there is a bit of a hairpin turn, and Mao Yao is going to be able to get vision of Ruth as she switches back along the trail. And that is just like 2 staircases from the very top of this climb. It is an absolute barn burner here. So, so close. They went through the bottom of those further steps just like 30 seconds apart.
I love how hard Ruth has worked all race. She hasn't let up, even after that little stumble in the mud earlier. She is just such a strong runner and is leaving it all out there and pushing as hard as she can to try and chase down Mao Yao, who is in first place at the moment and very close to the finish line. And guys, we might be seeing a new course record here today. Absolutely shaving off the time.
Yeah, that is so, so close for those two to be going through that point of the race, so close together. And they are going to need to absolutely maximize their speed, going on all those flat runnable sections, breaking up the stairs within further steps. There is a little bit of opportunity there to gain if you've got the ability to run. So Ruth is really going to need to step it up in that regard. She's going to need to run all of those flatter sections and really maximize that ability to close that gap on Mao Yao. As we have a bit of footage here on the 100K, Mao Yao right now going up one of the final staircases here at the UTA 50.
She's got a good technique going on there. Legs and arms, just utilizing everything she can. All of her energy, leaving it out there. These steps are just so steep, guys. It's hard to even explain until you get to experience them for yourself. Madge, what was it like out there at the finish line? Are vibes high?
Finish line's great. Finish line is great. They are waiting for these two ladies to come across the line. It has been an exciting race, and everyone is just waiting on the edge of their seats to see who emerges here. They all know that it was a 30-second gap at the bottom of the steps, and they know that it is such an opportunity here for someone to come out as champion, but also an opportunity for the podium to shape on this section. This section of the course has seen changes on the podium happen in the years past. So, you know, it's not over until it's over.
There's only 400 metres left to go, and we've got the 2 lead females absolutely neck and neck, and it's great to see them really battling it out and pushing each other to get the most out of it. And Mao Yao must be pushing very hard to make sure she can hold on to that first position, which she's had for the whole day. And yeah, they're just putting on such a performance. On screen now we've got Beth McKenzie. She is charging ahead as the first female in the 100-kilometre event. She's at the 63-kilometre mark and is looking so good right now. She has a pretty good gap on the second female as well. And she's got a nice flat runnable section for a little while now before she has to climb back up again. She's 4 hours and 36 minutes in.
36 Ks into the race.
Oh, sorry.
36 Ks into the race as well. All right. Mao Yao from China, the final staircase of further steps, the final section here that she's going to be hiking with all of her heart and all of her lung capacity. This is the final staircase. She's going to hit this top bit now, and it is flat, it is runnable, and she's going to want to try and make every step count here. She's running. She knows that the finish line is only about 100 meters away from this point. She's going to just absolutely put everything she can down there, and it looks like she might be able to do it. This is the footage of Ruth Croft in second place, coming up to the base of that staircase that Mao Yao has just summited. Mao Yao is on the boardwalk, making her way towards Scenic World, and this is her putting her stamp on the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in the UTA 50. She's going to take out the win here in the 50-kilometer category. Miao Yao from China. Unreal effort to finish off this race.
Incredible, incredible effort by Miao Yao, and she's going to crush the course record today and walk away with a win and a record, which is phenomenal. She's an international runner, and she's really put on a show for us today. She's been so solid throughout and hasn't let up. Here she goes, making it towards the final shoot, and she can hear the crowds cheering for her as she speeds up towards that finish line, soaking it all in. She takes a quick look behind to see where Ruth is. She has no idea if she's on her tail or not, but she's giving it everything she's got until the end. Here you go, guys. This is your 50-kilometer female winner of the HOKA UTMB World Series.
That's unreal. Miao Yao right there, 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, 50-kilometer champion. UTA 50 champion there, Miao Yao. Unreal. Look at that. That was just such an incredible way to finish that race, running every step she could, hiking those stairs like no one else could in that moment. She did everything she could to take that victory, and that victory is hers. Ruth Croft here on the boardwalk, just moments away from finishing the UTA 50 here. She won the race back in 2021 when she first arrived to this part of the world to race. Now she's coming back here in 2026. Second place is how she's going to finish the race here. And she's put it all out there today, chasing Miao Yao from the get-go. Ruth Croft from New Zealand. Not a local here, but a big fan favourite. Ruth Croft finishing in style here at the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. UTA 50, second place here, streaming home as she comes down the finishing chute. Absolute legend of the sport. The duel has been decided. Miao Yao takes the win, but Ruth Croft, second place here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in the 50K from New Zealand. Big smile on her face. She's done it. She's come here. She's got on the podium. She's put her heart and soul into another race. And what an incredible effort that was. What an incredible duel from these two. So far out in front, sharing the moment with a hug. Great sportsmanship. Unreal from these two ladies. What a race.
That was incredible. And Ruth Croft worked super hard. She was 7 minutes behind Miao Yao at the start, and she made up that time, and she finished the race just 30 seconds or so behind our lead female. And you can see at the finish line here, Ruth is chatting to Martin, probably debriefing a little bit of the race. Fantastic effort. And Miao Yao was 7th overall and first female, which is a fantastic result. A little bit of a race debrief happening here. And that's Simone Brick, you can see on the screen. She's not running this year, but she's here to support. Simone Brick's a big part of the trail running community, so it's great to see her down here supporting everyone. Oh, the Blue Mountains look incredible today. You can see the three sisters over on the left-hand side there. And there's just such a buzz at that finish line. And we're now just waiting for our third female of the 50-kilometer event. We're going to be hearing from the ladies very soon at the finish line to see how their race played out. Incredible running conditions today. It's only just hit 12 degrees here in Katoomba, which is perfect for these guys out there on course. So our third female, Jemima Cooper. She's at the base of the steps as well. So she's going to be making her way up the 951 steps very soon and making her way into the finish. So I think she's going to be trying to push for a sub 5 hours, and we'll see how she goes there. It's going to be tight. As we mentioned earlier, fastest times coming up those steps is about 9 minutes, but it can shoot out to being over an hour or more for more fatigued runners. We've got Ruth Croft on screen here, celebrating with a few people. And you can hear on the loudspeaker there, we've still got 100-mile runners coming into the finish line. Long time out there for those runners. On screen right now, we have Jemima Cooper. She is the third female. Oh no, we've got Amelie Mann. This would be in the 100-kilometre race, trying to find her way through the big puddle or around it. This is the first time we're getting to see Amelie on screen today. She's from Canada, with an index score of 756. And it looks like she's having a bit of a chat to our camera guy just here. Oh, sorry, we're going to now.
I'm going to take this off and just give me a big wave when I run. Yeah, perfect.
Second female in the 100 kilometres here, Amelie Mann. She's having a very strong day out there in the Blue Mountains.
I think I saw my first kangaroo.
We could just hear her there saying to our camera operator that she just saw her first kangaroo. And for international runners, that can be pretty exciting, seeing the kangaroos out in the wild.
On the finish chute just outside of 28
All right,
hours.
folks, standing here with our UTA 50 champion, Miao Yao, for the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB 2026. Miao Yao, congratulations. How do you feel?
Thank you, I'm very good.
And how was the race? How did it work? Was it a good race for you?
It's a good training for my OCC.
And what does it mean to you to come out here to Australia and to win?
This is an important training for my next race.
And did you enjoy the race out there today?
I'm very enjoying, but because it's trail very super gorgeous. I love it. I hope next year okay.
Beautiful. Well, congratulations again. Very happy to have you here and be a part of this incredible event of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Congratulations again. Do you have any words of advice out there for everyone else?
Thank you.
Incredible. Thank you so much.
Great to hear from our winning female.
And gone to ground as Duncan Lyon. Sorry hard on that posterior chain driving up 951 steps.
We're back here on course, following along with the 100 kilometres. We've got our second female on screen here, who we haven't seen today just yet. And Amelie Mann, she is a Canadian runner with an index score of 756. It looks like she's moving quite well, nice and consistently.
All right, folks, here we are at the finish line with our second place for the UTA 50 at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. A name we know very, very well, Ruth Croft, second place here. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Yeah, I was cramping pretty bad at the end, but overall, like, yeah, super happy with how today went.
And how did the race play out? How did it meet your expectations out there?
To be honest, I didn't want to go out too hard because when I did it in 2021, I think I went out too hard and then really paid for it in the second half. I knew kind of Yang Miao would be a lot faster than me in the descent, and then I was just hoping I'd be able to pull in some time from her on the climb out.
What does it mean for you to come back to a UTMB World Series major, stand on the podium again here in second place? What does it mean to you to achieve that?
Yeah, just really happy with the performance today. To be honest, it hasn't been a focus, the 50k distance, and so just pleased that I was able to step into it today.
And the atmosphere out there, did it feel good to come to Australia and run around? I'm sure a lot of people know your name. Was the atmosphere great out on the trail?
Yeah, it was awesome. A lot of support out there, and it was cool to come up behind the 100-milers and get support from them as well.
All right, mate. Well, congratulations again. Thanks so much for coming back over to Oz, and good luck with the rest of your 2026 season.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Ruth Croft, folks.
Second place in UTMB Sisters for the HOKA Ultra Trail Series by UTMB. Well done, Ruth. Absolutely wonderful human being. Keep an eye out for her. She'll probably be happy hanging out and mixing with us. Rabble here in the finishing shoes.
Great to hear from Ruth at the finish line there.
Say hi. We'll hang out probably once she's had a little bit of time to cool down. Massive run for her. Congratulations. Taking out second place in the UK 50k women's race.
And there's an incredible prize pool this year. The prize money is Ruth is going to be taking home. It's going to be €3,000. Here we go, guys. You can see on screen Ruth Croft finishing, soaking up the moment. She's had an incredible day out. This is her from 2020 MB on the left here. She won UTMB in 2025 in the time of 22 hours, 56 minutes, and the first woman to win all 3 UTMB World Series finals. She's going to be returning to Chamonix to defend her title at UTMB in 2026. What an amazing athlete she is across the board, as you can see.
Wow, they really juked it out there. They really went hard all the way to the finish. Ruth cramping in the last sections there, so you know that's a sure sign that she gave it everything she had on the day. And yeah, was able to come back here to this part of the world and stand on the podium again at the UTA 50. Miao Yao, though, going one better, becoming the champion here. I believe the first Chinese woman to win the UTA 50 here. Wow. Over at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTM. So that's that's awesome to see. We had Jiashen Sheng from China win the 100K last year, the first Chinese man to do that, and now we have Miao Yao joining him in those history books.
And we've been getting some glimpses of our second female for the 100 kilometres, Amelie Mann from Canada. She was very excited before because she mentioned on screen that she saw her first kangaroo, and she had a real pep in her step from that.
I mean, if seeing a kangaroo doesn't give you a pep in your step, I don't know what does, really.
I mean, especially coming from Canada, she's probably thinking her day is made.
Yeah, I think that is one of the cool things about this course, especially in this section too. As you run through, Megalong Valley, there's a lot of grassland down there. Perfect habitat for kangaroos. Perfect environment for them to live and exist. And perfect opportunity, as we seem, to be able to see them in the flesh. But she looks like she's moving very, very comfortably and looks very, very smooth.
Cool.
Bit of an on-course interview there with the camera person. Folks, little bit of a scan and win. Jump onto the live stream, scan that QR code, and you could win a awesome prize package. If you just missed it, it's a good thing there's a rewind button on the live stream. But make sure you go and scan that QR code, go in the competition to win an entry to a UTMB World Series event, along with a whole bunch of prizes from NAC and also from HOKA, the sponsors of the UTMB World Series. Here we go.
Jemima Cooper, third female for, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I believe that is actually...
That was an overtake.
I believe that's Holly Ranson there. Holly Ranson from Australia, coming up the further steps. Yes.
That's a recent shift?
That is looking like a recent shift, absolutely, because Jemima Cooper did hit the base of further steps.
Wow, yeah. There you go. I missed that.
But Holly is getting it done. That's for sure. Look at her make her way up this. You can just tell, folks, how tough this section is. Look at the body language there. It is just not an opportunity to run fast or move very fast. Like, Holly is giving it everything she's got right now, and those stairs are near on vertical. It's so tight.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, this is where there can be changes in the positions in a race, because a lot can happen over 951 steps with 200 meters of elevation gain in just that last kilometer. And you have to really mentally knuckle down here, because if you give yourself any reprieve or say, oh, I'll just have a little break for a second, then you can really lose your momentum. And these steps really... you need a lot of momentum to keep just powering up them and getting them done. But when you get within a few hundred meters of the scenic world, you can start to hear the crowd cheering, and I think that gives a lot of them an extra boost to keep powering on to the finish there.
This is awesome here from Holly. Holly was able to get herself a golden ticket in the Tarawera Ultra Trail earlier on this year, which she was incredibly stoked with at the finish line there. So Holly having that success over there in New Zealand and being able to get back over here in Australia and get on the podium so far right now in the UTA 50, I'm sure is a very awesome achievement that she'd be very, very happy with. So Holly, an incredible runner and someone who there's going to be a lot of eyes on as she makes her way through the rest of her 2026 season. But right now, she's got a few more stairs ahead of her and a bit of a challenge before she can actually say that she's 100% on the podium and taking home that third place here in the UTA 50 at the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. 4 hours, 50 minutes elapsed. This is Hiroki Kai from Japan, Japanese runner coming over the finish line there. I'm sure if you are from Japan, or if you're an absolute super fan of the sport of trail running, you would know Hiroki Kai from Japan, and a very excited runner and an awesome person to have in the sport.
Holly Ransom's name has been coming up a lot recently in the world of running in Australia, and she loves the long stuff. She's a 24-hour sort of competitor. She competed in the 24-hour world. She was the world silver medalist championships. She ran 274 kilometres, which set a new Australian record. And she also has competed in the Dead Cow Gully event. She hit 408 kilometres, which is a crazy amount. So she's got a lot of kilometres in her legs, and she's a very impressive runner. She has, been in a fair few different running articles and things that I've been reading about recently. So this is great to see her having such a good day out there today. And she'll be able to taste the finish line. She's so close now.
Yeah, incredible effort out there for Holly, making her way onto the podium in what we think is in that final last kilometre on the further steps, which is really a really hard place to make sure that you just don't stop and continue getting after it. So huge effort there from Holly, and we're going to be hanging tight on the finish line here, hoping that we can welcome her over the line very soon. But she did look like she was putting it all out there. 4 hours, 52 minutes elapsed right now for the race. Runners here collecting 8 running stones at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in the 50K category. Obviously doubling the stones here because it is a UTMB World Series major event. So when you come to one of these races, you get to double your stones, double your chances of getting an entry into the UTMB World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc. A huge opportunity, incredible opportunity really for anyone in the sport.
Yeah, so Holly ran some pretty incredible, but in a single 24-hour window, she completed 274 kilometres, and within that as well, she ran 200 kilometres in 16 hours and 52 minutes, and within that, 100 miles in 13 hours, and in a 12-hour distance, she set a record of 145 kilometres. So in one single 24-hour window, she broke 4 major Australian records. So 50K is quite a short, punchy distance for her.
Yes, obviously someone very experienced in the world of ultra distance running, Holly is, and yes, as we said before, it's going to be great to see what else she can do later on in the year, because I believe that she has got an entry into the Western States 100 over in America at the end of June. A race that many people will be aware of, and a race that Holly looked extremely excited about getting an entry to when that was announced to her back at the Ultra Trail by UTMB over in New Zealand.
So she's not only got a lot of kilometres in her legs, but she must be very mentally tough, having taken on a lot of those challenges which would really push you to your limits and be questioning things out there a lot. So she must have great control over her mindset out there, and I think she's going to be able to get across that finish line today in sub 5 hours, which would be great to see. And it's such a beautiful day out there. The sun is shining now, the skies are blue, the clouds have cleared, and we couldn't ask for a better day.
Yeah, it is not easy to get through that final section of this race. We've said it so many times before, but it's really hard to make people understand just how tough that is. It really is the hardest final kilometre in trail running in the world, I believe. The 951 steps, over a kilometre, 200 metres of elevation gain. It's just so small and punchy. It is. It makes you work every second of it. So a big shout out to Holly as she gets over that final little hurdle and makes her way to this finishing chute at the UTA 50 2026 at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. We'll welcome her over the line very soon, folks. If you're around the town, grab a cowbell, head on down there, make sure you welcome her over the finish line. If you're on the chat, give Holly a shout out. First Australian woman on the podium here at the UTA 50 today. We had Blake Turner a bit early on, also coming third for the men, first Aussie over the line in the UTA 50. So a big shout out to Blake coming third, and also Holly about to write her name into the history books of the incredible history archives of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB here, getting third place as she hooks around these final corners now, entering the actual final finishing chute here. Jackie.
She's running so well. She's opened up her legs a little bit, and big smile across her face. This is an incredible result for her. On age into here, I'm sure she's got a lot of friends, family and supporters cheering her on. And and she is going to make that sub 5 hour. Holly Ransom, huge smile. She looks absolutely ecstatic about this. She has had a great day out there, and we'd love to see massive smiles on people's faces. Oh, look at the pure joy and emotion. Congratulations, Holly Ransom, on 3rd place this year at the 50-kilometre HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. She looks so stoked.
Yeah, big smile on her face. That is so great to see.
Oh.
You gotta love a celebration. Gotta love a face, a sign of relief, a sign of absolute elation, and stoked for being able to do what she just did. Huge, huge effort there from Holly.
The wave of emotions you feel when you cross that finish line, it is tough out there. It is really, really tough going, and she has done an incredible job. I think she's absolutely mind blown at her own performance, but you can't help but feel a bit emotional yourself watching this. What a champion, and she's just such a good role model in the sport of ultra running here in Australia. Oh, amazing job, Holly Ransom. I love to see it. Girl power. Let's go, Holly. That was unreal. Finish line is absolutely pumping here in the Blue Mountains at Katoomba today at the Scenic World. We have now got our top 3 females and males across the finish line for the 50K of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. These runners have had incredible days out and all sub 5.
Here, taking out his age group is 45 to 49.
We're going to be hearing from Madge just in a moment, and he'll be chatting to Holly about how her day played out. She was definitely in the names mentioned to keep an eye on today, but I think from her reaction, it surprised herself a little bit about coming across with that 3rd place. Not far behind her as well is Jemima Cooper, who is very, very close.
At the finish line of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, the UTA 50 with our 3rd place female, first Aussie over the line for the females here, Holly Ransom. Holly, congratulations. How do you feel?
I'm tired and crampy, but ecstatic. I'm so happy. That was really unexpected.
Yeah, what does it mean to you to be able to come out here and to get on the podium here at this race?
Oh, I think it's for sure the most competitive field that we've seen in Australian women's trail running for a while. So it means a lot. It means my preparation for Western States is going well, which makes me very happy.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, Holly, give us a little bit of insight. How was it out there? How was the atmosphere on the course?
Well, it was tricky to start with because it was so dark and very slippery. But as the light came in, it was just beautiful, really great running conditions, lots of happy people out there, lots of milers cheering you on and vice versa. So it was a really good, positive atmosphere. I loved it.
Awesome to hear. So, Holly, with regards to the race itself, how did the race play out compared to your expectations? How was it out there just duking it out all day?
Yeah, it was pretty close to my expectations. I knew those fast 50K young girls would go out really hot and I would have to follow along behind because I'm old and a bit slower, but I thought they might peter out a bit at the end, which did happen. So I've got some good endurance and I think that showed at the end, so I'm really pleased with that.
All right, Holly, well, big congratulations again. Thanks so much for coming out here and doing what you do best. And thanks a lot, everyone. Big round of applause for Holly Ransom, 3rd place at the UTA 50 for the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB.
Absolutely lovely human. Holly. Thanks for being on the start line for something to see. Ruth Croft, yeah, you're there as well.
So fantastic to hear from Holly Ransom out there. Absolutely lovely human. And
yeah, finishing just before race was Sophie Lynn, just on 5 hours in UTA 50 as well.
Is our 4th female, coming across the line, and before her was
they're going to be on an absolute high for the rest of the day.
Amazing, amazing.
And we've got Holly chatting Sophie Lynn, who came across the line just before. Sophie Lynn, an Aussie runner. She powered up the steps at the finish, and we've still got Jemima Cooper, who we're about to welcome in 5th place. Must be quite a tough time coming up the steps for her. And in 6th female for the 50 kilometres, we've got Lydia O'Donnell, who is also about to cross the finish line. So it's very, very close between those last 4 female runners, most recent 4 female runners that are making their way in now. Ben Silky has come in as the next male runner, just over 5 hours. Congratulations, Ben. And in just a few moments, we'll be having Sophie Lynn, Jemima Cooper, and Lydia O'Donnell coming across that finish line. As you can see here, the men's rankings for UTA 50, the final placings. Daniel Jones out in front, 4:04, incredible time. Hajime Kasagi in second, 11 minutes behind him, followed by Blake Turner, Vlad, and then Sam. Good job, the Aussies. Few Aussies in there. There's Blake and Vlad, 2 New Zealanders, and Hajime. And we've had 4 females come across the finish line, smashing the course record today. Miao Yao in a time of 4 hours and 33 minutes. Incredible run. And just behind her, only a minute and a half behind, Ruth Croft. Then we had Holly Ransom and Sophie Lynn. Incredible run by all 4 of these ladies. It's a great day out there to be running in the Blue Mountains. World Heritage. The sun is shining and it's turning it on for all of these guys. So here's a bit of a recap of how things have played out since this morning. This is about 5 a.m. when the runners kicked off. And you can see here Miao Yao making it through that first checkpoint at the Fairmont Resort. She flew so quickly, and Ruth Croft wasn't far behind before they darted off into the trails. And this was a bit more of a technical section. And then heading down through just before, Ruth had a little bit of a slip into the water, but she picked herself up like a champion. Oh. Oh. Poor Ruth, but she kept going, charging ahead. And here's Dan Jones, the male winner of the 50-kilometre HOKA Ultra Trail by UTMB. He had a great race out there. He was all smiles. Those steps are brutal. Fantastic finish by Dan Jones today. He came here to win, and he did just that. And following not too far behind him was Hajime Kasagi, who really pushed Dan Jones along early on in the race. They were honestly in each other's footsteps, one in front of the other for 10K or so. And our third male, Blake, who surprised himself, he thought that he was in 4th place, but he came across with a 3rd. Great times by all of those male runners. As you can see here, guys, this is the first female crossing the line. New course record, Meow Yow, and then Ruth Croft coming 1.5 minutes behind. Fantastic world-class runner Ruth Croft is from New Zealand. And our third runner, Holly Ransom. We're going to take a quick break, guys.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
We've just seen Jemima Cooper and Lydia O'Donnell cross the finish line. And there's a few more of the 50K runners making their way across the finish line now.
Now, if you kick it around, no pun intended, and you want to try on some improvement.
Guys, we're going to be playing a video about Amy Winters, who is starting the Verbia 100K. She's the first adaptive athlete to ever finish the Western States. Amy continues to defy expectations. Last summer, Amy lined up at the start line of the UTMB, and her journey is super inspiring. So enjoy this short video.
UTMB has been over a 3-year journey to get to that starting line. And I got to the starting line and I pushed as hard as I could.
Amy, you are big!
It wasn't necessarily my training, it wasn't my nutrition, it wasn't any of that. It was just fundamental aspects of wearing a prosthetic leg. It was as simple as that. In 1994, I was riding my motorcycle and a car at a stop sign pulled out in front of me and the car collided on my left side, crushing my left foot. I'm Amy Winters and I am here in Chamonix. It's 2024 and this will be my second attempt at getting to that finish line.
Oh, there's my team.
Just make your life like she lives. Wonderful.
I think Amy's really focused on taking UTMB one day at a time.
You running tomorrow?
Yes, and you just finished?
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, UTMB?
Yes.
Her race resume is impeccable. She has world records in Ironman distance, half Ironman, sprint, Olympic, Ultraman distance. Amy is the only non-able-bodied person to make the able-bodied USA Ultra Running Team. Western States Endurance Run, Badwater twice. She's done Cocodona, and she did the whole thing carrying the American flag. I think there are three things that drive Amy. If she can help another person, that's a primary driving factor in what she does. Another motivator for Amy is she has a high expectation for who she is and what she can do, and she never quite thinks she's enough. And the third thing is family. The love and the togetherness of family is what really drives Amy.
When I think of what makes me want to do the hardest races out there, it allows me to redefine who I thought I was. It takes you, it strips you raw, it is so freaking gritty, and it reassembles you into a different person, a better person.
She is badass. I mean, I want to be like her one day, you know? Props to her, because 100-mile runs, couldn't even think of me doing that, you know? She is a motivation.
Oh shoot, mine doesn't say 5K.
Well, you don't have to push that, see? I'm telling you, she's badass.
Early on in Amy's career, she reached out to us as in wanting to make a prosthetic for running. And the first thing she said to me, she goes, I not only want to be able to run, but I want to be able to run 100 miles. I said, well, okay. Never done that, but I'm on board.
When I stepped foot in a Step Ahead Prosthetics, I had never seen another amputee. I had never seen anyone wearing a prosthetic. I stepped into this whole world where I met children and adults who've lived their whole lives who have lost their legs. And I looked at the children and they're absolutely phenomenal and beautiful, but I don't know where I would have been had I not had sports in my life, had I not went to my prom and been able to wear whatever shoes I want. And when I met all of these children, I wanted to give them that piece of life that I had.
Yeah, they're shooting lanterns and they haven't ever begun her birthday, but she's not letting them.
The UTMB races are unlike any other race out there. The climbing, the descending, the terrain, the time cuts, they're hard. They're completely different than Western States, Badwater.
Now that stands for Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc, and it starts in Chamonix, France, does a full loop of the Mont Blanc Massif. It crosses into Italy, into Switzerland, and finally back into France. It's 176 kilometers with 9,900 meters of climbing and descending.
I walked away from that race knowing that I could do better. And one of my good friends said to me in a text, you do know that the winner of UTMB, this was his 5th attempt. And it just goes to show you that you have to keep trying. You have to keep pushing.
After UTMB, we did sit down and kind of got debriefed of what happened, what we could do differently. And then going through the race before and after in a virtual world, lets us kind of figure out how we're going to overcome every obstacle, because the prosthesis, you know, if we're running down the road opposed to going up and then coming down, there's all different types of environments. The prosthesis is constantly in evolution. It's a lot to take in and figure out how we're going to go forward.
I went in and met with the most amazing man.
I am Christoph.
Nice to meet you. I'm Amy. Thank you for all your help. He's a wizard. He's a wizard of shoes. It's got the Dremel tool and the shop vac, belt sander, all the little secret shoes up above. So what it is when my heel hits, Because I've rolled and twisted my ankle so much, so when I hit the ground, I hit here, but when it throws me to the center, because I have so many plates and broken screws in the middle of my foot, it creates a lot of pain. Oh yeah, it's a huge difference. And what he did never, ever crossed my mind.
With you, I wait for you at the finish line.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you. And that was just the beginning. I can't imagine where we'll be able to go with it. And all I ever wanted was help, and to have him stand there and make those small changes and make such a world of difference, it broke my heart, but it gave me hope. We got my shoes dialed in, we got my leg dialed in, we got my brain dialed in.
So first, you're gonna wear your walking leg down to the start.
I know I can do great things, but I just need help. I can't do it on my own. Entering the start line is everything that it is made out to be. To hear the roar of the crowds. The energy, the crowds, the athletes, their anticipation was just awe-inspiring. Essentially a moment that I've been waiting for a lifetime. Be out there and be different, but not to be looked at as if I was different.
Find her yet, though.
She's inside. Is she inside? Yeah. How you feeling? What happened to the leg?
I passed out. I'm freezing.
What happened?
I don't know. There was nothing that I could have done. I could not have done anything different. I'm tough, I'm strong, I'm a fighter. I can gut through things. To be honest with you, it's a combination of extreme disappointment and sheer embarrassment, because I know what I can do. I know what I can do, and I just couldn't do it. The story can't always be about winning or crossing the finish line, and as hard as it is for me to be that example, it's a good example. 100%. I want to be back. I want to cross that finish line. It's not just about me and my dream. This is the race of a lifetime, but it is one race. And I have to work very hard not to let it define me and to take away from all that I've done or that we've done as a community. My family, my friends, my colleagues, the crew, all of you.
Oh, you know, living the dream.
The supporters, the crowd.
Go,
Amy.
Crushing it, Amy. Keep going.
It's amazing in how everybody comes together. They lift you up, they support you, and they also understand that sometimes a win is just getting out there and getting to the starting line.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the Katoomba Aquatic Center as we welcome first place female Beth McKenzie rolling into this aid station like we've seen last year in the broadcast. Beth McKenzie coming in here first place of the UTA 100. Looking for her crew. Oh, that is a shame. Beth is looking for her crew, and it doesn't look like they are there. So she is getting help from some other people, which is amazing. Thank you. Big shout out to them. But this is Beth rolling into the first aid, the Aquatic Center aid station, a major checkpoint where people are allowed to see their crew for the first time in a while. And so this is going to be a real blow to Beth's strategy here. We've seen her get crewed at this aid station before in the live stream, and it looks like they are not there to help out as much as she would have liked to. So
yeah, we're normally used to seeing her have Luke and her two kids, Milo and Wynn, welcoming her in. She looks a little bit frazzled, but there's a lot of people here to support and help her. And
Beth was saying yesterday that, you know, trail running, ultra running is all about problem solving. So this is one of those moments where she is just getting on with it, problem solving, doing the best that she can with the situation. And that is awesome. Thanks so much, everyone, helping her out. But that is our lead female for the UTA 100, Beth McKenzie from the USA, rolling into the next aid station.
so Beth is actually our second female here today. Sorry, folks. We have
Yeah, Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland actually just rolled through that aid station 3 minutes ahead of Beth. Apologies about that, folks. So Beth is second into that aquatic aid station. After coming back from that short video, we thought that it was the first female rolling into that aid station. So Beth in second place at the 56.3 kilometer mark of the UTA 100. Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland rolled through that aid station just 3 minutes ahead of Beth. So we have the Polish lady leading and the USA lady rolling in second here. So they have made it up Nelly's Glen. They've made it out of the Megalong Valley back up onto the top of the cliffs. They are in Katoomba. They're going to be joining onto the UTA 50-kilometer course very, very soon, and they are going to run the majority of the UTA 50 course, which makes up the back end of this UTA 100. Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland is on the screen now, making her way through McRae's paddocks here. It's pretty slippery underfoot. You can still see some puddles on the ground there. So this is just a small section here. Probably get your feet wet, and then they make their way onto the clifftop walks of Katoomba, and they'll be making their way towards Echo Point and the famous and beautiful Three Sisters lookout there at Echo Point that we saw a video from Ali earlier on in today's broadcast. Jackie, tell us what you reckon is going on.
I'm just looking at how incredible it is out there, especially where we can see on the screen Katarzyna is running. The sun's shining and it just looks spectacular. I'd love to be out there running, to be honest. But I'm also super impressed by Beth McKenzie because, you know, she was holding first place quite strong, but then obviously has been overtaken. But she doesn't shy away from a bit of competition, and it looks like it's almost a little bit of a fire in her belly, and she looks quite determined right now to make up as much ground as she can, and we might have a pretty good race on our hands between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is what the true champions think when they're in a race like this. They don't want to just have an easy win. They want to have to work for it. They want to race against the best in the world, and that's what the UTMB World Series brings out in this sport. This being a UTMB World Series major as well, and giving so much opportunity to runners that finish at the top of their game here. So I think this is just going to be fuel for the fire for Beth McKenzie as she chases Katarzyna now. And it's going to be awesome to see this race just continue to evolve and unfold as it goes along. As we saw, it looked like Beth was searching for her crew at that aid station just previously, but got some awesome help from some people in the space, and she got on her way. Now this is some awesome footage here, watching these two this follow cam, just in them cutting through the McRae's paddock here.
I love the side-by-side. It's really cool to see both of the ladies making their way down through this section. And I was chatting to Beth yesterday, actually, and she knew that her biggest competition was going to be Catazania. And Beth knew mentally that she was going to be in for probably a strong battle against her. And I think that comes with a lot of racing experience. You know, when you're out there and if you're leading or if you're trailing behind, having that mental strength to not get rattled when someone passes you and you're able to dig deep and keep charging ahead, because it can be quite disheartening if you've been leading for the majority of a race and then someone passes you. Have you been in that experience a few times?
Oh, just multiple times throughout my life, really. Yeah, it's full on.
But it takes going through that experience of leading and passing to, I think, gain that racing experience.
Yeah, absolutely. It's part of the competition, right? And like I said before, it's a moment where it really challenges you to think about what you're out there doing. If you are out there to get easy wins and you just want it to come easy, then you know that's a sign of your character when it comes to competition. And I think that if you see someone passing you and it's a moment that you've got to dig deep and reflect on why you're out there, sometimes that can bring the best out of competitive people and the best out of a sport, the best out of the competition of trail running as a whole. And I think this is one of those moments that Beth is going to really use to reflect upon what she's even out there doing and what she really wants from this race, because she said that she wants to say that she can be at the top of this race again and win this race, and we're going to have a little bit of an interview with her right now, and we'll be able to hear it from her, and what this race means to her, what the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia means to her. She's a previous champion. She was second here last year, and it's going to be great to hear it from her first person.
It's McDonough, Jordan Talke.
That was actually just a little insight to Beth coming second last year at the race, and she was there to celebrate that with her two children. One of the things that she was most looking forward to about the race last year, and I imagine the same this year too.
Yeah, and it's great to see this. She is such a fierce competitor, and to have that drive to, really want to continually push and just give it your all, it really separates those out there who are just participating and having a fun day out, and those who just have that fire in their belly and really want to prove to themselves that they can compete with the best. And yeah, it's fun to watch. Last year there was quite a close competition with Beth, and it was Eva, wasn't it?
Eva Moore, yeah. Eva Moore ended up being the champion, getting it done, and Beth was in second last year. But so they are now sitting, they're basically on the clifftop walk here as they make their way towards the Echo Point lookout, and the main lookout that we have here to see the Three Sisters, to see Mount Solitary, to see the Kadumba Valley. And they are on a section that is quite undulating, but undulating in a different way. There's a lot of stairs. It breaks a lot of rhythm. There are a lot of sections where you can run, but then there are a lot of sections that are very uneven, and to find a rhythm is very challenging. And it's just on the runner to remain calm, not fight that too much, to try and just take it all in and try to move through that section as comfortably and as relaxed as possible. As you can see, Catazania is taking in the views there. This is an absolutely spectacular part of this course. You are high on the cliffs. You've been running in the valley for most of the morning, especially for these runners. They were going across Narrow Neck in the dark, then they descended down into the Megalong Valley where the sun rose. Now they're back up on top of the cliffs where they started, very, very close, only a couple of kilometers from their start line, and they are now able to enjoy the beautiful day that it is here up in the Blue Mountains. Jackie, one of those days that if you were sitting in Sydney, you would think, you know what? The sun's out, it's blue sky, it's a 90-minute drive up to the Blue Mountains, or it's 2 hours by train. I heard there's a massive race going on there. It looks like everyone's having the best time. I might just hop on the train and get myself up to the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB and get amongst it, because there's cowbells ringing, there's runners achieving amazing things.
There's massages downstairs.
There's massages. There's a sauna and an ice bath at the finish if you want to go and have a sauna at the or an ice bar.
There's pizza. There's a Hoka pop-up shop. I mean, it's all happening. We're here.
And look at these views. The views are stunning. It's the place to be right now in Australia.
The three sisters right now are popping off. Oh my gosh, they look stunning with the sun shining on them and the clouds just floating around them. Are you frothing?
I am. It's a dangerous place. You might come up here and get infected with the bug that is trail running, and you might just want to get yourself a little entry to one of these incredible races for 2027. Keep an eye out on the Instagram profile to see when those entries open, because you've got to be right on the trigger to make sure that you get one of those entries into these races now. They are hotly contested entries.
They're the race that people want to do. They're the best races out. I mean, the Blue Mountains. Are you kidding?
It's amazing, and as you can see from some of these shots right now, if you look over to the left out, you can see these huge panoramic views of the Blue Mountains. The Blue Mountains, actually, Jackie, named after the blue haze that comes off all of the eucalyptus trees that exist and that line the floor of these valleys and these cliff tops. When the day heats up and the eucalyptus trees start to release that oil into the sky, that's the blue haze, and that's why it's called the Blue Mountains.
Incredible place. Guys, we're going to talk to you about the Scenic World right now. So the Scenic World in the Blue Mountains is a pretty spectacular place. It opened in 1945, originally to serve an old coal mine via the Scenic Railway. The site has now become a major access point to the Jameson Valley, which runners get to experience in this race. It features 4 iconic experiences: the Scenic Skyway, the Scenic Railway, and the Scenic Cable. And from where we're sitting, we can see the Scenic Cable running right now, and the Scenic Walkway, which allows visitors to travel from the cliff's edge to the valley floor, so all the way to the top and back down to the bottom. We're going to be watching a video just now.
Yeah,
back to Beth here, guys. Second woman.
Beautiful to see what is accessible to everyone up here. That cable car that strings across the cliffs there looks pretty scary, to be honest, but I think it would also be beautiful. You can see some of the footage here, folks, moving across some of these sandstone steps that are around this section of the course. Breaks up that rhythm of the smooth running, but it's one of the beautiful challenges that people get to experience out here in the Blue Mountains. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back very shortly.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
On screen here, we have the first leading lady of the 100-kilometer HOKA Ultra Trail by UTMB. She looks like she's cruising along quite nicely. It's epic weather here today, and it's starting to kick up a little bit in temperature, up to about 13 degrees now, and she is making her way. Is there a next checkpoint coming up soon?
It's still a little while off. Yes, they do hit a timing mat at Echo Point, which is this section right here.
That's right.
So Echo Point, probably one of the biggest tourist attractions here in the Blue Mountains. It's the best lookout to see the Three Sisters. Well, arguably the best lookout to see the Three Sisters. You can see a huge amount of tourists there. Getting amongst it is some UTA miler runners still out on the course there. But Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland is leading the women's race here. She's going to make her way through this section, as we were saying, a lot of tourists there, and then she's going to pop out onto the Grand Clifftop Walk, which is a stunning 19-kilometer section, which then allows you to get to the Fairmont Hotel, which will be the next major checkpoint for her.
And on the screen here, guys, you can see the Three Sisters, and that is exactly what Madge and I are looking out at right now. They're the most famous rock formation in the Blue Mountains, and the three sandstone peaks overlook the Jameson Valley from an altitude of 900 meters, and they're just absolutely beautiful and a sight you can see very well from the scenic world there.
In previous years, folks, what these runners have done from this moment is descend down the giant staircase down into the valley floor, but this year they stay high and they stay up on the Grand Clifftop Walk. So this is a big change in the race because the giant staircase is incredibly steep, very, very tight, and it puts you on a very, very different section of the course. The runners stay high this time. They stay high on the cliffs, and they'll be running along the cliffs all the way towards the Fairmont Hotel. Right here we have Michael Dunstan, 66 kilometers deep into the UTA 100. First male, he's running along. He's getting very, very close to Sublime Point Road. When he gets a few hundred meters down that section of road he's on, he's going to turn left on a Sublime Point Road, and he's going to be just a couple of kilometers away from the Fairmont Resort. So Michael Dunstan having an incredible so far there, and he is moving along and looking very, very comfortably.
You can see Beth coming into Scenic World here, and I think she's doing a little bit of a look around to see if she can see Luke and the kids. There you go. They were there at the Scenic World, so that's exciting. They'll lift her spirits after they didn't quite make it to the last aid station, but they had a small exchange to send, and Beth is on her way. Sounds like she doesn't need anything, though, so she's going to continue chasing down Katarzyna. Oh! Dangerous out there with those poles.
Yeah, so this is Michael Dunstan just locking in as he moves along Sublime Point Road, making his way to the Fairmont. Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland and Beth McKenzie currently running 15th overall and 16th overall. Katarzyna leading the women's race and Beth in second right now as they move up the field and continue to make their way to the next major checkpoint, which will be the Fairmont Resort, which I expect that Beth will be able to see her crew because she missed it at the last point. All right, folks, you can see on this elevation profile, this course overlay on the Blue Mountains here, you can see that they stay high on the cliffs there. And the section that they're on does involve a lot of up and down. It's they are now fixed on the UTA 50 course. So these runners are on the 50 course. All of the 50K runners will have moved across this section already. So all 2,330 odd runners in the UTA 50 will have moved across this section of trail already today. These runners will bump in and start bumping into the very, very, very back of that pack a little bit later on in the race. But right now, this trail has been smoothed out by everyone from the earlier race today. You can see there out to the left the beautiful open expanse views of the Blue Mountains, which these runners are going to get glimpses of as they move along this grand clifftop walk. A clifftop walk, Jackie, that's accessible to everyone. It's like 19 kilometers. It can be done over 2 days. It could be done in 1 day, but a very, very beautiful, pretty undulating section of the course. It looks pretty mundane, I would say, on the course profile, but the reality is there's a lot of small awkward steps in there. Really breaks up your rhythm. There are some runnable bits that are pretty smooth and really buffed out for a bit of rhythm and a bit of running, but it really does get broken up a lot out there, and it's on the runner to maintain that relaxed composure and just be able to not fight the terrain, just go with it and do what you got to do.
Yeah, and this 19-kilometre walk, the spectacular Grand Cliff Top, it's a big draw card for hikers. They can do it as a 2-day adventure or a shorter day trip, and that's just one of the amazing activities that the Blue Mountains has to offer. And there's so much to do out here in this incredible region. And we were chatting about it earlier. There's actually an international airport being put in 45 minutes away from here. So all of these international runners will be able to fly in, and it'll only be 45 minutes to be running in the mountains, which is pretty ideal. So we can see on the screen here, Katarzyna's at the Prince Henry Cliff Walk, so she's starting to head back up a few steps there. It's going to be undulating through this next section though. And I was trying to look up, Madge, if she has competed in Australia before or if this is her first time competing here. She's done a lot of races overseas. I'm trying to get a little bit more background on her. Here's our first male, Michael Dunstan. He's looking super relaxed as he keeps passing some of these milers. He's rolling in here and he'll be coming into another checkpoint quite soon.
All right, folks, hopefully we get some good footage of Michael. He's getting very, very close to the Fairmont Resort aid station where he'll be able to see crew if he has asked for them to be there. So that will be great if we can get a bit of footage there of him rolling through that aid station in the lead. But right now, Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland running for On here. And yeah, as you said, Jackie, done a lot of racing overseas, spent a lot of time racing in Europe. Not too many results over this part of the world, but I dare say that she's come over here and is going to make the most of getting that direct entry into CCC in the UTMB World Series finals. All right, so let's see if we can get a bit of audio here. This is Michael Dunstan coming into the Fairmont aid station, which is a major point for him and a major point in the race, because at this section they get some aid and then it's a pretty decent gap until the next time that they can receive some aid.
So this is Katarzyna's debut in Australia, and her first performance here is turning out to be quite a good one. But yeah, it is her debut on the Australian soil. A lot of experience though in France, Italy, Switzerland, in the Alps. And we're back to Michael Dunst here at the checkpoint.
All right, so this is Dunstan changing over his pack. This is 68.4 kilometers into the race. He's already done 2,715 meters of elevation gain at this point of the race. And he's at the Fairmont Resort looking pretty cool, calm and collected. He's got his crew there to help him out, which is huge. And it's going to be a decent distance for him, probably another 12 kilometers until he can see his crew again. So this is a really important point. Let's see if we can hear his crew at all.
He really is such a cool, calm, collected runner, and he seems to just stick to his own sort of race plan, and he seems to have gotten into really comfortable sort of pace.
Yeah, he knows this area very, very well, being a Katoomba local, so he will have covered this course numerous times before and know everything that he's moving across, which I think is a huge help for someone like Dunstan, being in the position he's in right now, leading the race, and just having that mental grasp around what lies ahead, what energy outputs you have to do at certain moments to maintain your rhythm, and to understand that there's going to be sections that are going to break that up, but there's no need to panic about it, and just kind of take it as it comes, and put your strengths out there when you can, and just rally and do what you can in the moments where you might be coming up against something that's more of a weakness as a runner to you. But not many weaknesses showing for Dunstan today. He's looking incredibly well. Moved into first place just before they were going up to Nellie's Glen, and he's not looked back since. I think he's going to be on for a bit of a absolute storm today if he keeps up the pace.
And I think he's been really focusing in on his training hard, very consistent. Last year he absolutely put it all into the miler over in Mont-Blanc, but unfortunately he had a DNF, which was super disappointing to see. And this year he's only had one race, so he hasn't been just going for every race. He's been quite selective with them. So I think he's been doing a lot of solid training and not just choosing random races here and there.
Yeah, I think there's many ways to prepare for races in this sport, and some people go with an approach that involves a lot of racing throughout the season. Some people are a lot more selective. Like you, Jackie, you're a bit more selective with the races that you do.
Yeah, when I'm not injured, maybe. How do you normally, if you're in a real block of training and racing, do you like to choose maybe 3 or 4 big events for the year, or?
3 or 4 would be a lot.
It's a lot, yeah. I guess if you're doing milers.
Well, I guess if you're doing live streams, you get a lot of. You do more commentary than running sometimes. I'll tell you what. But yeah, definitely a little bit more selective on races. But yeah, there's no right or wrong way. Just whatever works for you as a runner, as a person.
This would be really exciting, though, for Michael if he was able to pull through with the win today, especially in his hometown. He'll have so many people there supporting him, and he's a very well-liked guy. He's got a lot of great friends in the running world down here, and yeah, he seems to be known as just a really, really lovely person.
Yeah, I think it would be really important for him to maintain what he's currently doing out there, and if he manages to hold on and just be consistent with what he's doing out there, then I dare say he'd be very, very happy by the end of it. So we've got a decent way to go before we can see the end result of this one, and that's great because we get to just stay here on the live stream and watch these runners navigate this incredible terrain. You can see it's just so green and lush, where we've got Beth McKenzie on the screen right now. It's so green and lush where she is running right now. So many ferns popping out of the side here of the trails. There's a lot of sandstone blocks that people are running across. All of this is in an effort to just maintain the health of those trails and make sure they don't get eroded, and that as many people can go out there and enjoy these trails as possible. The crew that get out along these trails and work them and maintain them is a really dedicated and a really big crew, and they just do an incredible job. They just move these giant pieces of sandstone around like they're toothpicks and build these trails to make them extremely durable and also make them look beautiful. So it's a really incredible effort.
You can see the split screen here, guys. We've got our first female and second female, and Beth is possibly closing in a little bit on Catazania coming up these steps. Beth's moving slightly faster from what I can eyeball, and I think she's pretty determined to try and make up some time up this climb here. And there's probably only about a minute or 2 minutes between these two. And if Catazania keeps taking these walking breaks, I think Beth might be on her tail pretty soon. I'm really excited to see this race unfold, and it would be incredible for this to be a neck-and-neck battle.
Yeah, it's unfortunately we didn't actually get to really do a deep dive interview with Catazania before the race.
Because she only got in last night, yeah.
So it would have been great to understand a little bit more about her knowledge of this course. Obviously, we know Beth has been out here before. She's previous champion, second place last year. So it would be, Beth has a really good understanding of what lies ahead. And she has a really good understanding of what lies ahead from the Queen Vic Hospital onwards. And that is really, really important because it's such an incredibly steep, long downhill and then a really, really tough climb out of the valley, ending with the further steps. And if you know that that's coming, you can really prepare yourself and set yourself up to navigate that in the race as best as possible. And so that might be a really, really big benefit for Beth if she can maintain close contact at the front there with Catazania.
I think for her as well, the pull of this being a major definitely got her over to this side of the world, and the new landscape, it's very different to what she's experienced before. She's used to European limestone, alpine mud, the rock, and totally different alpine terrain. So I think she was really keen to come and test herself in the Blue Mountains with the bushland and all of the stairs as well.
Yeah, you can see here, folks, these are the small sections of stairs that really break up the rhythm running along here. From the course profile, you could assume that it wouldn't be the case, and it looks like very runnable, but these ups and downs, there's a lot of staircases in between it all, and that link them all together, and that really forces runners to break into short periods of hiking and then back into running. And if you can make those transitions smooth, and if you can make them effortless, it's going to be a huge benefit to the overall result at the end of the day. You can see this split screen again, which is incredible. Just running in such a beautiful part of the world, Jackie. It's just like a green tunnel out there. There's ferns everywhere. As we were saying before, there's small moments where you get these incredible lookouts and you get these views of the valley that lies below. A beautiful day here, a little bit cloudy, but there's a lot of blue sky out there, and yeah, just perfect conditions for running.
The visibility today is a lot better than yesterday, so the runners are being treated to some views when they look up from their feet on the downhills and stuff. You can see on the screen here now, Beth can look out to her right and capture all of the mountains. Beth knows exactly what she's doing, though. She's been here many times before, so she would have a really clear plan in her head of where she needs to pace herself and when to push. And that's one advantage that she will have over the lead female, Catazania, who is racing here in Australia for her very first time. She won't quite have the same experience on course and knowledge of what's to come. And there's still a long way to go for these 100K ladies. And it's very, very close. There's only a couple of minutes between the first two ladies. So Beth, being very familiar with the course, she's making her way here downhill. She's got quite a big descent now. As you can see on the screen here, it shows the course profile. So the big red descent that she's got coming up, that'll be a bit of a pinch into the quads. Beth does a lot of stair training, though, in Noosa. There's a huge set of steps that she continually hammers up and down, so her legs will be pretty conditioned for this part of the course as well.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up there, Jackie, being able to navigate stairs effortlessly and be able to have the conditioning in your legs to navigate that as well. I think that kind of terrain can really put some awkward strain on your body if you're not used to it. It's very different movement to running as we know it on flatter terrain. And the stairs out here are very formed in a way that, you know, staircases in a building would be formed, which is identical and very symmetrical. It's very different out here, very raw. But Beth knows where she is. Katarzyna putting in an effort that is absolutely amazing right now, hence why she's in first place. And we've got a bit of a view over the course that they have navigated so far already, over the farmlands there in the Megalong Valley. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Hello folks, welcome back to the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. It is just about to go 6 hours of running for our UTA 50 runners, which means for the front of the pack, the elites of the 100K at UTA 100, it's just over 6 hours and 5 minutes they have been racing for out there today. So the clock goes off the very first elite start wave for both races, and then people would have been in other start waves behind that at certain periods, and you can get the info on that and when your person started if you head up to live.utmb.world and the information there.
Alrighty guys, as you can see on the screen here, this is the best of the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. An incredible race from the first steps of the PTL across 300 kilometers of alpine wilderness to the electrifying finishes.
Is on! First race, the 50-kilometer category race in the UTMB finals. Fantastic sea of runners. I am so excited.
UTMB, let's go!
Vous avez fait de votre rêve une réalité. Pas après pas.
Je me sens super bien. C'est pas beau ça, il y a le soleil, il y a les montagnes.
It's gonna get
deep.
Look at this.
Yes.
Ooh.
Brutal.
It's a night start, which is always a bit tricky for the body.
Départ de nuit, y a rien de mieux selon moi. Very difficult, but this is PTL.
Dans la fatigue et la douleur, on trouve le bonheur.
Advert, we saw Blondine Lirondelle. She was moving well and she tripped and bam.
And there you have it, guys. That was a bit of a recap from the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. Some very historic victories for the third edition of the UTMB World Series finals. Jim Wormsley and Miao Yao shining on the OCC. Francesco Pupi becoming the first Italian CCC champion, and Martina Milnacki wins after finishing second in 2024, and the incredible Ruth Croft, who we've seen here today come second in the 50-kilometer race. She wrote in the history books as the first woman to win all three UTMB World Series finals, and Tom Evans finally claiming the UTMB glory after 2 years of heartbreak. Really cool to see these athletes competing in such epic conditions, so brutal over there, snow, rain, sun, and everything in between. Really tested the runners. So it's been really, really great to see. Plus the rise of women's participation, 44%. So it's very inspiring to see more women getting out there and racing.
We are here with the finish line camera, folks, right in the heart of Katoomba at Scenic World. You can see right there that it is 6 hours, 6 minutes, 30 seconds elapsed in the UTA 50K. This is the start clock for the 50, and the runners that are coming over the line right now are UTA 50 runners. Incredible effort there by all of these humans covering 2,400 meters of elevation change as well. So big day out there on the trails for everyone. Big commitment to get out there. Actually, I think it's 2,400 over the 51 kilometers, just over 50K. 2,334 people started the UTA 50 this year. Awesome numbers. Really, really great to see. We've had just over 80 finishes coming across the line as of now. But a big day lies ahead for the rest of them. That's such an incredible number, Jackie. 2,334 people started the race.
A lot of people out there wanting to test themselves in the mountains, and no better way to test your fitness and your mental fortitude than here in the Blue Mountains. The climbs are very tricky and exhausting, and the descents are quad killers. And we've seen some world-class performances here today. They've made it look really easy, don't you think?
Yes, it can sometimes look pretty easy at the front of the race, but it's, there's world-class athletes out here putting on a show, and so it can look easy from the couch where we sit down and get this incredible live stream, and we get to see how they make it happen and achieve the results that they achieve. You can see that there are finishers coming over the line now just as stoked and just as elated as the front of the pack are. So everyone gets the same experience out here. The nature of this course, the event, it's equal for everyone in terms of the opportunity to enjoy this beautiful part of the world and this incredible event. Big shout out to all the volunteers that are out there helping it out, because this race couldn't go on without the volunteers, and it's so greatly appreciated from the organization and from the running community that volunteers show up and they contribute and they form part of this big trail running community and family. So big shout out and thank you to all volunteers. If you're at a race anywhere in the world, any time of the year, make sure that you just say thank you. It's a very small effort to make, and it can really be a bright moment in a volunteer's experience at an event. So big shout out to the volunteers and as well the support crews of all these runners, Jackie. Support crews are just, they're the real heroes out there sometimes.
100%, and you get to see that when runners head through the checkpoints and aid stations or at the finish line. They get those massive hugs and get to embrace their loved ones. A lot of these people out here are full-time workers, kids, everything, and they somehow find the time in their week to train for an ultra marathon, which we all know isn't an easy feat. It takes a lot of hours out on the road, out in the mountains, putting in the work to be able to make it across this finished line, which takes a bit of a village sometimes. You need your whole family on board to help you hit those goals. And ultra running is a tough sport. I overheard the third female in the 100K earlier. She was chatting with the camera guy, and he asked what she enjoys doing outside of running and what her hobbies are. And her response was that running takes up a lot of time. So if you're not a runner but you're looking to get into it, then it might become your whole life quite soon. Here we go. We've got a great crew running in now. We've got a dad with his two little kids. We love to see this. And he looks absolutely stoked. I wonder if his kids will end up growing up wanting to do one of these, or they think he's crazy. Michael Fox, he's come across the line here in 5 hours and 53 minutes.
Nice work, Michael. Yeah, I don't know. He was pretty generous carrying his child across the line there. He'd been running 50K and the kid just didn't want to run 50 meters. I don't know if I would have been that generous and pick him up. I would have been like, come on, mate.
You get newfound strength though. As soon as you hit the finish line, you hear everyone cheering. It's like you're fresh-legged again.
Oh, I get it.
That's what happens,
I get it. Yeah, no. I understand. I understand that. That's how it works.
Guys, a few stats from the event. Madge before was talking about all the incredible volunteers, and they are needed because it takes a village to put on this event. There's over 8,000 runners attending the race here this year, and a lot of those runners also come with family, friends, and a lot of spectators. So many people coming into Katoomba over the 14th to 17th of May. And during that period as well, we have out of the 8,000 runners, there's 99 birthdays being celebrated. I don't know why we couldn't just have rounded up one more, 100. So we like stats here, guys. We've got 99 runners celebrating their birthday during the race days over the last 4 days. And there's the 6 different events. So Thursday, we kicked off with the 11-kilometre and also the 1-kilometre kids race. The Friday was the 22-kilometre race. And then today's the 50 and 100 kilometres. And the 100-milers are still going out there. So that's the 6 different races that HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB has on at the moment. And there's a lot of different countries being represented as well. There's over 79 countries that are here at the event. So people have come in from all over the world. The top 5 represented countries are Australia and New Zealand, the United Kingdom, France, and also China.
This is what I love. Okay, Jackie, incredible stats here. All right, the most common female names among participants.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anna. Is it Anna?
No, it's not.
Thought I'd take a guess, you know.
Yeah, it was
Guys,
wrong.
wait. Anyone who's in the live chat, if you want to take a guess, should we give people the chance?
Have a stab.
Get involved.
Get involved. Let us know what you think the most common female names are in the race today. And in a moment, once the drum roll stops, I'll let everyone know what the official results are.
It's not Anna, so don't guess that.
Yeah, that would be an awful guess. So it's definitely not that. And obviously, because you've said it a million times. And then
that's fine.
So have a guess, folks. Let us know. You know what it isn't. It isn't Jackie either.
Guys, please, can
Jackie.
you get in the live chat and write a name? Because I'm feeling really lonely in there. I wrote one name. I wrote Mike. I actually think Mike's a good suggestion.
We're going for females at the moment.
Oh, shivers. I jumped ahead.
Shivers, you did.
Shivers.
Yeah.
Guys,
and,
come on. Oh, Kate, thank you. Guys, keep coming with the names.
Great guess.
Don't make me be lonely over here.
Great Australian name there from Kate. Yep. That's a good one. Sal, nice work, Sal.
Guys, keep coming with those. We've got a 30-second break. When we come back from the break, we're going to reveal the most popular female name.
Yes, we're going to reveal the moment that everyone's been waiting for, Jackie the most. Put a guess in the chat.
Very excited.
Most common female names at the Ultra Trail Australia this year. Big shout out to everyone. We'll be back very, very shortly.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Who have we got team? Is this 2 nights? Finishing 50 Ks in just over 6 hours. Let's pick it up for two. And Jasmine Vollmer.
Welcome back, everyone.
All right. There we go. The chat is going off with the name guesses of the most common names here at the Ultra Trail Australia, HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, part of the World Series of UTMB.
We were getting into some statistics earlier, for anyone who's just chiming in, and we're about to announce the most popular female name out of the 8,000 competitors running. Wait, they're not all females, so out of a few thousand. Drum roll.
All right, so the most common female names among participants at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB the 2026. Most common name is Sarah. Second most common name is Emma. Third most common name is Jessica. Fourth most common name is Nicole. And fifth most common name is Kate.
Holy moly. Half of the people who entered this incredible contest, you don't win anything, sorry guys, but half of you were correct. Congratulations to anyone who said one of those names.
Nice work.
50% success rate.
All right, so guess what we're moving on to next?
Males.
Yeah, most common male name among participants here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB 2026. Let us know in the chat what you think is the most common male name here. Ella, we've moved on. Ella, we've moved on in the chat. We're going with the most common male
Ella's
name
just
here.
listing her favourite people.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Ella.
That's fair enough. That's good. That's good.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. No, Ella didn't mention my name in there, so I'm a little bit upset about that, but we can move on.
Okay, guys, no time like the present. Throw into the chat a male name that you think is the most popular.
Or throw in a gift that represents the male name that you think is most common.
Oh, playing charades now.
I guess.
Oh.
So let us know, folks, we've got the finish line cam going right now, and we are awaiting footage of the lead males at the front of the race. In the UTA 100, we are aiming to pick them up at the 74-kilometre mark. We estimated that they'd be there at around about 11:20, so it is not far off. So stay with the live stream, because any moment now we are going to get sprung the front of the race, and they are going to be moving along the 74-kilometre section of the race, and that is going to be just before Henderson Road, and then just before they head onto Tablelands Road, which then takes them to the Queen Victoria Hospital, the very last major aid station, last checkpoint that they will see crew, and they are going to be making their way as swiftly as they can towards that point right now. So we're going to pick them up, and that is going to be with us very, very shortly.
We also have an exciting guest joining us to have a chat very shortly, and that is Matty Abel. He's based in Sydney, and he's an incredible athlete himself. He's raced him many times, and he has a lot of athletes competing over the duration of the weekend. He has actually guided over 1,000 athletes, from beginners to ultramarathon champions, and he has a great coaching business. He has a personal marathon record best of 2:48, and he's competed in a lot of overseas skyrunning events, and he's also been the coach of Ned Brockman as he took on some of his mammoth challenges, like running across Australia, and also the 10,000 kilometres around a track. So he's worked with a very diverse group of runners in the last few years, and he's going to be coming up and having a chat with us. He's been out on course with one of his runners, Alex Bates, who is a HOKA athlete and competed here many times as well. He's been top 10 in the 100 kilometres a few times, and today he's having a crack at the 100 miles.
All right, folks, it's time to reveal. Any more suggestions going for the most common male names of the participants here at the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB? Jackie, I'll give you one more chance to have a decent guess.
I've locked in with Mike.
Oh, you're locked in with mine.
I'm locked in, yeah. What's your suggestion? Wait, you know the answers.
I know the answers, yeah. I'm the oracle on this occasion, so it'd be no point in me guessing because I know. All right.
Everyone ready?
All right, what's your second guess?
My second guess is Matt.
All right, good one. Okay, here we go. Drum roll. Excellent. So the most common male names here among the participants, kicking off number one name, most common name, Andrew. What? Yeah, boring.
Have we got any Andrews that's been...
No one guessed Andrew.
That's a false positive, I think.
I don't really understand what that means.
It means it's fake news.
Oh, well, it's Andrew. It's Andrew, that's what it is. Second name, Michael.
Mike. I'm going to say there's a win. Good job, everyone who said Mike.
Michael Dunstan currently leading the race in the 100Ks, so he's got the second most common name in the field.
Yep.
James is third.
Okay.
Fourth is David.
Mm-hmm.
And fifth is Chris.
Okay, cool. We've had a few Daves. Guys, great suggestions in the group chat. Everyone's participating very well.
Unreal, yeah. So they're the most common names amongst all the 8,000 people out here running this weekend. Trail running is just booming. You know, if people are rocking up in those kind of numbers, I mean, it's no surprise, Jackie, when you look out into the beautiful views that we're looking at right now. I tell you what, you know, it's not far off looking into a mirror, really. It's absolutely stunning.
It is perfect out here today. The skies are clear, and you can see all the mountains. It's incredible. The Three Sisters are looking incredible, and the runners will be absolutely treated to the views.
That's Mount Solitary over there.
Have you run up that one?
I've never done the Mount Solitary loop, but I would love to. I've always looked at it and thought, why have I not done that yet? But beautiful run. I've been out to the ruined castle. That's another beautiful part of this world. Awesome run out there. So yeah, there's some great sections of course, and great sections of course that these runners have been able to navigate and enjoy. So we're very, very happy. Thank you to the weather people out there that have put on a beautiful day for running out here. Such epic conditions for running. Perfect. Not too hot. Sun's just peeking out now behind the clouds. Although it's still a little bit overcast here and there, it's just going to be the most perfect conditions, especially when they get down into that valley. It's still going to be nice and cool. The night might get a little bit chilly for some of these runners. The UTA 100 has a cutoff time of 28 hours. The UTA 50 has a cutoff time of 14 hours and 30 minutes. So that would put them at 7:30 p.m. tonight, around about, depending on exactly what start group they started in. So it's it's absolutely stunning and perfect out here.
We have some other fun facts for you guys. The oldest male runner is 83 years old who's out there competing, and the oldest female is 79 years of age. So if you're thinking, my time has passed or I'm too old for this, think again, because these guys are showing us what's possible. I'd be very curious to find out what event they're participating in, because it would be awesome to see them come across that finish line. I hope at 83 I'm moving like that. That would be awesome.
So folks, if you have been inspired out here today watching one of the UTMB World Series majors, just remember this is the first one of the 2026 season. So there are 3 more UTMB World Series major events on the calendar this year. They are the HOKA Valderon by UTMB, that is in Europe. There's the HOKA Kodiak Ultramarathons by UTMB, that is in North America. And there is the HOKA Chiang Mai, Thailand by UTMB, that is in Asia Pacific. Now folks, if you want to get yourself over to one of those World Series majors, please jump on the UTMB World Series website and make sure that you get yourself an entry ASAP, if there's any available, to be honest, because they are going to give you the best chance to collect some double running stones, and it also offers up a huge amount of prize money for the top 5 in each race category. So in the 50K category, the 100K category, the 100-mile category, there's equal prize money for male and female in the top 5. And then the top 10 of each one of those races get automatic qualification into the UTMB World Series final at UTMB Mont-Blanc.
Who wouldn't want to go to France? I mean, that's got to be a big incentive, right?
Yeah. No, maybe people from Spain would rather stay in Spain. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand the question. And then also the winners of the age group category winners also then qualify directly into the UTMB World Series finals at UTMB Mont-Blanc. So there's 210 automatic qualification spots for the UTMB World Series final if you go and participate in one of the UTMB World Series majors. As I said before, this is the first one. This is the Oceania region UTMB World Series major. HOKA Valderon by UTMB, HOKA Kodiak Ultramarathons by UTMB, and HOKA Chiang Mai, Thailand by UTMB. Huge opportunity there in the sport of trail running to go and get involved in one of these epic events.
Cool destinations to travel to as well. So that's here in Australia for this event. And then the second one, where was that match? In Europe?
Europe.
If you want a cheeky Europe trip. And the third one is America. So that's the Kodiak. Or you can head to Thailand in Asia Pacific. So they're jotted all around the world.
Yep, that's it, folks. Get yourself onto that website and see if you can get into one of those races. Or keep a very, very close eye out on the website or the social media of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB and get your calendars updated for when entries open for this event in 2027. Because they go quick.
They do. It is very competitive, so you've got to be quick getting in there.
And so, folks, as an effort to increase the participation of women in the sport too, there is a number of events hosted here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. There's Women of Trail Running panel that features some influential voices in the sport. They share their stories, their challenges, their achievements. Along with that, there are a number of initiatives that are put into place to ensure the comfort, the safety, and the visibility of female participants. So there's female hygiene products, there's women-only toilets, women-only change tents, and there's designated space at the front of each race, at the very front of each race, at the elite start, for the males and the females to start at the very front there. And we got to see that earlier on this morning. So it's all in an effort to help make that space more welcoming and helps to balance out the gender balance in the sport, which has been incredible to see grow over the last decade, really. And it's been incredible to see some of the shorter formats. So the UTA 22K race, 55% is female in the 22, and in the UTA 11, 61% females.
Wow.
So yeah, there's a great participation there, and overall, there's 43% females across all of the events here if we put it all together. So yeah, some real important and real influential efforts are being made in the sport, especially out here, and trying to create that space that is welcoming to everyone.
That's amazing. I've given up my ultra carry. My last ultra was Tarawera 50 years ago, and I said that was my last ultra. But coming here always makes me think, you know what I love about an ultra, and I love about running a long way is problem solving and camaraderie and just getting amongst the trail community. I love having a crew. I love, making my way around something beautiful. So maybe some of the different that I haven't done might entice me, but also coming back here would be amazing. But definitely 100 miles for me too.
Tamara, 6:14, well done, team. Jack on his birthday break to see 6,000 kilometers away to hit the Blue Mountains here in December. Can reach and cool from Russia. Just a place to purchase cold before we start.
Mikey.
All right, guys, we are back on here. Eyes on our first male in the 100-kilometre event. Michael Dunstan, he is a few minutes ahead of the second male, and it's great that we've finally got some coverage to see him cruising along here. He's looking pretty strong. He's at about 74.7 Ks into the race, so he's coming up to the big steep descent soon where the 22-kilometre runners started from. And yeah, he's got a 4-minute lead on the second male. He looks like he's passing a lot of the possibly 50-kilometre runners coming through here who are having a pretty tough day out and just power walking for the time being.
Yeah, that's right. So Michael is moving past the back of the pack of the UTA 50 runners. He's moving very comfortably along this section. This is quite a smooth bit of open dirt road. It's going to transition very, very soon onto some asphalt road. But he's come off a pretty technical section, moving just over Wentworth Falls there. There's a lot of stairs. It's pretty messy going through there, so he's going to be really stoked to be back onto this smooth, runnable section here. As you can see, he's kind of found his rhythm again. He's moving along comfortably, still got a great cadence, and he's still moving along with a good bit of purpose here. He's heading towards a 79-kilometre aid station, which is the Queen Victoria Hospital, the last major aid station, the last aid station that he'll get crew. There is an emergency aid station a bit further down the course, but the Queen Victoria Hospital is the last major checkpoint for him, and he is not far off that. We think he's currently at around about 75 kilometres into the race, so about 4 kilometres before that checkpoint. However, he is motoring along, and he knows exactly where he is on the course. He knows exactly what's coming up, and he has put himself in the perfect position to take out this event today. He is looking strong, and I bet he's absolutely stoked with what's happening in the race right now and his position.
There's something about passing other people that gives you a bit of a boost as well in a race. It doesn't matter if they're not in your exact sort of category or anything. I think it just lifts your spirits passing other people, and it feels like you're ticking off sort of more distance, and yeah, it gives you a bit of a boost. So he's probably picking up his pace a little bit here as he starts passing all these people, and they're probably exchanging a few positive words to each other, as it can get a little bit lonely if you're out there on the trails by yourself. And Michael Dunstan, he's only been running for about 5 years. He started early in 2021, and he's actually a musician outside of running. So he's a folk musician and really loves that, but he finds the sort of travel and touring with music schedule quite difficult. And so he moved from Western Australia to Katoomba to the Blue Mountains for training not long ago, and this is where he does most of his majority of technical training, which is really paying off today.
Yeah, so we are here. Michael has hit Henderson Road. This is a short section of road, probably about 1 kilometre. He's going to make the most of this little section here, get this done as quick as he can. As the sun is now poking out and making its way through the trees and through the cloud, it's going to be heating up the environment a little bit here, but I reckon it would still be quite comfortable running conditions for all the runners out there. So Michael is on this section of road. It looks like he's really locked in there. You can see, look at his stride, look at his arm swing. It's just symmetrical and it is rhythmic. So he is in a space right now. Look at him, sunglasses on. He is just totally, totally locked in to where he is. I bet he's breathing like a Buddha, and I bet he is so stoked with where he's at right now.
This is quite mesmerizing to watch. He's literally perfect in step.
Yeah, I don't think he is busting out any busting out of any rhythm there. So he's moving along Henderson Road here, very, very, very slight uphill. He's going to take a hard right, and then he's going to run another small section of road before he gets back onto a more tight and technical single track. He's going to take that single track all the way over to Tablelands Road, which he then follows all the way down into the Queen Victoria Hospital. And this is our chasing runner here, second male in the UTA 100. He was leading earlier on, but Guidu Quinn is from China, and he is now in second place, chasing down Michael Dunstan. You could see here that we had the footage of Dunstan just a couple of minutes ago on this section of the road. Falls pretty much in line what you were saying, Jackie, with him being approximately 4 minutes behind. Still moving well, looks comfortable, doesn't look overly different to the speed of what Dunstan was doing, and he is not out of the running yet.
Yeah, he's really kept up a good pace. Even since Michael Dunstan passed him, it would have been easy to drop the ball a little bit and drop back. But he's kept his foot on the pedal pretty hard. And you can see here on the top-down graphics we've got, they're in a bit of an easier runnable section right now, the green and yellow. And it's not long until they're going to be making their way down a super steep descent. It's about 7 kilometres of downhill, and it'll really test out their quads. And these guys are pretty conditioned, so I think they'll be okay by this point. But would it be pinching your quads by this point, do you think, Madge?
You know, with the right conditioning on this type of terrain, you would expect this to be the business end of the race. You know, 75 kilometers into 100K, you'd want to be feeling like you're just ready to go.
Yeah.
This is where you'd want to be feeling strong, not feeling weak. So if you've prepared properly and you're conditioned properly, this is a point of the race where you would definitely want to be feeling strong. Michael is coming up against a bit of congestion here in the trail, but let's hope that everyone is being really respectful and letting him pass. So that's going to be a little bit difficult for him to navigate, but we will see how he goes. As we've got Guidu Quinn on the camera right now, second place in the 100K, moving along this nice open section and making his way up to the asphalt on Henderson Road, which I believe is going to be a bit of a welcome sign. These runners wouldn't have seen asphalt for a while, so they're going to get onto the bitumen, and they're going to make the most of that. Probably 1.5 kilometers before they get back onto that single track, which we just saw Michael enter. So he is probably about 1.5 to 2 kilometers behind Michael right now. That is Guidu Quinn, second place in the UTA 100 here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB 2026. And you know what, folks, we have been looking at these beautiful views all day. We've got the Three Sisters, we've got Mount Solitary, and then all of a sudden another beautiful view pops into view here. We've got not one of the more common names on the race today. We've been through that, but we do have Maddie Abel joining us, a guest from this part of the world. Maddie Abel is looking fantastic. He's got a great jacket on, and he's ready to join us here on the live stream. I'm going to ask him some questions.
It's because in the messages people had written they were sick of hearing from you, so I quickly called Matt.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Well, at least one of us are onto it.
Sorry, guys. We'll be one second.
Maddie's going to... All right, folks, we've got a bit of a split screen there. We've got the leaders of the 100K doing a bit of a split screen here. UTA 100, front of the men's race. We're at about 75, 76 kilometers with the second place, Guidu Quinn from China. Folks, you can see in the bottom left-hand screen here, we've got Maddie Abel. Maddie, welcome to welcome to the scene here. This is the beautiful HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB live stream. Welcome.
Thank you. And what a spot. We're looking at the Three Sisters. Blue day.
Best seat in the house, isn't it?
You guys got it easy. And I heard you both ran the 22 yesterday.
Mine was a little bit of a hike run.
We did, mate. We did. We got it done. We ran the course that these gentlemen are just about to enter, actually. So
final 22.
Yes. So, Matty, you have been around these traps a while, mate. How many races have you done here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB?
Yeah, so the first year was 2011. And then we did 2012. We've done a few over the years, but done all distances bar the new 100 miler. Not ready to do that one yet mentally. It's a tough course, and if you don't get it right, it will definitely uncover some mental, I guess, flaws you'll have, or physical flaws. So kudos to everyone. I was just out on the course then, and there's still heaps in the 100 miler still along. And just to think that they've been going since Thursday.
5 a.m. yesterday.
5 a.m. yesterday.
So Alex Bates, I was talking about him earlier. He's been a top 10 finisher here in the men's 100K, and he's taking on the 100 miler here. How's he going with it?
Yeah, good. He's in the 100K today.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. 100 miler, they're pretty much all done, or most of them. But he's in 14th, I think. He was just behind Vlad Shatrov, who's I think won the 50K here beforehand. But yeah, he's doing well. There's some really good names up in the top 10 as well. I think the top 3 when we're out in the course are definitely well ahead. But yeah, from 4th to kind of 14th, they're all pretty close. Some are doing better than others, but it looks like Michael's well in front at the moment.
What do you think about this section that Michael's navigating at the moment, just along Tablelands Road here? It's a bit of a four-wheel drive track. It's pretty messy in sections, and yeah, it's not the most flowy running.
Yeah, so as you can probably see on the live screen, the road to the left is what we used to run down, and it used to be a pretty fast section, but now they go through a four-wheel drive section where the locals tend to bash it up a little bit. I think I saw on the Instagram, was it Ruth fell in a bit of a hole earlier today? But yeah, it's challenging. It's definitely challenging. A lot of up and down, a lot of navigating. These guys are, what are they, 85 kilometers in? No, 75, 77 kilometers in. Yeah, you're starting to get mental fatigue, starting to trip over little things, and obviously you can see they're navigating through as well. So it's a tough part of the section, but once they get into the next aid station at QVH, dirt road for a good section, and you can see they're coming out onto that road section there. But yeah, it's definitely a challenging bit. Good aerial view there.
So, Matty, if you were Michael's coach, or if you had an athlete that was in this position in a race, 77K deep into 100K, what would have been your piece of advice for them before the race for when they get to this point?
Yeah, the race, it's an interesting one, the 100K, because there's so many varied sections in terms of the terrain. They've just gone past, I believe, the hardest part of the course, from the Three Sisters to basically QVH. It's really hard to get into a good groove, a lot of stairs, a lot of up and down, single track, and your heart rate's up, breathing rate's up, then down, and it's really hard to get through that. So you want to get through there smoothly, but now we just want to get into this aid station, make some smart decisions, make sure we get some good fuel in, because we've got a really good 8K downhill, but you want to be fueling for that last kind of 10 to 15K to really dominate those hills in the back end. You don't want to do this section too hard, push the downhills too fast, but you want to get into that last. There's 2 creek crossings at that first creek crossing. You want to get there in a good position, get up over the first hill, back down to the second creek crossing, and then you got some good climbing all the way up to Lure Forest for the last 5K, which is as you can see in the other races, can change quite quickly.
Do you think it's going to be a challenge for these guys as they come into those final sections of the course and even to the steps, with a lot of other competitors making their way up the steps? They're going to have to be dodging them?
Yeah. It's as you can see, they've got quite a bit of
It's all
the
happening.
traffic,
There's foot traffic,
to navigate. This section is going to be perfectly fine for them all. You know, it goes out to dirt road, but it's when they get into that final 5K where you're 95K deep, you're fatigued, you're potentially running scared. If you're in first place, you don't know how fast second place is behind you. Can they see you? What's my gap? You're not going to know that, so you're going to be trying to push pretty hard in that last 5K. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting finish. I'm not sure. What's the gap between first and second?
Gap between first and second at the last checkpoint was 4 minutes.
Oof.
So they left the Fairmont Resort 4 minutes apart. And then Adrian McDonald was a further only 2 minutes back off third place. So it made him 6 minutes back off the lead. So that is really tight there. We haven't had a lot of footage of Adrian McDonald since he was down in the Megalong Valley, but he is still very much in the mix. Maddie, did you get a glimpse of the first females? Katarzyna Dabrowska and Beth McKenzie out there at all?
No, they were just a little bit behind my mate Alex Bate, but yeah, they're actually right in the mix, aren't they?
Yeah, they're currently sitting 14th and 16th overall, respectively. Your mate Alex is just sitting there 13th overall. So he was, it was a good 9 minutes ahead of Katarzyna in the last checkpoint leaving the Fairmont Resort. So
it's pretty close as well between the next few females, Emily Mann, Julia Grant, Meg Sinclair. They're all within a few minutes of each other.
So we're going to get a bit of footage here of Michael Dunstan entering into this QVH, as Maddie likes to call it, Queen Vic Hospital here. So there, he's going to be getting into this final aid station, which is going to be a huge milestone, I'd say. Getting to this point of the race is a massive, massive milestone, 79 kilometers deep, and he's going to need to get in and get out very, very quickly. Let's hope the congestion there isn't too bad.
Wow, look at the crowds. This is sick.
There's a lot of people waiting at QVH.
That would be such a boost for your morale running into that.
Yeah, so if he can get this fast, get what he needs, he's got a good support crew there. He's just dropping his nutrition. They'll pick that up for him. New bottles, and they will head off. He looks relaxed though. He looks very composed. He's not stressed, not rushing, having good chat. So mentally, he looks in a really good position. And obviously being local, he's going to know how to execute this last 22K really well. The other two guys, I don't know if they've run the course before, but yeah, he's obviously got locals knowledge here to be able to execute this really well.
He's probably run it that many times. That is an epic aid station.
Phenomenal. So that was like maximum 3 minutes, to less than that.
I think that was a minute, yeah.
Good position. Okay, so this is where we are. Second place. He's going to be a couple minutes into that aid station.
Yeah, great pit stop there. Very important pit stop as well. It looks like he grabbed the fuel he needed. Seemed pretty cool, calm and collected in there as well. So that's a huge benefit. And like you were saying, Maddie, he's setting himself up for a very, very long but enjoyable run home.
Yeah. Coming out of that aid station, you know, if second place can't see you, you've got a good gap then, because down in the valley you'll be able to put some gaps in there where you can't see as a second place runner, you won't be able to see the first place runner, so they won't be able to push. They won't know how far ahead, so he's got a really good gap here to be able to work with, and as a local he'll know when to push, when to hold back and finish as strong as possible.
It really puts it into perspective, seeing these elites passing all of the other people who are moving along. Like, they're probably still jogging, you know, a slowish pace, but they're still moving. But these guys are just flying past them, knocking off runner after runner.
Yeah, so he looks like he's going to be coming into a little bit more. It's when they enter that single track. He'll be coming into Queen Victoria Hospital, hey?
Queen Vic Hospital, QVH. That's it, mate. The QVH checkpoint started the 22-kilometre race yesterday. A race that we actually emceed the start of once, Matty. That was good times.
2016, maybe.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, you guys are the OGs.
Yep.
Wow, that's old.
But the 22K course has changed a few times for various reasons, but it's great to see it back to its original format from the Queen Victoria Hospital to the finish. It's a really good course, that 22K. It's going to challenge you in so many ways, as will these ladies and gentlemen.
That's Ruth's Pond.
That's Ruth's Pond.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's now coined as that moving forward.
Yeah, that's Ruth's Pond.
Matt, have you been surprised by any of the results so far in the races that have already completed?
I think it's great to see a strong international field here this year. We've got a lot coming over and experiencing Australia and that we've got to offer. But also there's a lot of up and coming runners as well that are in the mix, and the top 20 is actually really strong across all races. So it's been great to see the field depth this year. But he's coming into that checkpoint now. This final little section into the single track. He may be held up a little bit here, but Michael definitely has a good lead. He'll be probably like nearly 1 kilometre, 1.5 kilometres. The gate, for those who are locals, they will know it. He'll be just passing that parking gate and starting to get into that descent.
I feel like Michael's going to fly down that hill as well.
Yeah, I think, Matt, you would know what it means to be conditioned for races like this. You know, I've been trying to exercise my knowledge here on the live stream about what conditioning means for a course like this, because it's very varied. There's a lot of runnable sections, but then you've got a lot of stairs, and there's a lot of awkwardness that comes with stairs, a lot of different impact that your body's going to experience while navigating those staircases, because they're not uniform, they're pretty messy, they're pretty natural in some ways. Like, what does it mean to be conditioned for a race like this, and how do you get people conditioned for a race like this?
Yeah, so I guess the 3 races are all varied. It's the same with the 100-miler, but for the 100K that we're watching at the moment, the first half of the course is predominantly fire trail. You've got a little bit of single track coming off Tarot's ladders, up on Iron Pot Ridge, and then going up Nelly's Glen. But you have to be a really good runner to execute that first section really well. So having good legs that can run, like a marathon runner would excel really good in that first part. But then it changes into that section, which we would have just seen it. These guys go through, which is a lot of change in direction, a lot of stairs, a lot of single track, which is very, very taxing. So you've got to be conditioned to be a really good runner. And then for this section they've just gone through, but where they're just about to go down through Kadumba Pass is 8Ks of downhill. I think they drop somewhere around 900 metres of descending, and you need really strong quads to be able to absorb the eccentric loading and the neural fatigue that comes through running downhill for 30, 40, 50 minutes to be able to execute the next section well. So Michael would have done in his training some downhill strength to get his legs really strong for this downhill, to be able to absorb all that force and then come up into that finish, be able to run that really well.
They were the words I was looking for. Neural fatigue.
Yep.
And eccentric loading.
Eccentric loading through the quads, yeah.
And neural fatigue.
Yeah, neural fatigue I actually got from Dave Burns, mind you.
Wow.
Yeah. He said, I remember was it 2016? No, yeah, 2016 I raced it, so it must have been a few years later. We raced the UTA 22. Dave won, Brendan Davis was second, and I was third. But Dave said at the beginning, he goes, I'm not going to race it. That's Dave. And then he goes, just watch out for the neural fatigue on the downhill. And I was like, what's this guy talking about? And then that's all I was thinking about on the downhill. Then I researched and I'm like, oh, now I understand it.
Yeah.
So what exactly, to people listen, what exactly does that mean in layman's
Hey,
terms?
I wonder how Dave Burns' neural fatigue's going today.
I wonder.
I'd love to know. I wonder if Dave's in the chat, if you could let us know how your neural fatigue is going.
Guys, we're going to unpack neural fatigue after... Unless you can explain neural fatigue in 20 seconds.
No, stay tuned, folks. Stay tuned.
Oh, you're keeping them on the hook.
Of course, that's what we're here to do. We keep people on the hook. Maddie Abel is going to deliver us a sermon on neural fatigue when we return in about a couple of minutes. All right, folks, stay with us and we'll be back just after this break.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Adults, that was great. So well done.
I still remember one of my best finishes, Terry, on the 50K. I heard your voice, and I took it to the next level.
Right, folks, we're back here at the finish line of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. You can see that the race has been unfolding for just under 7 hours here, folks. That is for the UTA 50, so that means that the UTA 100 timing, UTA 100 runners have been going for just over 7 hours. So the clock that we have in the top left-hand corner, that's for the UTA 50. And when the first 100K runner comes through, we are going to change that to the 100K time. But we've got a few UTA 50 runners finishing just now. And we are joined in the live studio here with Maddie Abel, a respected and expert coach and runner in the trail running space, and now also a bit of an expert in the road running space. Maddie, you dabbled a little bit this summer. You went and ran the Paris Marathon, the Paris Marathon, and then you also went over to the incredible Boston Marathon and you ran that in very close succession, actually. So how was your experience in that space?
Yeah, both marathons were really good. As a coach, I just wanted to experience just different races, understand the training a bit more in detail, what it feels like, the mental challenges you have, the mental prep you need to do. But yeah, did Paris Marathon in 2:53, and then 8 days later, Boston Marathon in 2:56. So yeah, it was a good challenge. I think I was lucky to have trail running in my legs, especially from last year. Did a number of events, ran here in the 50K, but yeah, they're both quite hilly races, and
Boston's hilly. I heard Boston's hilly.
Boston's hilly, but surprisingly, a lot of people talk about the hills. But coming from Sydney, like our marathon's pretty hilly there, but it was the downhills that I found hard. There was a lot of descending, and I think that wrecked a lot of people.
I think that's where people get caught up sometimes. They always think about the elevation, or you've got this many thousand meters of climbing. You know, with the UTA 100s, a 4,400 meters of elevation climbing, and they want to do a lot of climbing. But if you are unprepared for the downhills, neural fatigue
and eccentric loading through the quad, so the quad's going through a stress shortened cycle. But yeah, you need good, strong quads, but also the posterior chain. The glutes are going to be doing some braking, the quads are going to be doing some good braking. But yeah, if you can get strong on the downhills, it's going to pay dividends. So I think a lot of the guys and girls, I think Ruth does this. She'll hike up Roy's Peak with some weight in her back and probably water, and then drop the water, then run hard down and get those legs nice and strong for the downhills. And yeah, it's probably something you've done in your training as well.
Yeah, definitely don't mind a bit of downhill running. Don't shy away from it. Because as you said, Maddie, it's a part of the racing, and you've really got to make sure that your body can handle it, and yeah, you don't ignore that it is a factor, and especially when you look at the finish of this race too, it's a major factor in it.
The train of goodness is what you call it?
The train of goodness, yes. What a incredible place to get amongst trail running. The train of goodness.
So good. And we're 7 hours into, is this the total time or the 50-kilometer time?
This is the total time for the UTA 50.
Nice.
And
okay,
the total time for the UTA 100 is just 5 minutes more than that.
Got you.
How
good is this, Elliot? Across the finish line.
And there's a lot of difference too as well. Like there was a lot of different start waves. We had starters beginning at 5 a.m. That was the elite start wave, the very first people that took off. Then at 5:05 was the elite start wave for the 50-kilometer. And then we had starters all the way through to 8 a.m.
Wow.
So people were starting over that 3-hour window to manage and help with the congestion out on the course. So yeah, it was there's a big window there. So obviously this is the front of the pack time for the race, and a lot of these other people will have different finishing times because they would have started just a little bit later.
Yeah, great to see. We just saw a lady cross the finish line with her little daughter. The families getting involved. And, there's a lot of sacrifice when it comes to training for these events, especially for women with newborns. And it's great to see them getting out, and the families getting out and supporting, and everyone having a great day.
Yeah, it's definitely a very family-friendly environment out here. I mean, you've been out at the finish line a number of times and seen this event grow from year to year, and yeah, it's a good spot to be, especially on a day like today. It's not raining. It's a beautiful May day out here in the Blue Mountains. Matt? We've been saying a number of times you can drive out here in 90 minutes from Sydney. You could get out here on 2 hours in a train. It's a really accessible part of the world for so many people that live in Sydney. Do you often come out here? Do you get a lot of your runners to come out here and train?
Yeah, we're very lucky, mainly in Sydney, to have access to so many trails, especially along the coast. But to get out here, you're obviously going to get a lot of more elevation gain and loss, especially if you're training for something like UTA or down in Victorian Alps, New Zealand, or abroad. A lot of people, this is now part of UTMB. If you're in the top 10, you get a ticket across to UTMB. So you're going to need to be doing some training out here. And to be honest, if you get the traffic right, you can get out here. I live just by the beach, so you can get out here in 90 minutes. And you're running, pretty much bang on 90 minutes. We've got access to so many trails on this side. We've got obviously the Jamison Valley, a little bit different style trails to where the 100-milers started yesterday over in the Gross Valley, which is a lot more technical, a lot more vertical gain and loss, and so there's a lot of variety that you can actually get out and train on, and pick your battles when it comes to training out here. And sometimes, when we're not in race season, I love coming out here because you can get stuck in training on Kadumba, where the 22k and the 100k runners are just running down now. get out and explore some of the other trail networks because there's just so much on offer. And we're so lucky here in Sydney to have these amazing trails. They're all kept really well, so close, great cafes after, and get up early, come out, you're back by 3 p.m. It's a good day.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, it sounds like a pretty good one. Definitely, even from Manly.
Yeah, 90 minutes, 2 hours to get home because a little bit more traffic, but the tunnel network is really good. Yeah.
There's always more traffic when you go to the northern beaches, I hear.
In the afternoon, everyone wants to get there.
It's worth it though, right?
Yeah, totally.
It's worth it.
Totally.
That's what they say. That's what they say in the capital of New South Wales.
Yeah.
So, Matty, like this event being part of the UTMB World Series, you've been over to the UTMB World Series finals in Chamonix a couple of times now?
Yeah, been over a couple of times. Last year was TDS.
Yes.
First time attempting TDS, and yeah, I think to execute TDS, I've heard from multiple people, like you've got to do it 2, 3, 4 times to get it right. And I didn't believe that at first, but now I know where I went wrong and how to execute it a little bit better next time. So it was a pretty hot day. You were there. You did it. You did really well. Top 10.
I've come top 10 at TDS once before. That was back in 2016.
Wow.
That was the first crack at it. But I was able to run UTMB the year before that in 2015. And last year at TDS was great. I definitely didn't come top 10, but it was an awesome experience. And like you say, it's a hard one to get right. Absolutely. It's a very tough race. Holy geez, those mountains are just bigger than anything you can get over here. That's for sure.
Yeah, I remember coming, we would have been about 60k in, so we'd just done the night section, and I was chatting to this guy, and it was his second time doing it. He started walking, and I was like, why is he walking? And I was running, and then I dropped him, and now I understand why he was walking. Yeah, it really got me. But yeah, we're so lucky here with UTA that you then have the access to gain entry into UTMB if you perform well.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And have you got one eye on that, or are you going to hit up Chicago Marathon later on?
Oh, I've got Sydney Marathon this year.
Oh, there we go.
So going to do Sydney. Going to stick to road this year, and I would love to get into Chicago or New York. So just trying to look for avenues to get into a ticket there. Might do a charity bib and get over, and I just want to try and tick off a few of the majors at the moment. So
nice.
Just trying to get my legs faster so then I can get back onto trail and be a little bit faster. I feel like I got slow on the trails of late, just doing long, steep stuff, and my speed's kind of dissipated. So
yeah,
I can get the legs back.
I understand that, mate. I understand that for sure. Matty, I understand. You just let us know when you need to bail, because you are actually double teaming today. You're crewing.
I'm going to go crew. I'm going to jet over to the Aquatic Centre, which is checkpoint 4.
Nice.
And crew a few of my runners come through there. And then hopefully jet back to the finish line to see some of these leaders come through.
What words of advice are you going to give to your runners at the Aquatic Centre? What distance is that? Just over 50?
That is 52-ish kilometres, thereabouts. So, yeah, a lot of these, they're everyday runners. They're just out having a crack. So now we're going to use that aid station, 56 kilometres. We're just going to use that as a bit of a refueling. They've just come up Nellie's Gland. They're probably a little bit energy depleted. Get some good nutrition into them. Maybe freshen them up, and then send them out. They've just got to kind of break the race now into 2 bite-sized chunks. They've just got to get to Queen Vic. Then they've just got to leave Queen Vic Hospital into the finish line. So try not to think of it as 45k to go. We're just going to break it down bite-sized chunks. Keep well fed. It's actually pretty warm out there today. A lot of the front runners, when I was out there, they're saying, "Oh, it's getting hot." So be interested to see how the valley is right now, down the bottom with that humidity from yesterday's rain. So yeah, be interested to see how we go.
Absolutely, mate. Well, Matty Abel, age group champion from Ultra Trail Kosciuszko back in 2024. Was that 2024?
100k.
100k.
Yep.
Ultra Trail Kosciuszko, age group champion there.
Yep.
Unreal run from you there, Matt. yeah, if you want to check out any of the knowledge that Matty Abel's putting out there into the world, please go and look him up. Local legend over there in Manly. If you can spare the couple of days travel to get over there, over the bridges, then it's well worth the trip. All right, Matty, well, good luck for the rest of the day, mate.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we really much appreciate it. Okay, folks, we're going to pop to a quick commercial break as we say goodbye to Matty Abel here, and we will be back pretty shortly after that. Okay, we'll see you very soon.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Oh yeah. I'll sit on the beach and an arm wrestle or something, right? Linda Moss finishes 50K. Take the time to say this moment, Linda, this is yours. Months of training and weeks of planning. Culminating this moment right now. For John McGee finishing 50K in 6 hours and 48 minutes. Yeah, fifth time. They will doubt themselves at least once, probably twice in this course. If they could go on, but they chose to. They keep going, and now they're here. It's done. 100 miles to the Blue Mountains.
We are welcoming Lydia O'Donnell. Lydia ran this morning in the 50-kilometre race. Lydia, how was it?
It was good, yeah. It was hard. I just think it was a bit of a roller coaster, like emotionally. Honestly, like I didn't feel even at like 20 to 25, even up to the 30k aid station, I was like honestly about to pull out. Like I had made the decision to pull out at like 28k's. I was like, as soon as I see my crew, I'm just gonna, it's just not worth it. It's like I don't think I can battle through another 20k's. And then I came into the aid station and there was just like so much energy. There was like so many people, like so much hype, and it just kind of pushed me through. And thankfully, honestly, I'm just so proud I finished.
It's really hard. We were chatting about it earlier. As soon as you've resigned to the idea of not wanting to be out there, it's really difficult to pull yourself out of that. But I guess if you come back to your why of why you're doing it, then sometimes that helps get you through. Also, sorry everyone, I haven't given Lydia a proper introduction. You all should just know who she is. So Lydia is an incredible runner based in Noosa now, but originally you're from
New Zealand.
New Zealand, yes. And Lydia started a running club or run group community called Femico, and they're jotted around all around Australia, really. There's one in Brisbane where I'm from, big group in Melbourne and in Sydney. I'll get her to chat about that a little bit. She works with Nike. And can you tell everyone a little bit more about yourself?
Well, I'm one of those kind of born and bred runners. Like, I started athletics when I was like really young. I went through like kind of the very traditional athletic kind of pathway. Ran track through my high school career and then started running on roads more when I was like 20s. I ran my first marathon at Melbourne Marathon in 2015. So what's that, like 10 years ago. And then I pretty much spent like 10 years running marathons all around the world and took it quite seriously, probably too seriously. And I was still kind of racing like 5, 10 half marathons as well. And then just really started like racing trails properly this year. Like, I've done a few trail races, but it was more just fun and just using the kind of base fitness that I've built from the roads. And this was honestly like the first race that I've actually done where I trained properly for it. So,
do you have a most memorable event that you did in those years where you were really competing hard in the road stuff?
New York Marathon by far was like my pinnacle race. I went to New York to run for Movember, so I got like a charity entry, but thankfully I got put in the sub-elite group and ended up coming 20th, and I just like never would have expected to get 20th at New York. So I think that it was
New York
really
Marathon 20th female.
Yeah,
that's huge.
And like at the time, honestly, I didn't probably realize how like big it was. I think I brush a lot of my races off and kind of just like, well, on to the next one. But now, 10 years on, well, nearly 10 years on from that race, I look back and I'm like, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, in hindsight, you're like, okay, that was awesome. I hope you soaked it up in the moment.
I was so sore. Like, the roads in America are just so hard. Like, the concrete tar seal that we're running on over there is so different to what we're used to here. So my body was like way more beat up than it is today. Like, way more. I couldn't walk after that race. So, I mean, I soaked it up a bath. I just remember
different
sitting in a bath
recovery
for, like,
back then to there is now.
Yeah.
And so you made the transition into trail, and you train quite a lot with Beth McKenzie, who's out there. She's second female, who we're going to be seeing soon, coming into one of the checkpoints. How did you and Beth first connect and start training together?
Yeah, well, I moved up to Noosa maybe 21 or 22. And I was just training by myself, and I had heard of Beth and Ella, but I didn't really know them. But we would be out running in the morning, and we like kind of started by like just running past each other and giving each other like a smile, or did that a few times, and eventually like we stopped and had a bit of a chat. And Beth was like, come run with us, and I was like, I want to, but I was also really struggling in the heat up there, and I was like, oh, I don't want to get smashed.
I was talking before on the chat about it's perfect running conditions today to really go for it.
Honestly,
compared to Queensland. Queensland is such good heat training, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was cold out there today, but I still felt like everyone was very sweaty. Like, I was definitely sweating a heap today, like way more than I would have expected to in this sort of temperature. So I don't know what was behind that, but
You're probably working hard.
Humid and yeah, probably working. But like Noosa is just next level in humidity and temperature. The summer that we've just had was insane. So yeah, when I met Beth first, I was like a little bit scared to go and train with her, and I was like really in and out of Noosa for the first few years, but I like moved back up to Noosa properly at the end of last year and just committed to being like, we're going to do speed on a Thursday, long runs on a Saturday, we're going to do midweek long runs on Wednesdays. Like, we've got a real it's structured, but it's loose, if you know what I mean. Like, we know where we're going to meet, and we know we've got an idea of what run we're going to do and like what the purpose is of the run. But we're all pretty loose in terms of like particularly our speed sessions. It's like the night before being like, what are we doing tomorrow?
Yeah.
But because I'm a coach, I'm like, this is
I was
what we're
going to
doing.
say, combined, the brains in your group of running crew, there's a lot of running experience there, and so much experience across all sort of training sort of elements or whatever. I was chatting earlier about training for the 951 further steps. Do you think the stairs at Sunshine Beach there, are they a good training ground for that?
I did them once in the whole training block.
Yeah.
I was regretting that definitely when I was like 500 steps in. I was like, I should have done some more of those steps.
Yeah.
I think they actually are really good.
Yeah. You probably
they're
have to do
quite
them 100
steep.
times.
Yeah, you got to go up and down, up and down. I think when I did them 10 times, and that was enough for me at the end of a run. But those stairs here are just like something else.
And so, other trail races you've done, was this probably one of your better trail results?
So I won the Guzzler 50k in 2023, and I went into that super naive. I'd never raced a 50k. I signed up the week before. I had not prepared at all, and I didn't expect to win it. And I was the same. I was probably in a way worse mindset there. Like I was calling my husband, crying, being like, "Help me!"
Okay.
But I was like, if I get passed by some of the women, then maybe I'll stop. Like, why would you stop if you're already out the front?
Yeah.
And so I did battle my way to the finish line of that one, and I was pretty proud of that result, but I was beat up. Like, I was so sore.
Yeah.
Whereas today I actually feel fine. So I think it shows how much like strength and conditioning that I've built over the last 3 years, even though not all of that has been on the trails.
Do you think it's just consistency in the diversity of your training?
Yeah, I think so. And being out on those hills, like with the group, just when you're with a team running up a hill, you can't stop. So
you can't slack off, can you?
That's definitely helped, just like made me commit to the hills and not walk. But I think in terms of trail results, if you look at the woman that beat me, I'm pretty proud of my result. Like I came here saying, if I get top 10, I'll be really happy. If I get top 5, I'll be stoked, but I'd have to have a really good day. And
yeah, I mean, it was an incredible field today. Everyone who's listening in, the 50k female here at Australia UTMB, Mia Yao come in first place, and Ruth Croft was just behind. Holly Ransom came in third. Sophie Lynn fourth, Jemima Cooper, and then Lydia came in sixth. But the timing between, honestly, from third place through to you is 9 minutes or something.
And then
so
even
close.
the woman behind me was so close. I saw Hannah coming up behind me, and I was like, oh, no, I better keep moving. But yeah, I didn't realise how close we were, and honestly, I didn't even know where I was coming. I thought I was coming like 20th, and then the bike came up behind me and told me we were in 6th or 7th at the time, and I was like, what? I didn't realise that.
Could you see the other ladies ahead of you on the further steps?
No.
No,
I
okay.
couldn't see them at all in the entire race. Right from the get-go, they just went so hard from the start, and that's definitely where my lack of experience and my lack of confidence comes into play in the trails. I just don't really know how to work the race.
Yeah, so it's hard. If you're not experienced on the exact course route as well, you don't really know where to push and where to pull back.
And I was like, they went flying at the start, and I'm trying to be conservative and be like, I can't go with them because I won't be able to keep that up. And I don't know, like maybe if I went with them, who knows what would have happened. But yeah, I'm proud of my result.
I feel like you've got a little bit of unfinished business here already now. Are you going to be coming back next year?
I'm pretty keen to come back. I definitely was like, throughout the race, I want to come back and feel good. Like I just didn't feel good today, but I can imagine how fun it would be if you felt good on those trails.
That's so exciting. So anyone who's on the fence about signing up, you've heard it here first. I mean, Lydia's only just finished and she's already keen to get back and sign up again. What was your favourite part of the 50 kilometres?
Like, I think See My Crew was definitely a highlight, that aid station that we went through, and it was just like music blaring. It was like, it picked me up so much. I think it was like 20 to 30 Ks. We were running under some like massive hanging rocks and just through this like beautiful single track section. And I was like not in a good headspace, but I also was like, wow, like look where I am in the world right now. This is insane. I'm so grateful. Just felt so lucky to be out there. So that was fun, but I probably felt the best in the race at 40 Ks, which is funny because I'm like, it took me 40 Ks to warm up. I felt pretty strong, like 40 to 45 Ks, and I was actually sitting in I think I was sitting in 8th at maybe 30k, and then I overtook the two between 35 and 45k, somewhere in there. So I definitely felt strong through there.
We were chatting about it earlier, actually. Madge is back here with us, guys. Madge, you can join us now. I hope you haven't missed us too much. But we were talking about if a runner is out there and in the pain cave and really hurting, if just looking up at how beautiful the Blue Mountains is, if that would hopefully sort of lift you and pull you out of that negative mindset.
I definitely
so
think
that
so.
happened for you?
Yeah, like the scenery here is just, it's honestly so surreal being out there with those massive cliffs. It makes you feel quite small, but I just remember this massive group of black cockatoos was just like flying over my head, and in my head I was like, oh, this is so hard, like I just don't know if I'm going to have it today and be able to even get to the finish line. And then this like massive swarm of birds is just like around me, and I'm like, okay, this is, whatever happens, I'm just like so stoked to be here.
That's awesome. You're able to sort of pull yourself out of that. And you're a running coach as well, right?
Yeah, I'm a running coach. Yeah, I've been coaching for like 15 years.
So do you feel like when you're racing, are you able to give yourself sort of tips that a coach would maybe give you, like when you're feeling like you're struggling or in those moments where it's really hard, or are you kind of just in it yourself, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I do. I think we're always our like worst enemy, you know, so it's really hard to control the thoughts when it is yourself. It's really easy to tell someone else to believe in themselves and keep going and they've got this, and like pain is momentary, but when you're in it, it is really difficult. But my mum actually messaged me just before the race, like I was heading to the start line, and she messaged me and she said, runners don't quit. So and I'm like, thanks, Mum. So I literally had that in my head the whole time.
So when you thought about quitting, like, no,
yeah,
Mum,
I was like, I can't. Mum's already told me.
Well, shout out to Mum. Thank you for the extra push along the line.
She knew your weak spot there, didn't she?
She knew.
She knows you well.
She knew, and she has seen me DNF a few races, and I think she's probably like, I know what's going to get her.
Do you feel like you are able to step away from the race today and then reflect on it a little bit and actually process your learnings from it, where you could improve?
Definitely. I already was just chatting to a friend before saying I have so much to learn. The first hour and a half or more when we were in the dark, I've never even run in the dark before like that. I've never run with a head torch. And then you lay on top of that this like very technical course where I haven't run on anything like that before. So there were a lot of like firsts for me today, and I think a lot of that to come back next year and actually have prepared for that, I think is going to help so much. And I mean, it all comes down to confidence. Like I was running through that in the dark being like, what am I doing? This is actually quite scary.
Yeah.
But the more you do something, the better you can get at it. So.
Yeah. Wow.
So Lydia, so you said you've been a coach in this space for 15 years. So like, what are the reoccurring things that come up that prevent people from getting into this space and getting into running? Be it like, you know, like what are the common things you hear from people that may be holding them back for giving it a crack, giving it a try?
Well, I work predominantly with females and with women now through Femi, and I think the biggest thing for women is just that lack of confidence and that self-doubt that creeps in, and then on top of that, comparison is really hard. I think for more probably for road running, but now trail running is also booming. There's so many more people running, there's so many people sharing their runs, and it's really easy to like see those stats and see that data and compare yourself and be like, oh, well, I could never do that, or I'm just like nowhere near that, or I don't look like that, or be as fast as them. And I think that stops a lot of women from even giving it a crack. But like the thing with running, it's just all about consistency, you know, and I'm just like, all you have to do is lace up your shoes. You have to be so patient. It takes so long, but it's so worth it.
Yeah.
You know, and I think a lot of newbies who are in our sport now do get sucked in, and they end up just doing too much too soon.
Yeah.
And that's where we see all the injuries happening. But like, I think the main thing is just like be patient with it, take your time, and if you see kind of the long-term goals, like even might be 5 or 10 year goals, like that's what's going to keep you like committed.
Yeah, it's a real game of patience, isn't it?
Yeah.
And especially in distance running, it's crazy. Hey, we're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back just after that to hear more. I've got a few more questions to ask.
Cool.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, folks, we're back. Oh, that's full screen going on here, Lydia. I don't know if we want that. I think we just want to keep it to switch it the other way around. Oh, God, I think I've ruined it. There we go. Wow. Jeez. We broke the live stream for the rest. Yeah, it is. So we're sitting here just on the finish line here, awaiting some camera footage of our top females as they get to the 74-kilometer not checkpoint, but the 74-kilometer mark in the 100K race. So we're just awaiting that footage to come through. But I'm sitting here with Lydia O'Donnell, and Lydia, we were just chatting about some, like, I don't know, do you like? I guess you call them barriers. You know, you call them barriers of entry to the world of trail running or to the world of running. You're saying that you work with a lot of females in the space, and yeah, like the experience that you've had over 15 years of coaching and what you've seen over that time. And like, what else is there that you've been able to tell people and to do with people to make them get over that line and to try things out in the sport?
But I think for women, there's just so many barriers that a lot of people don't even really talk about, particularly in like sports science. Only 6% of sports science studies are actually done exclusively on women. So pretty much everything we know in sport and training, research, training, like nutrition, recovery, it's all been based on male physiology. And so that in itself just makes it a whole lot harder for women. And myself as an athlete growing up, I didn't know anything about my body, my cycle, my hormones, nothing. And all of it was just kind of ignored until it got to a point where I couldn't even run anymore because I just had so many issues with my health. And so now, like, to be honest, that stat of 6% hasn't got any better, but we are spreading awareness of just like getting women to understand their bodies and like what actually goes on, whether it's across a month, a cycle, it might be across a lifetime, so women can actually feel empowered in their bodies because they have those tools. So I think that for athletes from like beginners all the way through to elites, there's still a massive gap and a lot of work to be done. But I think what we've seen at FEME is like the more women know about themselves, the better they train, the more consistently they train, their performance gets better. And then on top of that, their confidence in themselves improves as well. So it's really exciting because I think, particularly for me as an athlete growing up without these resources, now to have them, I'm like, well, where is my potential? What else can I do now that I know more about myself? So yeah. I think it's really cool.
Awesome. Yeah, that's unreal to hear that, because it's just, Yeah, we've got a bit of footage here. This is just the 50K recap. This is Ruth's pond right here. So unfortunately, Ruth took a bit of a dive at the front of the race. She went in a pond there. You
Oh my gosh.
Did you go in for a swim?
I don't even remember that part of the race.
Yeah, this is so yeah, Ruth went for a swim there, cooling strategies. So and then this is Dan Jones coming up further steps, still smiling.
Smiling, yeah.
Yeah, just like he loves a pain cave. But yeah, this is the finish of the UTA 50 a bit earlier on today, which you were there in amongst it.
How do you guys feel about all the Kiwis out there smashing it?
Yeah, you know, Kiwis.
I mean, I love New Zealand, so.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're great.
Yeah, there were plenty of them on course today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just the cousin across the ditch.
Exactly.
Like.
Yeah.
Did you get any cramps coming up the steps?
I did, yeah. Probably closer to the top, but I looked down and I could see Hannah behind me, pretty close to me, and my calf just started cramping. And I was like, do not stop. You've just got to keep going. But I don't really cramp like that, so that was a unique experience.
I've never had a cramp ever in my whole life in a race, and yesterday coming up the steps I did.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Those are the most gnarly steps I've ever seen.
Yeah, this was the front of the females race. This is Mao Yao and Ruth. They got to that, I don't know if you know, but they got to the base of that steps 30 seconds apart. So they were just bombing up this section. Well, Mao Yao was just looking over her shoulder a lot, and yeah, they both had to put the burners on as much as you can.
It's nice to see them walking though, because honestly, the whole race I was like, I wonder if Ruth is running this bit when I was walking. You just don't know.
Yeah, it'd be cool for you to see back sort of what the ladies just ahead of you were doing.
They're incredible. What a win. And what a time.
Yeah, she smashed the course record.
Smashed. Incredible. So many amazing women out there.
They definitely just, you know, they almost like done it perfectly, where they were so cooked at the finish, but they just had enough to finish with that kind of strength, you know. So it was, it's
fully emptied the tank.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see how you'd go if you came back down and actually trained on these specific trails and on the course a few times.
I think it would help so much, honestly, because even climbing those steps, you're constantly just thinking, how far do I have to go? How much more? And there is a bit of like, the naivety can be beneficial sometimes, but I think training out here would just make such a difference. So even when I was doing the technical piece in the dark, the men that were passing me were flying, and I could tell they've run on these, you know, on the course before or on these tracks before. They knew what they were doing for sure, and I did not.
The confidence, we were chatting about that actually earlier as well, is a lot of the runners who haven't got a lot of experience running in the dark or on technical terrain, it could make a fair difference in the placings, especially because the 100K was in the dark this year by 2 hours.
I think it does make a huge difference. Like I said, I've never done anything like that, so I was like really questioning myself on those tracks in the dark. It was pretty scary at some points. I did roll my ankle quite bad at like 15Ks, and I was like, oh, is that my race done?
And then you thought about your mum saying don't quit.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Mum.
So it won't be long, guys, until we're going to be catching up with the lead females at about the 74-kilometre mark. Madge, do you have any idea how far off that would be?
Well, we're hoping to pick them up at 12:45, so that's only like a minute away.
Oh.
But, you know, that time has changed a couple of times since it first went up. So, you know, I think we just have to be patient, like you always have to in sport, and just hold tight until we get that footage, because it'll be awesome to see those ladies go through that section and just to see how they're moving compared to each other, because, you know, we saw the gentlemen go through there, and it's just going to be really, really interesting for us to see it. And then, you know, that final 22 kilometres when they go from the Queen Vic Hospital all the way down into the valley and all the way out, you know, Beth knows that course really, really well, and Katarzyna does not really know that course at all. And, you know, maybe we can pick up some cues with their body language and how they're moving to see if Beth has that fire in the tank to close that gap, if there is still a gap anyway, because we don't know. Last time we saw them, there was definitely a gap between them, but it wasn't very big. Liddy, you know Beth.
Yeah, I trained with Beth, and she definitely encouraged me to practice running downhill fast for that section. So she has, she's definitely been training on those fast downhills. So hopefully it comes into good use today.
Cool. Well, as on cue, the live stream team were spot on. So Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland, 74 kilometers deep into the UTA 100. This is her as she emerges from a more technical section going along Wentworth Falls. She pops out here onto the runnable open road, and she's going to have a good couple of kilometers now of some pretty flat, easier running, and then she'll get back onto some more technical trail. Lydia, you were on here today. I don't know if you remember this, but it was like after the section there was a lot of stairs and things like that. What's it like to break back out onto a section of runnable road after some technical trails?
This section here I was struggling on. This was definitely probably where I was like, I just wasn't in it. My energy wasn't there. So I was struggling through this bit. But once I got through the aid station and got to the downhill, yeah, it's so easy to run fast down that hill. I don't know what my splits would have been, but I think it would have probably been some of the fastest of the whole day. It is nice to be able to open the legs up a bit, like, and just start moving at pace, and you'll be able to pull your shoulders up a little bit, get your eyes up a little bit, because even the technical work before this was constantly, especially when it was frozen trade. So it is nice to kind of come back and relax into a space where you know you're probably, hopefully, not going to fall over.
So Katarzyna is leading the women's race here. She looks pretty good. Like, she looks like she's moving comfortably. She's got a good rhythm on at the moment. And yeah, we don't have any intel yet about how close Beth would be behind her, but she looks like she's pretty cool, calm, and collected at this point into the race. What do you think you'd have been feeling at 75k deep into a 100k today?
No, thank you. Do we have an estimated finishing time for the front pack?
For not necessarily for the any of them just yet. No. Yeah. The guys at the front of the pack, they went through the last aid station at like just under an hour ago. So they've got a good hour and a half still, or an hour till they finish.
They have the estimated time here for the ladies. They've got, I think, about 4:10 p.m. as a guess.
Yeah, I think that's what Beth was pretty much aiming for.
So at the moment, lead lady Katarzyna is 4 p.m. and Beth is a 4:15 finish. And actually, there's been a shift in some of the ladies' positions here. We had Amelie. Amelie was sitting in third for a long time, and she's now dropped down to fifth, and two other females have crept up a little bit. So Tenamari Are from Japan is now in third position. Julia Grant is in fourth, and Meg Sinclair in fifth, and Esther in sixth. So yeah, our third place lady has actually dropped back down to seventh. So I'm not sure if something's going on with her there.
Yeah, so it's got her arriving at the Fairmont Resort and not leaving yet. So it seems like she's in the Fairmont Resort, and she's been there now for 30 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, so she's either really, really rallying in there and getting ready to take off, or she might be staying there, booking a room, calling it a day. Or maybe she knows how to get into the spa.
That would be nice.
Without a room care.
Oh.
Katarzyna here is on a section of asphalt and bitumen. She's got this road for about 1.5 kilometers, and then she'll be popping back down on some technical single trail out there. and as we saw before, is running past a lot of the UTA 50 runners, and also I think it would still be some of the miler runners too. But she's, on this section of road, it's going to be a bit of relief from all the technical trails and the stairs, and she still looks like she's moving really, really well in this section. Has definitely got a good rhythm on, and can't see her slowing down anytime soon. This means that she would be approximately 3 or so Ks from the next checkpoint at the Queen Victoria Hospital. Then she'll get some aid there, potentially accrued, and then we'll commence that big descent that we were mentioning before down into the Kadumba Valley in the Jamison Valley. But looks pretty smooth and pretty good out there. Lydia, you went past a few 100-mile runners out there? What were they looking like?
Yeah, we passed a few 100-mile runners. They were actually in great spirits. Like, everyone was cheering each other on. We'd run past and I'd give them a cheer, they'd give me a cheer. Just to see them and know that they've been out all night, it really motivated me. I was like, I can't complain. Yeah. I've been out here for a few hours. It's pretty amazing what humans can do. I honestly am in awe of all of those 100-milers. I love my sleep way too much to spend the night out there, but it's pretty amazing to be able to go past them and they still have the energy to give you a cheer. And some of them are like, you're moving so well, or they'll give you little updates. Oh, she's like a few minutes ahead. Definitely helps when you're out there as well, just to kind of give yourself a bit of a position.
And a lot of those milers will still be going until tomorrow, so they're about to head into night number 2, which is a long time out there.
Yeah, so they have a cutoff of 44 hours, 30 minutes?
Thanks. That sounds pretty. I'd have to check. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you both think about doing a 44-hour race?
Oh,
you would do it.
Oh no, too long. Way too long.
No, I don't know. The 50. I'm just going to sit with that for a little while.
I need my sleep as well. I couldn't do it. That would be hard.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
So there's still approximately 200 UTA miler runners out there still finishing.
Wow, that's phenomenal.
Yeah. So Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland is about to get off this section of road and then make her way onto the single track, which is pretty technical. Lydia, can you tell us a little bit about the trail conditions out there? Is it as wet as it seems? It looks like there is a decent bit of water on the ground there. So is that the case, or is it drying up pretty well?
Honestly, it was pretty good. There were a few muddy sections, particularly in the last 10K, but it wasn't as bad as I kind of expected going into it. It was pretty runnable most of the trails, although the steep climbs were really took me down, put me into a walk. It wasn't the actual ground underfoot was quite hard packed, so I wouldn't be complaining about the wetness out there. It was pretty good.
You're very close.
Nice.
We had really beautiful conditions. We're pretty blessed with this weekend.
Excuse me,
yeah, it's so clear out there today as well.
Media coming through.
So you can hear the camera bike there letting everyone know that there is a runner coming through with the camera, and everyone, if they can step to the side, would be greatly appreciated.
Here we are. We've got Beth McKenzie on the screen. Now, Lydia, you have some insight for us as you train with Beth all the time. How do you think she's looking out there, and can you predict what she's feeling right now?
Beth is just a weapon. I always say to her, you meet her and she's super humble and, not quiet, but she's definitely not the dog that she is when she's out running. She's an absolute beast, but as soon as she turns it on, and it looks like she's moving really well right now. She's got a good rhythm there, and she's got her head up and her shoulders up. So you can see she's checking her pace. So I can kind of sense she's in a pretty good space right now.
Would you say she's on the hunt for that first position and she's going to give it her all?
100%. Beth is one of the most competitive people I know, and I know how much she would be loving to win this race again. So I reckon she's going to be hunting her down for sure.
What do you think, out on course, what do you think would maybe rattle her?
Not too much rattles our Beth, honestly. She's got such a strong head on her shoulders. I think I know she has kind of struggled with the temperature as I have up in Noosa, and we both kind of had issues with just sweating too much and not being able to regulate our temperature too much, but I think the conditions today would work really well for Beth. Like, it really isn't too hot out there. So I honestly think she's just like, she dials in and she really truly believes in herself, and I think that just makes such a difference when you're out there, particularly in these really long races. Like, she knows she can do it, and she also knows how much she can inspire other women, particularly women, when she does achieve these massive goals. So I know that drives her as well, and she's got her kids here and her family, and I know how much that means to her having all of them around. So yeah, she's moving really well, actually. I can see she's trying to undo her hair.
Yeah, I think she's redoing it. Yeah, I found her quite inspiring and exciting earlier. You know, she got passed by Katarzyna, but it almost felt like that really got her excited and lit a fire in her belly to think, okay, I'm going to try and push as hard as I can to get back that first position, rather than sort of resigning to the idea of second place.
Yeah, and like Beth loves some competition. She'd rather have a competitor out there pushing her than just be strolling along for an easy win. I know Beth, she wants to be pushed and she wants to see what she's capable of, and having someone out there that is making her really like reach for the depths of where she can go is, I think she'll be loving it.
Guys, here is Beth finishing the 100k UTA in 2025. So this is reliving the moments that Beth McKenzie finished in second place just last year here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. She finished this in 11 hours, 14 minutes and 4 seconds after such a solid race behind Eve Moore. And you can see her celebrating with Luke, her husband, Win and Marlo at the finish line. The kids were sort of the stars of the show across the social media last year, cheering on their mum the whole way. And like many athletes from the 2025 edition, Beth is back this year again to have another red hot crack. We can hear people cheering here. So Beth she's got this road section now for a little while. How long does this road section go for?
This one's not very long. I think like 1.5, maybe just on 2K max. Yeah, it's very, very short. It just kind of links two sections of trails together. And then, yeah. And yeah, I don't know how you felt out there, Liddy, but I think maybe it's just like very slightly uphill as you go on this section here, but really not noticeable.
Yeah, no, I think this was pretty easy to run, to be honest, and kind of knowing that you're coming up to another aid station definitely helps. Makes time go a little bit faster.
Could you ever see yourself coming back here and having a go at the 100 kilometres?
I would like to. I think I want to give my body some time to be able to work up to it. Like, I really want to respect the distance and not just throw myself in it. And I just like doing things well. So I think I'd like to do it, but just give myself some time to like actually get there. I think running 50s is probably the smartest thing for me to do at the moment, just a few of them, and who knows, maybe get back on the road and do a marathon.
Yeah, I love what you said there about respecting the distance, because it's easy to dive in and do a race that is maybe a little bit outside of your capabilities, and it's fun to test yourself, but it's usually a sure way to get injured or a sure way to have a really hard day out, and sometimes it can break you a little bit. So it's nice to know you've done the work and the training and planning and preparation really properly to put yourself in a good position to have a good day out there and enjoy the distance and actually have longevity in the sport of trail running.
And I think if you look at Beth's training, she just has done it so well and so with so much smartness, because she now is so conditioned that she can go and run a trail marathon, which she did like 3 weeks ago, pull up fine and get straight back into training, and that just shows how strong she is. And you know, I'm in awe of how she can do that, because I just know that that is not me yet. But for me, I think looking back at the Guzzler 3 years ago and how sore I was after that compared to today, I think for me that's like a massive win and shows I'm on the right track. So
Yeah, it's easy to compare sometimes to the elites, or, you know, we look up to these people who've been training for years, but I mean, Beth is so conditioned, and I think for her it's the conditioning, consistency, sorry. Like, over the years, there's rarely been large stints where she's taken time off, and if she's had time off running, she's done triple the time on her bike or trainer or something.
And I wonder if that comes down to her triathlon career, you know, like having kind of that variety in training, being able to build strength up in many different ways, fitness up in many different ways, and then kind of move that to the trails is incredible.
We'll see what she's chatting about here.
It's not part of my mandatory gear. That's okay. Someone can have free arms with
Chatting about a piece of gear or something there.
Well done now. Strong girl.
She still has so much energy to praise everyone she runs past. I love that.
And she's got a huge fan base here in Australia. So many people love her. It's funny, I had so many people come up to me today saying, "Oh, you train with Beth McKenzie?" And I was like, "I'll claim it, yeah."
Don't worry about me, guys. All good.
I think it's cool.
I'll go up to Beth and say, "Do you train with Lydia O'Donnell?"
Thanks.
So you can see the contrast here. We've got the first female on the left-hand side of the screen, and then Beth is in second place just on the right.
Yeah, so having a look at some of the results, if you compare these, Katarzyna from Poland and Beth obviously still running under the US for 2024, when she really started to, I guess, get involved in the trail racing scene over at Tarawera Ultra Trail. And then Katarzyna, she's got results back from like 2016. She's been out there just bombing trails since then. Nothing like too far, a lot of 50Ks, a lot of 60Ks, but I guess like if you look at that over that period of time, she's definitely been in the sport for a long time, and she's had some incredible results over that period. And yeah, it's just so interesting when you look at that. Like you guys are saying that Beth has like been able to get very well conditioned over that period of time since 2024 in the sport. And yeah, I guess that Katarzyna would also have like a lot of experience and conditioning in this space, and being able to show up year after year and get involved in it is yeah, it's pretty massive. This is actually the front of the men's race. They've just gone through the emergency aid station down in the bottom of the valley here. And this is Guido Quinn from China, who, yeah, must be in second and has his poles out ready to make the most of that climb out of here. We must have missed, we must have missed Michael. Michael went through there just 2 minutes ahead of him. So it's like, what is it from there? I think maybe like 12K to the finish.
Wow, these guys are moving.
And they're 2 minutes apart.
Wow.
So that's, yeah. Knowing how Michael knows this course so well, he's going to know exactly what is coming up. And it's going to be like, and this section is one of those parts that it's very, very easy for someone in front to disappear into the trail, and this one behind not exactly know how close they are. So 2 minutes is enough of a gap that first place would be out of vision, and second place would just be running thinking, well, I don't really know what the gap is, you know. But if you could see that first place in front of you, you got something to chase, you got something to work with, instead of kind of just running in the unknown, just thinking, oh, is there even any point? Like, am I going to try and catch people?
We were chatting about that earlier, because between the third female and seventh female, there was 9 minutes in Lydia's group of people, and then even behind Lydia, it was so close. But you were saying you couldn't see anyone, or you didn't know.
I could see Hannah and I could see Katie, and we were all very close from 30 to 40-ish Ks. And then when I passed them, I dropped them for a little bit, had no idea how far they were behind me, and then at like 1K to go, literally at the stairs, I looked down and I could see Hannah, and I was like, oh my goodness, I didn't realize they were so close.
Heart rate goes through the roof.
Yeah. It's already there.
So this is Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland coming into this very last aid station at Queen Vic Hospital. So yeah, she's going to take kind of a sharp right and then head into that little dog leg there, and it pops them right out. Yeah, she takes a sharp right here, then a sharp left, and then heads directly into the aid station. How was the crowd out there? Like when they run into this aid station here, Lydia, it looks like there's hundreds of people.
It was honestly the highlight of the whole race for me. It was so epic coming into this aid station. They had the music was going so loud. I was like dancing. I think everyone was shocked at us.
That's awesome.
Getting down. But it was so fun. It's like having people out there just makes so much of a difference.
We haven't really seen anyone getting to work with their poles today.
Nah, but he's making the most of them right now.
Yeah, I could have done with some of those out there.
I think upon reflection, a lot of people say that when they come out of that. Oh, so here she is in and out of that aid station.
Is this the fun one?
This is the fun. Is this the fun one? Pretty sure this is the one.
Oh yeah, here's her crew just on the outside of that. Oh, she's going to take a seat. That's interesting.
Ooh.
This is I hope she gets in and out of here pretty quick, because this isn't a place that you want to hang around for long. And if you look at that body language right now, she is looking like she's taking a moment, which is good. Like, it's smart if you need to take a seat, take a moment. But also there's like pressure to make this a quick transition, because Beth is not going to be far away. And if Beth gets a sniff of this and is like, that like she's working hard and she's pretty cooked, then that could really fire her up.
If we can get Beth through the aids and she doesn't stop to have a pot of noodles, she might be able to kind of get through there quite quickly.
I love how they have the aid station timer up on screen now. It's so good. So she's already been here for 1 minute. Do you think Beth would be hoping to have a pot of noodles here?
I'm not too sure.
You don't know her that well.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the plan is at this aid station for her, but I know she is a fan of the noodles on course.
So here we go. Looks like she's almost about ready to get going again. I mean, her crew person there has been working on refreshing the bottles into her bag, so that should be good to go. She's giving her leg a bit of a rub. Yeah, that's it. So she's going to get her pack back on and then maybe stand up and just kick on with it.
She's probably giving her quads a little bit of a wake up as she knows what's coming. Quad Killer Hill.
I think when you're going down that hill, what I was trying to repeat to myself was just stay loose. Like, it's really easy to get quite locked up and try and put the brakes on when you're running downhill so fast. But just trying to loosen yourself up, it actually really helps the body, because it does mean you can just kind of flow without really activating too much.
I felt that yesterday, actually. Anytime I started to become a bit rigid or tighten up, it was far more jarring than just trying to go with the flow.
It takes a lot more out of you as well.
Feels a little bit unnatural to be running down a hill so loose and easy, though. So you got to trust in your...
Just got to trust yourself, that's it.
Well, that's her in and out of that aid station. I thought we might have been locked in there for a little bit longer. You know, the chair of death, if you sit down and you just never get out of it. But I think that was just part of her strategy. Take a couple of minutes, sit down, refresh, and actually use that time really, really well instead of rush out of there too quickly and think that, you know, getting out of there a minute faster out of that aid station, but not dealing with a few things would be a benefit. Sometimes that minute gives you a bit more later on in the piece.
And it's 20 Ks from the aid station, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's 22 Ks from the finish.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so Beth would be, I would say around about 2 kilometers from that aid station.
Katarzyna's been moving quite well. She's made up a little bit more ground on Beth. Or a little bit more of a lead.
Maybe I'd take that back and say it's probably 1 kilometer from here to that aid station for Beth right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what she does at this aid station. just grab and go.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looked like at the aquatic centre, Beth's crew wasn't there to meet her. So I think they must have got caught up. Yeah.
So she hasn't had any fuel since then. Well, before then.
That's some serious hype, girls.
That's epic.
Well, we did see that her crew bumped into her as she went around the Echo Point lookout. They didn't give her any crew assistance because they're not allowed to there, but they did touch base with her and just say, like, hey, are you all right? And she said, yeah, no worries. So I think they must have been able to see her at the Fairmont, and then they would have then they would try to get to here at the Queen Vic Hospital.
Bike coming through as well.
I wasn't aware that the bike had the camera on, and so the bike was just behind me at this section. And I turned around and I was like, oh, what are you up to? And he's like, following you. And I was like, okay.
Did he follow you into the aid station?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so it was you on screen.
Yeah, I think it would have been. There were
we...
3 of us. We were very close.
Perfect. We can confirm. We thought it was you.
Okay, you're on the live
What would you
stream
be
at the
thinking
moment.
at this point? Would you be thinking home straight?
Myself, or if I was Beth?
Yeah.
Myself, I was struggling really bad at this point. I was prepared to pull out. So I didn't really enjoy this section of the run at all. I was just kind of getting ready to take the shoes off. But I think for Beth, you know, I think she'll be able to kind of taste that finish line or smell the finish line. So she'll be pretty locked in, I'd say.
So Katarzyna is running 15th overall, and Beth at the moment looks like she is running 17th overall in the field, which may change by the time she comes into this next aid station, and she might be up there in 16th overall, which is like so epic.
Incredible.
Like, it's so good. Like, considering the top 10 in the male and the female category get direct entry into the races, like,
yeah,
you know, I wonder if they get 2 spots if they came in the top 10 overall, you know?
Yeah, I wonder.
Sorry.
No, mate. I checked you in. Go, Bethy. Go. Run well, mate. Let's go back.
Isabel, do you want me to keep following Beth through the aid station and down the road until I lose signal?
All right, so this is Beth coming into the Queen Victoria Hospital aid station. This is 79 kilometres into the race. We saw that Katarzyna was in here in first place woman. She took a couple of minutes here, sitting down at the chair, took her bag off, got her bag restocked, and then she was out of there. So, you know, even if Beth came in here and left in 30 seconds, that's like a minute and a half she would gain on Katarzyna going in and out of this checkpoint. So hopefully her crew has made it here this time round, and we can see how they execute this one, because it's like super important. This is the last one you see crew, and there's still another 2.5 hours of racing for these people after this.
Hopefully they're able to tell her that Katarzyna's only just ahead as well. Sorry, hopefully they're also able to let Beth know that Katarzyna's very close in front, and it might give Beth a bit of a kick to keep pushing.
Yeah, if they could even tell her that she spent 1.5 minutes in here, and if she can move through quickly, it's going to definitely help.
There's Luke.
I don't see the
Oh, the noodles.
She's on the noodles.
This is the secret fuel. Noodles and Coke. What a combo, hey? When else see you downing 2-minute noodles and Coke at 1:15 on a Saturday? You know? Been running for 8 hours and 15 minutes. And then
Just a regular Saturday for Beth.
just a regular Saturday.
So Katarzyna took 2 minutes and 20 seconds at this aid station. Beth is currently at 50 seconds at the aid station. You can see it there on the screen. She looks like she's in an eating contest right now.
She's having the best time.
Yeah, what a combo. That's epic. So great crew in there. Luke, obviously no stranger to this situation and his job in here. So
Last year, Luke wore a fisherman's jacket, which had lots of different pockets, so you fit all the different snacks and fueling options in there. But the issue was he never knew what was in what pocket, so they ditched that idea this year. Here she goes. She's out pretty quick, just over a minute, so about a minute quicker than Katarzyna through the aid station here.
Yeah, that was epic.
This is where there was the viral video last year. I think it ended up having about 5 million views online of Marlo and Wynn chasing after her. You're like, go, Mum!
Go, Mum, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Anita, you got to carry it.
So I heard Ruth dropped a flask. Is that right? In the race as well? I heard that she was in front of, and she dropped a flask and she had to go back and pick it up.
Ah, right.
Wow, inside knowledge. We didn't know this.
This is what I heard.
Wow.
I'm not 100% sure when, what part of the race it happened at, but it took her from first place to second place, apparently.
All right. Yeah, we didn't know that.
Wow, and it was only a minute and a half at the finish between them. There was, at the finish line, Ruth and Martin were discussing something, and that might have been actually, yeah.
It would be pretty disappointing. But, credit to her for going back and picking it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because, everyone here has to carry a minimum of the ability to carry a minimum of 2 litres of water. So if you, a lot of people use soft flasks, right? So you've got to carry 4 soft flasks. Generally, people would actually use 2 of them at a time, and then 2 of them would just be empty in the backpack. Is a pretty easy way to do it. So yeah, it'd be interesting, I guess, if she dropped one of her soft flasks and it was one of the 4 that she needed to carry, and you need to have that 2 litre capacity. And if you drop a soft flask, sometimes you just be like, oh, well, it's fine. I don't actually need it.
Yeah.
I'll survive this distance on the fluid that I've got. But if you need it as part of your mandatory kit, that's why she would have to go back and pick it up. So she ticked that box of having the ability to have that capacity.
And also not littering on the course.
Yeah.
Probably get disqualified for that too, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's probably even worse, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably true. If you deliberately did that, I guess not deliberately too, if you knew about it and then you just carried on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't hide from the live stream.
It was really good to see how there was just no gel packets and rubbish out on the course today. I think coming from the marathon world where marathoners are a little reckless, and just how disappointing it is to see how much rubbish gets left on the roads. It's really nice to be out there and there's just no rubbish at all.
Yeah, well, that's awesome to hear. Yeah, now I think of it, the last road marathon I did was in 2014. And back then, gels and this nutrition, it wasn't as big and as widely used as it is now. I could only imagine what it'd be like in a road marathon.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
It's almost like, where's the road?
Really?
Yeah, I did a marathon last year and wasn't prepared. I didn't know I was going to be doing it and jumped in, and I didn't have any gels. But as I was running along, there were loads of gels that hadn't even been opened that were just dropped out of people's pockets and stuff along the way. Yeah, so you can pick them up, they're fresh gels. I sound like a total scab right now.
Well, I did Sydney Marathon last year and I missed the rubbish bin to throw my gel into, and then someone was standing on this side of the road and I didn't know them, but they were cheering for me. So I threw my empty gel packet to them and they caught it. And I had to put a message on Instagram afterwards saying, whoever that was, thank you, and I'm so sorry I threw my rubbish at you.
So good. They're probably happy to help.
Yeah.
So we're going to stick most likely with Beth until we drop out of coverage here with her going along this section. So this is down Kadumba Valley Road, really, really long downhill. It's like 8 kilometers of sustained downhill. And there's a few sections there where it's where it turns into almost like concrete, where they've had to use concrete to, you know, make sure the erosion of the road doesn't happen. And it is incredible how awful running on concrete feels downhill compared to just a dirt road.
I thought I was creating blisters under the heels of my feet yesterday. Oh.
We did a session a few weeks ago, Beth, myself, and a group of runners up in the sunny coast, and we went up to one of the mountains and did some practice running down some pretty steep downhill, which had some hard concrete on it. So I think she'll be pretty prepared for this.
Yeah, unreal. Very, very smart. Because if you know it's coming up and you can prepare yourself, especially in a race like that, it's going to really pay back in this point of the race. We're going to have a quick break and we'll be back right after this.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
All right, folks, we're back. Here we are, Kadumba Valley Road, chasing Beth McKenzie down the road in second place female of the UTA 100. Here, we're going to be picking up our third place female coming along Henderson Road. This would be at pretty much 75 kilometers into the race of the UTA 100. Our third place female is going to be moving along this road, and we actually don't know exactly who it's going to be because we had a bit of changing going on in the last timing point of the race, and we reckon that the positions might have changed around a bit. We had Tamami Arai from Japan, Tamami Arai, going out of the Fairmont Resort in third place, and so it might be her that is on this screen right now who we are following. We've only got the drone shot. I do not think that we would actually have a camera runner or a camera bike there. I can't see one on the footage here. So we just have the drone shot to be able to show you.
We did have Amélie Mann from Canada in third place for most of the day, but she has been stuck at the Fairmont Resort, might be injured, feeling sick or something, so she's dropped back quite a bit now, and that's why there's been a bit of a shuffle in that third position. But it's pretty close in placings for third, fourth and fifth. Tamami Ari, and then Julia Grant and Meg Sinclair. There's not much between those three runners.
So I reckon that was Tamami Arai from Japan moving along that section there. You know, spent a bit of time in running, and I reckon that's a lady from Japan running along right now.
I think you're correct.
From a drone shot. I reckon
She's moving really well.
Yeah. I reckon that's likely her. The only person that we think otherwise be, because of the close succession of there out of the Fairmont Resort, could be Julia Grant from New Zealand, because Julia left that aid station just 3 minutes after Tamami Arai from Japan. So Julia Grant from New Zealand was in 4th, and Tamami Arai from Japan was in 3rd. So that could be the only change up that I reckon it would be. But right now, this is a cool shot. We were going along Henderson Road there, and then the runners finish up on that road section and get back onto the single track. This tight single track we've seen a lot of runners get to, and then the camera footage is actually generally stopped here. So this is a cool shot to be able to see how tight it really gets along this section here. I would strongly... I don't know if we would take... I don't know if this would be Emily Mann, just because... Oh, it is.
Smashing it.
That's Emily Mann. So her tracker is not actually working properly. So going off the live timing system that we had, we assume that this would be Tamami Arai from Japan, but it is actually Emily Mann, who appears to have not left the Fairmont Resort going by the timing, but she...
Yeah, this is pretty hectic through here.
Definitely has.
Excuse me, runners.
And she's still here, running along the road.
I felt for her. She was happy. We thought, this is great news for her. She's moving really well, and her tracker is the one that's taking a bit of a break.
Yeah. So apologies about that. Great that we now have confirmation on who this actually is. And yeah, it's one of the things that sometimes the timing system just has a bit of a break in between the race, and they are and so Emily Mann from Canada is in 3rd place female for the UTA 100 here, moving along Tablelands Road and making her way towards the Queen Victoria Hospital, the last major checkpoint of the race here today. So awesome to see that she is, in fact, still in the race and still doing really, really well. So we have a little bit of an update as well from the front of the men's race. Michael Dunstan is expected at the base of the Furber steps, which is 1 kilometre from the finish. He's expected there in 30 minutes. So, folks, if you are a Blue Mountains local and you want to get out there and support one of your local trail runners, Michael Dunstan is going to be making his way very, very close to the finish line over the next, say, 40 minutes, I would say. So if you want to get down and give him a big shout out, then that is your warning. He is being chased down very, very closely by Guidu Quinn from China. They went through that last aid station 2 minutes apart. So it is really, really tight for those two guys, and it's going to be really, really awesome to see how they both finish and who gets to the base of the first steps first. Because that final kilometre, anything can happen as well, Jackie, as we've seen before.
Michael definitely has the advantage of living here in Katoomba and having trained on the course probably a heck of a lot. And I think being a local, he'll also be hoping to have a lot of friends and family at that finish line, which will probably egg him on to keep pushing as hard as he can to get that win. I wonder if he knows he's only 2 minutes in front.
Yeah, I don't. Well, it's hard to. Yeah, I don't he would need to get a bit of insight knowledge from anyone down there at the emergency aid station. We know that Guido Quinn would be able to get some intel because they runners, 100-mile runners or UTA 50 runners who they are passing could definitely pass that information on. But at the moment, it would be hard for Michael to find out exactly what the timing splits are there. Adrian McDonald went through that same aid station. He went through 18 minutes behind Michael in the lead. So Adrian McDonald would have to make up a pretty big gap. If he wanted to close the gap on second place, he'd have to make up 16 minutes and 18 minutes to first place. So that is going to be really difficult for him to do in that final 9 kilometers of the race, 8 or 9 kilometers of the race.
That's a lot of ground to make up.
It's a lot of ground to make up, but nothing is finished until it's finished out in these big races. And yeah, I mean, Michael Dunstan is moving really, really well from the last footage we saw. So is Guido Quinn from China. So Adrian would have to be moving exceptionally well. Or one of the other guys, something might have to happen. But enough of that. We're watching third female right now in the 100K, and she is doing really, really well running along this section of the trail.
She's looking great. We thought she was down and out, but here she is. I am actually going to look up a little bit more information about Emily Mann.
So Emily is cruising along here, right? She's running parallel to Tablelands Road, and this is a section of trail that is pretty runnable. You can see here it does get pretty technical when runners move onto the more four-wheel drive section of this course. It's a little bit rocky and a little bit ruddy here, but then they move on to a section which has a lot of use from the four-wheel drives in the area, and that section gets really ruddy and quite difficult to run down along. It's a slight downhill, so you get a good amount of momentum to carry you through that section, but at the moment she's just on a slight uphill, making her way to Queen Victoria Hospital, 79 kilometres into the race, and the final major aid station for the race as well. So hopefully Emily has some crew there, as we have seen the other two ladies, Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland and Beth McKenzie from the USA. We've seen them both go through that checkpoint, both get a lot of assistance from crew, and then get out of there pretty swiftly. So hopefully Emily has the same setup and the same support out there.
Yes, Katarzyna went through that checkpoint in 2 minutes 20, and Beth only took 1 minute 24. So they were very swift through that checkpoint, and it'll be interesting to see Emily's game plan heading through there. She's had some pretty impressive results, Emily Mann. She's a Canadian ultra runner in British Columbia, and she's done a lot of running through North America. She has a UTMB index of 756, so she's a strong athlete and performer, and she's had some great performances in a race in Colorado called Run Rabbit Run 100-miler. She set a new course record last year, and she's also good results at races like Black Canyon 100K and Ultra Trail Cape Town. I've got some vision here, guys, of our first male, Michael Dunst. He only has 6.3 kilometres to go.
Excuse me, mate.
He is on the home straight, and he'll be hitting those further steps very soon.
Yeah, so that was a bit of a section of trail for Dunstan as he went through he would be probably emerging from the Lura Forest and heading down underneath the cliff tops along Dardanelles Pass, and he has got some slippery, muddy trail, very, very tight, quite a few small sections of up and down stairs, and yeah, you can really motor along that section if you're moving well. And I think he will be wanting to get through that section very, very quickly. But yeah, you can see here, this is quite uneven ground for Emily Mann in third female to cover right now. This is the section
Media coming
under the power poles that has a lot of use from the four-wheel drives. It's quite ruddy, and you can see that it's it's pretty hard going, but Emily's making it look pretty easy out there, which is great to see. I think this can slow a lot of people down. As I was saying before, it is like a slight downhill, so you get a really good amount of momentum over this section. It really can help carry you through these more technical sections. You don't necessarily have to work that hard to move around it. It can just kind of like help with your momentum throughout it.
Yeah, if you just lean forward a little bit and let the momentum take you. So Emily raced at Ultra Trail Cape Town at the end of 2025, and she became 6th female, which is a pretty solid effort.
Well done.
And then in September before that, she did an event called Freaky Creaky 50, which is a 50-kilometre race with 2,000 metres of elevation, and she took the win. She took the win there, and she's done a number of other 100k races, 50k races. So her first race that I can see, she goes back to about 2017. So she's been trail running for a little while.
What was the one she did in 2017?
She did the 50k Buchan Hell in Canada.
You're at the aid station, mate. Do you want to get your slow-mo camera out for when our third runner comes
50-kilometre race with 2,500 metres elevation, and she came 5th at that. So she's done some pretty cool races here. It looks like 50k is probably her chosen distance.
Okay, we're probably about 2 minutes off.
You can hear there, folks. She is probably about 2 minutes off. I'd say 2 minutes, maybe even a little bit less, as she navigates around Ruth's Pond here.
I was about to say.
And you can see that's the line you want to take. You want to stay on the right-hand side of that, move around that huge puddle that has been created there from just vehicle use. And she's going to move down this small section, head towards that power pole that's just ahead of her, and then she's going to take a hard right into the trees, and then another hard left, and she'll just arrive at that aid station there, the Queen Victoria Hospital aid station, and that will be at 79 kilometres into the 100k race. Huge amount of distance has been covered, and a really big milestone for these runners to get to. If they can get in and get out really quickly, that's going to be a really big positive for them in their race days. So they take that hard right, and then she'll veer off to the left here, and in about 50 metres she'll arrive at the aid station.
And shout out to everyone who's out there cheering these runners on. It's going to give them a real boost in morale. Lydia was saying earlier that when she ran through there, she absolutely loved it, and she ended up dancing and the music was pumping. So it looks like a very fun aid station. And here you can see, guys, the Blue Mountains today in all its glory. Absolutely spectacular. These drone shots that are getting captured really giving us a good idea of what the runners are seeing out there today on course. And this is why racing here in the Blue Mountains is so special, because you can't get this scenery anywhere else in Australia, and it's just incredible. The weather today has been so good. It's so clear. The visibility is amazing. You can see all of the cliffs from where we're sitting. The Three Sisters are absolutely popping, and yeah, it's going to stay like this, I think, until we have all of the lead 100k runners across the line. So it's going to be great. If you're in Sydney and you're watching this, there is still time for you to make it out here to the finish line. What do you think? Jump in your car, 90 minutes?
There's a chance that there actually is. There's a chance that if you wanted to come and welcome in the first female here at the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, you can get in your car, as Maddie Abel said, 90-minute drive, or you can get on the train, 2 hours, and you can be out here. So
There's still time.
This is Emily Mann getting crewed.
She is.
So 7 seconds into the aid station so far. Just for check, Katarzyna Dąbrowska aid station for 2 minutes 20 seconds, and Beth was in the aid station for 1 minute 24 seconds. So 1 minute 24 seconds for Beth, 2 minutes 20 seconds for Katarzyna, who's in first place. Let's see what Emily does here, and let's see if she can take back even just a few seconds on the two ladies that are ahead of her.
All three ladies have had pretty similar support crew help. There's been someone sort of refilling and changing the kit in the pack while the runner has a bit of a rest, and usually a hug or a kiss off a loved one, and off they go. Wow. Emily is showing us how it's done. She is the quickest through this aid station, under a minute, and she is looking good.
So that means that Emily came through that aid station, and she is 22 minutes behind Beth
It's all right, we're only live.
in and out of that aid station.
That's not a lot. She's moving really well. Big smiles here as well as she's leaving this aid station.
So 22 minutes off second place, and then that would mean that she is 32 minutes off first place. So Katarzyna Dąbrowska from Poland going through there with 8 hours, 5 minutes elapsed. Beth McKenzie was 10 minutes off that, 8 hours, 16 minutes elapsed. And then Emily Mann going through 8 hours, 38 minutes elapsed. And change for all of those. So it's there's still a long way to go. We estimate that Emily is probably still got a good 2.5 hours in the race if she can do this section.
That's quite rapid.
That is quite rapid. That would be the very quickest she could probably do it. So, but she's still moving very, very well. And we can't wait to see how she starts her descent down along Kadumba Valley Road. But we will be back in just a moment, and we'll see you then.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, folks, welcome back. We are here, and we're going to have a little bit of...
We've got the Giant Stairway here, guys, in the Blue Mountains. The Giant Stairway is an iconic staircase in Katoomba within the Blue Mountains National Park. And it was inscribed as a UNESCO Sorry, Michelle, can you help me with that word?
UNESCO World Heritage Site.
Thank you. I just want to bring you into the chat, you know.
Nice.
It was built by Ranger Jim McKay starting in 1914 and completed in 1932. It connects Echo Point to the Jameson Valley with nearly 900 to 1,000 steps carved into the cliff face. It's an iconic passage of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, set between cliffs and the valleys. I think I've actually hiked that before, and coming back up is pretty brutal. There's no easy paths here to get down into the valley and back up again. You've really got to work for that. So guys, we're going to be cutting back here we're having a little look at the Thurbus steps, and these are the steps that very soon the lead male, Michael Dunstan, is going to be heading up. So we're going to be taking a look at the Thurbus steps, which are at the very back end of the course here for all of the events, except for the 11 kilometres, and it's 951 steps.
Hello team, we are at Thurbus Steps, and this is the very last part on the UTA course. And boy, that's gonna hurt. 951 steps. Right behind and a few more back, there are 200 meters of climb in just over 1 kilometer. Everybody has to go through it, and that's gonna make for good stories. Our fastest runners take about 10 minutes to get from the bottom to the finish. And for our back of the pack heroes, it will take up to an hour to get up to the steps. And for the competitive ones out there, we know that in the past, there has been podium changes in that very last section. So if you're planning on going hard, keep some in the tank for that very last 1K. Otherwise, you might be surprised and somebody will be breathing down your neck. That's gonna be a tough moment. And so once you'll be done with these 951 steps, you're gonna get to scenic worlds, cowbells, crowds, finish line will be waiting for you. And once you cross that finish line, you'll never look at the staircase the same way again.
Echo Point falls 60k into the UTA 100k course and 10k into the UTA 50k course. It's one of the most popular tourist spots in all of Australia, with beautiful views out over the Blue Mountains, including the incredible rock formation of the Three Sisters. They are named Meaney, Wimmera and Gunny Doo, and they stand at 922, 918 and 906 metres above sea level. They fell in love with men from another tribe, but tribal law forbade them from marrying. A battle broke out, and to protect them, a witch doctor turned them into stone. But he was killed before reversing the spell, so they stayed frozen in time. Another version of the legend talks of Bunyip, a mythical creature that threatened the sisters, leading their father to protect them by turning them into stone. Runners will get to experience them for themselves as they descend down the aptly named Giant Staircase, which has 998 steps which take them down into the Jameson Valley, right alongside the Three Sisters.
Off.
Hey folks, how are you doing? We are here with the finish line camera at the end of the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB 2026. We've got a fixed cam right here looking at a bunch of incredible humans finish here. Look at all that, the hugs, the elation, the brokenness, the stoke, the kids. There's a lot of kids everywhere. They're just getting amongst it. It's good to see. Family-friendly environment. And as you can see, the bottom left-hand side of your screen, bottom right-hand side actually, we are joined by no one other than Ben Duffus, Queensland local, UTA Ultra Trail Australia legend in many ways. Ben has come twice second at the UTA 100 distance. He has won the UTA 22 a couple of times.
Yep.
And he's definitely been in the mix once before at the UTA 50. We'll get some definitive positions on that one from himself, because he'll know it better than I can off the top of my head. But Ben, thanks for joining us, mate. It's good to have you here. We are hanging on tight for the finish of this UTA 100. The men's race is shaping up to be an absolute barn burner all the way to the end, just like the women's race at the UTA 50. But Ben, you had a great run yesterday. You won the UTA 22, and that's awesome to see, mate. I hope you're feeling good. Tell us a little bit about your time out here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB for 2026.
Yeah, thanks, Maj. It's been a great trip. I've been down here for a few days and absolutely loved the race out there yesterday. This is such a wonderful event, and the 22 is such a fun course. Obviously, all the 100Kers out there right now and the 50Kers, they've got a fair bit of a warm-up before they hit that stretch. When we're doing it nice and fresh, we get to just fly down Kadumba and then have the nice long grind back up. It certainly feels a lot shorter when you're doing it fresh than when I've done it at the end of the 100K, though, I can say that much.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting at the Queen Vic Hospital, not having run a step, and cracking on with it from there, you'd be feeling a lot better than running for a good 7-8 hours before you get to that point in the race, or 79 kilometers as we've seen.
Yeah.
This is just a cool shot here of the of Wentworth Falls. Obviously, one of the really, really beautiful parts of the course here. Runners just run across the top of it there. So you actually, in the race, you don't get to see it in all its glory like this, but you do get to run across the sandstone at the top of it. That is really, really sweet. We both ran the UTA 22 yesterday, Ben. We didn't really get to run on this section. This is about 5 kilometers before we started our race, and this is a section that the UTA 100 runners, especially the leaders, have passed a little while ago. But Ben, the final 22K of this course, we've seen the top 3 men make their way down into that a little while ago. We've just seen the top 3 women make that descent down Kadumba Valley Road to start making their way to the finish along the same course that you ran yesterday. Tell us how you would break that up if you were out there running.
Yeah, so much can change in these final 22Ks, because you have that really big long descent, which when you've got that fatigue in the legs, some people are still able to fly down it, and others are just having to take it really cautiously if their quads are already a bit beat up. But then after that, you're onto these just rolling hills for a little bit. And that's where you really find out, okay, what is left in these legs? Are you still able to run uphill at all, or is it just going to be a hiking slog up? And, we've seen some of the images earlier of Michael still running through Lura Forest, looking really strong. But so much can change even in that final 1 kilometre up further steps. Sometimes even we see podium positions change going up further. So it's one of the really exciting things about this race, is that it's really not over until it's over.
Yeah, well, Ben, I actually remember filming you move from 3rd position, running the 100K here, running the UTA 100. You were in 3rd position, and you overtook the Chinese runner Yan
Yao.
Yeah, you overtook him on further steps.
Yeah.
And it was like this, it was unreal.
Yeah, well, so I'd got to the bottom of Thurber and I hadn't seen him in ages, and so I thought, okay, I'm just trying to cement third place here. And then I got told, oh, Yun's only 1 minute ahead of you. And so at that point, it was just, okay, I've got nothing to lose here, everything to gain. Let's just absolutely empty the tank going up these final 951 stairs. And so that's what I mean, like having lived it firsthand. You've just got to race to the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some really historic movements on the podium going up this section. I remember years and years ago, I think it was Stu Gibson and Andrew Tuckey.
Yeah, I remember those legends. That was 2014, and Andrew Tuckey saying how he could see Stu starting to empty the water out of his bottles as he was going up to try and drop weight before the final sprint finish, and that really was it, down the finishing chute by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, unreal. Hey, yeah, I think it's so important to make sure that you just keep racing all the way to the finish, because it's not over until it's over. And so, Ben, with this section of the course that these runners are running now, did you run every step of it yesterday?
Other than on further steps, some of the bits are just so steep that it's just more efficient to hike a couple of stairs at a time than trying to actually run. But otherwise, yes, running every step. Though certainly when I've done the 100K, that hasn't been true. There has been a bit more hiking there on some of the steeper bits along the valley in Jamison Valley.
Nice, man. Well, this is a bit of a recap here that we have on the screen. This is from the very first early morning shots that we had from the UTA 100 at 5 a.m. here in Scenic World. This is how the race unfolded. The Chinese runner Guidu Quen was leading the race for quite a decent amount, up until around about 40k, and then that's when Dunstan overtook him. Beth McKenzie was leading for quite a while there, came into the aquatic center, didn't have a crew, and was actually in second place by that point on. And yeah, it's been racing ever since then. The two front guys are really close and have been racing all day. The same with the two front women, been really close and been racing all day. And that's kind of how it's shaped up, and then there's a decent gap between the top two and then third place in both the men and the women's race. But yeah, like we've been saying, it's not over till it's over, and there's still, from this point here, this is the Queen Vic Hospital checkpoint where the runners came through. From here, there's still a couple of solid hours of racing till you get to the finish, and a couple of hours. A lot can happen in that period of time.
And two of the hardest hours of this course, really, that it really does just beat up the legs, that long descent, and then having to try and grind it back up.
Yeah, mate. And we have just had Michael Dunstan has hit the base of further steps. He went through there he actually went through there 5 minutes ago at the base of further steps. So he is on there right now, as you can see.
Looking strong, still running up these steps.
Yeah, that is so impressive that he's able to run up these steps right now. As you were saying, there are a couple of sections within further steps that are super flat and runnable. And it's one of those things that if you know that they're there, you really have to run them. But this is also, watching this live stream, this is how you really know who's still got something left in the tank. Are they then attacking those flatter sections on Ferber, or are they using it as a bit of a chance to keep walking and recover a little bit? And the fact that he was looking so strong there, this is just showing the bit of a steeper bit into a hike, but I'm very confident he's going to be finishing strong. Yeah, it's all about that hiking to running transitioning that you can do up further steps. That's going to just really give you those final 1%ers as you climb up that staircase. Because it's just there's not a lot of time to waste when you're going up that 951 steps. As painful as it might be, you just got to put the hammer down and make sure that you just squeeze all the juice out of that section. Michael, being a local here, he would know that section so well and know exactly when he would have an opportunity to break back into a run, and then the places where he would need to just focus back in on hiking and getting it done.
Yeah, I imagine he probably has done this many times in training, and so I went over further steps the day before and I was picking my markers of, okay, I'm going to hike this section, then I run here, then I hike this section, then I run here, and he is probably doing the same thing. He's already premeditated where he is running and just attacking it to give it everything he's got.
Yeah, really breaking it out. Guido Quinn from China, second male, he just went through the base of further steps as well, and he was 4 minutes back on Dunstan. So the gap at the base of further steps is 4 minutes for the UTA 100 at the front of the men's field. Ben, that would be a tough gap to bridge if you were racing against Dunstan.
That is doable, but Dunstan, I think, looked too strong from those bits of footage. I don't think anyone's reeling in a 4 minute gap from how strong he was looking before.
Yeah, and like we were saying before, someone who knows where to move and where to conserve and where to hike on this section of the trail and these final moments is going to be so valuable.
Exactly. I mean, course knowledge is very useful. I mean, this staircase can feel like it goes on forever if you're not familiar with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And unsure if Guido Quinn has done a whole lot of wrecking on the route, and unsure exactly what his knowledge is out here. But so yeah, like you said, it can seem like it goes on for a long time if you've never done it before. But even if you've done it 4 or 5 times, you can easily forget what's coming up. You know, you might have like a pretty vague memory, but to memorize it so clearly, even 4 or 5 times, is pretty hard because there's a lot of sections in there.
Yeah, there are a lot of little sections to it, but it's so iconic and one of the great things about this event. And it's a really satisfying way to finish. I think that when you have these steep uphill finishes, it means you are absolutely spent when you cross the finish line. Kind of the opposite of when you have the downhill finishes, where it means you get to absolutely race through, but you sometimes finish feeling like maybe there was something still left in the tank.
Yeah, definitely, hey. I think, yeah, wow, so this section here is, yeah, wow, that is so close to the top of the staircase, really. Like, there's not much to go from here. So if this is Guido Quinn from China, that means Dunstan has passed through here, like quite a while ago, and he's not going to be far off the board.
It would generally top guys ballpark 10 minutes from the base of the moving well finish line minutes, so due to minute now.
Well, we do have this live chat going, mate, and I reckon if anyone is on the live chat, they need to really give Michael Dunstan a big shout out. If you're a fan, he is getting very, very close to the finish, and it is going to be a huge celebration for him if he crosses the line here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB in first place. He's a local out here in Katoomba, and he is just going to be so stoked with that effort out there, moving into first place, around about that 40 Ks, and he's going to, this is just going to be an absolute dream run for him to be able to come up to this race in this position and to get it done. So, if you're in the chat, if you're around, if you're at the finish line, make sure you get down there. If you're at home, just get ready to celebrate this achievement from Michael Dunstan. It's a big thing. Ben, I've put it out there, mate. I don't think there is a harder final kilometre in a trail race in the world. This has got to be the hardest final kilometre of a trail race out there.
Certainly of a 100K race, nothing comes to mind as being tougher for a final kilometre of a 100K or 100-mile race. If anyone can think of anything, drop it in the chat. But it is an iconic finish. And this looks like Michael hitting the boardwalk.
Yes.
That means he's only seconds away.
Yeah, this is him closing in right now. He's got to be in the last 100 metres of the course here. He's on the boardwalk. He's going to make his way onto the line chute in just a moment. There's literally 4 stairs that separate Michael from finishing this and becoming the champion of the 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Massive run here by Michael Dunstan. He's gone just over 9 hours. He'll be so stoked with that time. And look at him fist pumping. He's going to finish this off in absolute style. Katoomba local, boy from the mountains, right at home, right where he wants to be, in his happy place. This is Michael Dunstan coming in, finishing as the champion 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB, UTA 100 champion, Michael Dunstan. Yeah!
Love to see it. Love to see it. Bring it home.
I feel like we were holding back our pumpedness about
9 hours, 4 minutes change for him as he crosses in first place. He'll be stoked. That is a dream run, an absolute dream run from Dunstan finishing there. 9 hours, 4 minutes and 19 seconds as he gets welcomed over the line by Nick Christopher, the big dog here, the operation man, the guy who has led this race for many, many years, finishing and getting it done as he gets welcomed by his crew here. Those guys are out there helping him out all day. Yeah, he'll be so stoked. Getting his entry back into, well, he'll be getting an entry there for the UTMB World Series final. UTMB Mont-Blanc, he'd get direct entry into CK.
Going to redemption.
Yeah, I do, but I reckon there's going to be a hell of a lot of celebration between redemption and...
This is a big
else.
result for him. He's had like some great results in the last couple of years, but this is his first big win on the international stage, and I think he's going to be very happy with this.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, racing against a couple of really, really strong runners out there, he's going to be pumped, very relieved. He's going to be very, very happy that this is what he gets to take home with him tonight, you know, and it's a big, big thing for him, I'm sure. I'm actually going to go out and have a chat to him. I'm going to find it out.
Ben, do you know, has Michael been sort of head down and really knuckling into training this year? Because we saw he'd only participated in one event in March.
Yeah, from what I gather, he has been quite focused on doing exactly what he just did today. This is just showing, this is a testimony to the hard work that he's been putting in, and yeah, you can see that smile on his face that it's all come together for him.
I feel like he's a really hard worker and he's quite quiet about it, and then he shows up to something like this, and I mean his performance shows all of the work he's been doing behind the scenes.
Definitely, yeah. Those who know him know that, yeah, know how much work he is putting in, but then I think it always takes people a bit by surprise because he doesn't toot his own horn much. He just turns up, gets it done, and yeah, puts on world-class performances like today.
So impressive. And I mean, I listened to a bunch of different podcasts leading into today's race, and he would get a little bit of a mention maybe outside of the top 20, top 10. He was quite kind of the underdog, but he was there on the radar, so it's really cool that everyone's going to be really surprised by this result, I think.
Yeah, and look, UTA 100, it is such a meaningful one to, I think, all trail ultra runners in Australia, that this is the one you want to win, and as someone who's living in the Blue Mountains, it will mean that much more to him.
100%. I mean, it's amazing weather here today in the Blue Mountains. Right now is actually probably the perfect time. You can see where we're seeing the Three Sisters and everything, and a lot of crowd down there cheering him on, and he just looks absolutely stoked.
Yeah, the Blue Mountains really turning it on today.
We've got Madge out there. He's going to be chatting to Michael in just a second to see how the day felt for him. Probably takes a moment to sink in, do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Like, because he's just had the blinkers on all day, just laser focused, just, you know, getting your nutrition right, just checking in with your body, making sure, is this pace feeling right? And then just ticking off the kilometers. And so now suddenly it's like, okay, back to reality, and that, and you've got all these people cheering around you. It's a somewhat overwhelming moment.
100%. I mean, we saw him running earlier, and he just looked like he was so in sync and in the zone, and he was a well-oiled machine.
Absolutely, and we look like we've got our second male finisher coming up very shortly. Yeah, that's our second male finisher coming through now, also on the boardwalk. So he's going to be coming through in 30 seconds or so.
Yeah.
And also looks like he's still moving well. I think it's all of our fear in the 100K when we hit this stage is, okay, don't cramp now, don't cramp now, don't cramp now. You see those final 4 stairs and it's, oh my gosh, it's only 4 stairs, but you are so worried that you're just going to trip or cramp just going up those final little bits.
But then I think once you can hear the sound of the cheers of the crowd, you know it's so close, and hopefully something takes over. So guys, this is Guidu Quinn from China. He's been absolutely phenomenal out there today. He was leading for a long time, but then Michael took over at a certain point. But Guidu's still had a fantastic race, and he stayed on Michael's tail the entire way. Michael only finished a couple of minutes ahead of him, and it's great to have him here as a fantastic international runner, and he's going to be coming in here today in second place at the 100-kilometre HOKA Ultra Trail by UTMB. He's soaking up all those high fives, and he's had an incredible day out there.
And also great time. We've got, first two almost breaking 9 hours. Those are some strong runs today.
And he has an absolutely phenomenal index score, doesn't he? Like,
He does.
He has put out some great performances.
Yeah, and that really gives credibility to how strong these runs were today.
There was barely anything in it between Michael and him. I mean, a couple minutes over 9 hours is...
Oh, it's been fantastic. I mean, I think I had the right idea this year. Do the 22 on Friday, and then you get to spend Saturday just watching the live stream. If we've had fantastic races, the men's, and still fantastic battle going on in the women's race.
It is funny. It's a long day commentating, but it goes so quickly because you get so invested in each runner and how their day's going, and seeing how they tackle each section. It's really exciting.
Yeah, there are so many stories that go on during an ultra marathon.
And 9 hours is a good chance to learn a little bit about a runner.
Exactly.
So I think we'll now be hearing from Michael at the finish line. We wanted to see Gudu cross the line there. That's Josh Line up there. I think he's Michael Dunt's good friend. He's probably grabbing some photos. The finish line is popping off out there today, though. There's a lot of crowds now to cheer in these lead runners of the 100 kilometres.
And it's like an absolute magnet because you can hear it for much of your way up further, that you can hear the noise and that, and it's just drawing you closer. And then as you get closer and closer, it just gets louder and louder and louder. And that helps give you that energy you need to get through those final stages. When the legs are hurting, you just got to push through it. And yeah, you let the adrenaline and excitement take over.
Makes all the hurt out there worth it.
Exactly.
So I'm just doing a little check to see how far off Adrian McDonald is. He's at the base of the steps as well, so he's probably about...
I am standing here with your 2026 HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB UTA 100 champion, Michael Dunstan. Michael, congratulations, mate. How do you feel?
I feel like it hasn't really sunk in. It was really like beautiful day, but so challenging the whole way, and I just can't believe I'm at the finish line, to be honest, so I'm stoked, yeah.
Mate, honestly, you're a local here. This is where you call home. Tell us, mate, like, what does it mean to win this race here today?
I feel like I absolutely love this place, the National Park. All its people have always been so welcoming since I moved here 3 years ago, just straight away. And I don't know. I don't think the winning is the important part, but to be running here with everyone and just get to share an awesome day out here and I guess have a good day is really special for me because, yeah, just love this place. So,
as a result, mate, out here on the world stage, did you expect what you did today?
No, I didn't. And I guess especially early on, a couple of the boys were really strong and I was like, oh, I can't go with that pace. So I just sat back a bit and then I was surprised to kind of slowly pull back a bit. But then even like I was scared up the whole climb. Never really thought I would win until I crossed the line.
Mate, did it meet your expectations out there, like the race? Did it unfold as you were thinking, or how did that go?
Yes and no. I think like maybe I ran some of the quicker fire trail bits faster than I probably anticipated. And I was like, oh, and I usually pace by heart rate, but my heart rate monitor died, so I just went by feel, which was different for me. And then I had a couple of big stacks, which I got really lucky. Like I fell down the steel stairs and I fell down like one of the bits of Tara's ladders as well. And I was just lucky my body didn't tighten up. So I think I had a bit of good luck on my side today too.
Unreal, mate. So, you know, part of the UTMB World Series, you get that direct entry into CCC at the UTMB World Series final over in Chamonix in Mont-Blanc. So, mate, I bet you're pretty stoked to be able to do that and get back into that space.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough experience over there last time and I got pretty humbled. So perhaps, would be nice to maybe take on CCC or something instead. And yeah, work my way up to the big one. That's a bit of a beast.
Tell us, mate, there's a lot of cowbells here. There's a lot of support. What is the atmosphere like out there when you're running at the UTA 100?
Yeah, it was incredible. I felt like so supported by everyone, and I felt like I was annoying everyone by trying to pass on the single tracks and stuff, and people were really tolerant and just really supportive when they found out that I was a 100K runner, and just, yeah, I think it helped so much to, yeah, everyone was lifting everyone up, and it was really, really important for, yeah, having a good day out there.
All right, mate, so you reckon the whole world should come and experience this event one day in their life?
Yeah, definitely experience the event and come for a bunch of time beforehand and go experience at a slower, less intense pace as well, and I'm sure it'll blow your mind.
All right, well, that's it, folks. Michael Dunstan, your 2026 champion at the UTA 100 for the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB. Give him a big round of applause.
So there you have it, guys. You've heard from the 100-kilometre HOKA Ultra Trail champion, Michael Dunstan. Madge just chatted to him at the finish line, and he sounds absolutely stoked.
Yeah, certainly could tell that that one meant a lot to him, but also such a humble guy. We were just sort of laughing here that he's saying he feels bad for having to ask people to move to the side as he's there winning the Ultra Trail Australia 100-kilometre.
Yes, so humble. That was hilarious.
And he also said he got lucky. I think it sounds like he made his own luck, that all the hard work that he's put in over the years, the fact that he turned up so well prepared for this race, meant that there's that tiny bit of wiggle room to have those small little things like a stack and your body doesn't seize up. So, yeah, great work, Michael.
He will be so happy tonight. I think he's going to sleep very well after he celebrates a little bit. We're going to be hearing in a moment from our second male, Gudu Quinn from China. And then we're going to have our third male runner making their way up the further steps very soon. He's only a couple of minutes off, actually, the finish line. Adrian McDonald. All right, guys, here we are at the finish line of the HOKA Ultra Trail by UTMB. We've had the first two males come through in fine form, Michael Dunstan and Gudu Quinn from China. I think we're going to be hearing from him soon. And then Adrian McDonald, another, he's from the USA. He is, the tracker has changed its mind, so I think he's pretty close to the finish line. It's jumped.
I mean, so much can change on further steps that when they give these predictions, when they say, oh, it's going to take them 10 minutes, it could take them 20 minutes if they're struggling and cramping. And the hard thing when you cramp on stairs is you just get stranded on this stair. If you can't lift your foot up this whole stair, you're stuck there.
Yeah, it's brutal. How did you find the stairs yesterday?
I was feeling still pretty strong when I hit them, and I think the staircases are one of my strengths, so that's one of my favourite parts of this race. And so I was just focusing on hitting the different segments which I'd pre-planned, which I was going to hike versus run, and just, okay, commit to that, stick to that rhythm, and you know that you'll get it done.
That's a really good idea. Yeah, that's a great tip. I guess stick to a plan rather than going by how you feel, if you have the fitness and training behind you.
If you've been fortunate enough to wreck it beforehand, you kind of made those premeditated decisions.
Guys, we've got our second.
Standing here with the second place runner of the UTA 100 at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB 2026, Guidu Chin. He is here from China. Guidu, congratulations on your second place. How do you feel today?
我现在非常的高兴，但是呢，现在也有点累。但是我现在的话很享受这个赛道，这个沿途的工作人员跟志愿者都非常的热情，然后我很喜欢这个比赛。
And this is Jamie going to translate here. Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah. I love this race. It's so good. Even though I'm a bit tired right now, but everything is perfect, and the crowd is so welcoming. I love it.
All right. And how did the race unfold? Was the race as you expected, and how did that part of the day suit for you? Did you want to be in that position all day, and how did that race unfold for you?
这场比赛呢，成绩我觉得我还是比较满意的，都是按照计划来完成的。但是呢，中途可能身体出现了一些小问题，但是及时能够调整回来，都是我们原路赛道的工作人员跟志愿者给我的热情，给我提供了源源不断的动力。
Yes, so the race was perfect. It runs as what I expected. I'm very satisfied with everything. Even though during the race I was a bit tired, my body didn't function very well, but still, because the crowd is very welcoming, so I picked up the pace, and still I finished at what I'm expected.
And did you enjoy the environment? Did you join the UNESCO World Heritage Site in the Blue Mountains? Did you enjoy running in Australia?
你享受整个赛道上澳大利亚的风景吗？还有蓝山的风景吗？
我非常喜欢蓝山这边的风景。当我跑到天亮的时候，我发现有很漂亮的云海。再跑到太阳升起的时候，我看到很多袋鼠，这是我人生第一次见到袋鼠，所以我觉得我非常的幸运。
Oh, it's so beautiful. I love the views. So when the sun rises, I see the view is so beautiful. The Blue Mountains, gorgeous. And when the sun rises at like lunchtime, I saw so many kangaroos. This is my first time to see so many kangaroos. I love it.
Amazing. Well, Guidu Quinn, congratulations again. Can we expect to see you here again another time here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB?
我相信我还会再来的，有可能下次还会继续挑战100，也许可能会是168，但是呢，这个要根据我明年的赛事计划。Yeah.
Okay, definitely I will come back, and maybe the 100K or the 100 miles. So I'll see how it goes next year, but definitely I would like to come back.
All right. Well, big congratulations again, and thank you a lot. Guidu Quinn, congratulations on second place here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB for 2026.
All right, thanks, Mia. Let's welcome Stephen Pells.
Excellent.
All right, so we've welcomed two of our 100K runners home.
You're welcome, man. Congratulations.
There you go, guys. We've heard from our first and second runners across the line. Wow. What do you think, Ben?
Sounds like he enjoyed it if he's already talking about maybe coming back for the miler next year.
Yeah, I don't know if It's a frequent occurrence that someone, as soon as they cross the finish line of 100k, they say they want to come back and do even further.
Usually that's when you swear off ever running again, and then it's maybe a week later suddenly, oh, maybe that wasn't so bad. Maybe I will sign up for the miler next year.
Well, it sounds like Guru Quinn had a great day out. Guys, we've got a quick break and we'll be back in a moment.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
All right, guys, we are back and we've had our two lead runners across the finish line in the 100k HOKA Ultra Trail by UTMB. It's been super impressive. Michael Dunstan has had a great race. It's his local area here in Katoomba, and he was just absolutely stoked. And then we had Guru Quinn from China across the line. He loved it so much that he's already talking about signing up for 100 miles next time. We're here with Ben Duffus as well, incredible runner. He had a great race yesterday, and it's awesome to have him join us as we cheer in these leading male runners in the 100k.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Adrian should be too far off in third place. Depends how he's going up further. As we've discussed so many times, it's such a tough way to finish, and people can easily add 10, 20 minutes if they are struggling going up that final kilometre.
And we've got a interview coming up in a moment, guys. This is going to be with Adrian McDonald, and yeah, enjoy the chat with him before we watch him come across the line.
I'm Adrian McDonald from Fort Collins, Colorado, and I'm running the 100K. When I'm not running, I like to watch soccer. I've been to 3 World Cups, and I'm excited for the tournament next month now. And the U.S. is playing Australia, so we'll get the rivalry off tomorrow. Just to come here because I sort of had a rough 2025. I struggled at Western States, and then I had to drop out at Cape Town, and I wanted to come back to a happy place. I've won at Kosciuszko, and I've run Tarawera twice and had good results both times. So I want to try something new, but also come back to a place where I've found success. I mean, I'd like to win or podium, and I think 9 hours is breaking the 9-hour barrier would be good for tomorrow. I think it's been raining a little bit, but the course seems to be fast still, and it's going to be cool. It's been a while since I didn't have to worry about heat in a race. My strategy is usually to stay conservative at the very beginning, but then put myself in the position I want to be in about a third of the way through the race. So I don't sprint off the gun, but like relatively aggressive in the first third. I think the biggest challenge for me will be running down the steep staircases, because that's a little bit more technical and it's like hard to replicate in other places, but I'm really strong on dirt roads, fire roads, and going uphill. I think I'll be good. I've been like blown away by the area. It's like inspiring to walk out onto the edge of the cliff and look out below and out at the valley and all the trees and everything. And I think when I'm in the mountains in Colorado, it's inspiring to be on top of the mountain. And here it's sort of inspiring to be on the floor of the canyon and looking up at all the cliffs around you. I think the live broadcast is great for this race because it puts it on the map, Australia and Oceania in general. There are lots of good runners out here, and it's hard for them to get to Europe or to the US to race, and this is just going to sort of highlight how many strong runners there are in this part of the world. And then yeah, as a sport as a whole, the broadcast really helped like elevate it and sort of like show the people like the type of athletes we are and the amazing places we get to compete. My one piece of advice is to sort of walk away. My one piece of advice for beginners is to walk away wanting to do it again. Sort of like put yourself in a position so that you have a good time and have good feelings at the end and want to try the next challenge.
I love what Adrian said at the end there, to put yourself in a position where you're going to enjoy the race and take on a challenging race or a distance that, yeah, is going to challenge you, but also you're capable of doing and it's in reach. We were chatting to Lydia O'Donnell earlier about it, and she did the 50 kilometres today, and we asked if she has the 100k in sight. And she said that she really wants to get quite confident at that 50k first. So I thought that was really good advice by Adrian there. And this is him here coming up the final section.
Yeah, still running, so that's good to see that he has made it through the further steps and is still holding it together well and bringing it home now in these final 100 metres or so. 4 steps to go.
And he'd be able to hear the crowd now. That third place is in sight for him. He's only got probably less than a minute, and you can hear the cowbells.
Up those final steps and entering this finishing chute now. He's running on adrenaline, trying to hype up the crowd.
Let's go. Nice, Adrian. Here he goes. Final stretch into the finish here. We've got our third male, Adrian McDonald. He's had such a solid race today, and he's an incredible athlete from the US who thinks that Blue Mountains is a great place to run and is a big supporter of this event. And for him to get out here today and have such a great result, he's leaving it all out there.
He looks spent, but he's still enjoying it.
Congratulations, Adrian. Third place here at the HOKA Ultra Trail by UTMB.
Well, let's see if he heeded his own advice and finished wanting more.
What an achievement. Good for him. So that is our 3 lead males across the line.
And that's another good result on Australian soil for him, having previously won Ultra Trail Kosciuszko as well. And so he's done well on Aussie soil, so he keeps coming back, and he's run Tarawera as well.
To get those sort of results in these world majors is very impressive. I mean, you're going up against the best of the best.
Exactly, he's a class act.
Oh, he looks like he's taking a little bit of a fall there.
Possibly.
So Adrian's a runner for On, and he is based in the US, and he's had some great results over the years in, what was the other race you mentioned?
Leadville, I believe he's had some excellent runs there.
Yeah, so he's, he looks like he might have taken a little bit of a tumble out there today. but he's being looked at by the doctors now, and he has just earned himself a direct entry into the major events over in Chamonix later this year. Have you ever raced over there, Ben?
I have. I've got my OCC finishers vest. I'm not wearing it now, but I brought it. I sort of stays in the closet whenever I go to these events. That's when my wife's telling me, like, oh no, this is your chance to bring it and show off that you've done that one. So yeah, I love racing over in that area, though. It is such a fantastic atmosphere, such a beautiful area.
Would you say the OCC was your sort of pinnacle event, or is there anything still on the list?
Definitely some of my pinnacle races have been in that valley. Let's say that it was, whether to do the full loop one day, we'll see.
A lot of the runners who are out here competing today will be heading over to Chamonix later this year to take on the big stage. Seeing lots of runners coming through now, and we've got the first 3 males across the line, and it won't be long until the first 2 ladies will be making their way towards the further steps as well.
Seeing these just up runners like it, and it's just enjoying the atmosphere, soaking it all up. Whether they're winning the races or they're in the middle, back of the pack, they still all get just the same sort of cheers and big smiles on everyone's faces.
That's it, and at the end of the day, it's about so much more than your racing performance. It is about community, having a good time, pushing yourself, and a lot of these competitors are out there racing against themselves and trying to just improve on their own personal best time, and everyone's so supportive of each other no matter what time they do come across that line.
Yeah, exactly, and whether they have a good day or a quote-unquote bad day, where it doesn't all go to plan, if they can still keep it in perspective and just ultimately they're running in a beautiful place, in a beautiful day, with beautiful people around them, what a wonderful way to spend a day.
100%, that's what it's all about. And if you do finish in the top 5, there's some pretty epic prize money to take home. This year there's a prize pot of 120,000. So for the 100 kilometres, the 3rd place male, Adrian's taking home €2,000. So that's a nice little bonus as well.
Certainly helps cover the cost of the trip from America.
Definitely. And hopefully he's doing what Michael Dunstan mentioned earlier and enjoying the sights and scenes around here as well. There's so many amazing things to explore and do outside of running here in Katoomba and Lura and all of the towns surrounding.
Exactly, because these lead runners, when they're racing, it's, head down, blinkers on. They are just focusing on what's in front of them and not necessarily getting to look up quite as much and really enjoy the scenery. So that can be the fantastic thing, just if you hang around for a few days afterwards and get to actually really soak all of that up and appreciate the area you're in.
100%. Here we go.
2026. Adrian McDonald from the USA. Adrian, congratulations on your podium. How do you feel, mate?
Pretty tired and sick of steps.
Sick of steps, eh? Well, how was it out there? How was it? And did it live up to your expectations coming out here to the Blue Mountains and experiencing a race like that?
Yeah, it was amazing. I saw a bunch of kangaroos in the first third of the race. I could have stopped them, but I kept going. Yeah, and then especially going up the last big climb, the support of all the 50K runners was like really helpful. Yeah, and just like everyone has to finish hard going up the steps. It's hard no matter how hard you're running.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough one, mate. What does it mean to you to come here and podium at the HOKA Trail Australia by UTMB? You've podiumed at Tarawera Ultra Trail. You've been on the podium at Ultra Trail Kosciuszko. So what does it mean to come here and stand on the podium again?
Well, I said before the race that I had a tough 2025 and wanted to come back to a happy place. So I'm just glad to get a good result on the board and a wonderful place.
Mate, how did the race unfold for you? Was it as you expected? How did that dynamic within the field appear to you when you were out there amongst it?
So, yeah, like I I try and like put myself in the position like a third of the way into the race, and I think I was about third place, a third of the way in, so I thought that was good. And I thought I was gaining, and I was in an arm's reach of second place, but Guido Keen, he like flew down the stairs, and then I never saw him again. And I said before the race too that this course, like, people would like take advantage of their different strengths, and I guess that's one that he has that I'll need to work on if I come back.
Awesome, mate. And just let us know, like you said, the atmosphere on the final steps was amazing. How about the atmosphere out here as a whole in the Blue Mountains here today?
Yeah, it was electric. Just like everyone's so happy to like have this event here, and like welcoming us to the community, and especially me from being from halfway across the world.
So, mate, can we say that this place here, the UNESCO World Heritage Site of the Blue Mountains, can we say that this is firmly added to your happy place list?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Adrian, well, congratulations again on your third place here at the HOKA Ultra Trail Australia by UTMB for 2026. Recover well, and thanks so much for coming out.
Thank you.
Awesome to hear from Adrian at the finish line there with Match. It sounds like he's a huge fan of Australia and the races here.
It's his happy place, apparently.
Happy to also, happy to provide you with that experience, Adrian.
And I think he also touched on something that is one of the reasons I keep coming back to this race every year, is that you have to be really versatile to perform well on these courses, that there is a little bit of everything. There are very runnable sections. You've got to be fast on the flats. There are steep uphills and downhills. There are runnable uphills and downhills. There are the stairs. There are some slightly techie positions. If you have any weaknesses as a trail runner, this course will expose it, and that means you've always got things you can keep working on and keep improving. As you touched on there, some of the runners who have a bit more experience on the stairs, particularly going down them, can really make up some time there, but then he played to his strengths on some of those more runnable sections, and that's what makes this such an interesting and exciting course, is that you have to be so well-rounded to perform.
It's true, and you see a lot of the runners who are doing really well here have competed here time and time again, and they keep coming back, and they're very diverse runners, and I think you can almost get a little bit hooked by the Blue Mountains because you race here and you can see the potential to improve so rapidly if you just knew the course a little better.
Yeah, you can always come away and go, oh, I could probably like do this section a little bit better, or if I just worked on these skills, then I could do this other section a bit better. And so that's really exciting, that it's just this constant journey of self-improvement.
That was the further steps there, guys. A few people battling up those. I was battling up those pretty bad yesterday. And all of these elites that you've been seeing charge up those stairs, they are making it look super easy. I mean, the techniques we've seen, double arms, running,
I always think that, especially when you've got that railing there, just use it. Anything you can use your upper body for, because your legs are screaming by that point.
Honestly, after a while, my arms were giving way as well. I was just screwed on all accounts. So if you are coming here to compete in any of the races where the steps are at the end, do some stair training. Pretty basic tip, isn't it?
Pretty basic tip. I mean, it's easier said than done, though, because these sort of staircases, you don't find them everywhere. It's a very unique challenge for some people. But I do find if you just do lots of steep uphills as well, or strength work, that can also then really transfer well.
I think it's easy as an athlete sometimes to avoid doing the harder sessions, and if you get into that habit, it's a really bad habit to get into, and you've almost got to face those harder sessions to build that muscle, I guess.
Exactly, and as we just touched on, this sort of course will expose any of those weaknesses.
And that's why we saw Michael Dunstan absolutely smash out there today. He moved.
No weaknesses there.
None. He knows these mountains like the back of his hand. So we've got a few more runners crossing the line here, guys. The 50K have 14.5 hours as their cutoff point. So that's, I think, about 7 p.m. this evening, or 7:30. So they have through until then to make it across the line. We've still got, I think, about 150, 200 the miler runners out there on course, and they'll be heading into their second night here. Long time out there.
It is, but so much respect for those who are just that dedicated and that gritty to stay out there for that duration of time. That we celebrate these elites here who win these races here in something like Michael 9 hours there. And then we've got the others who are then having this whole other experience that by the time he'll go home tonight, have a nice dinner, have a sleep, have breakfast, come home, and then come to the finish line tomorrow and see people still finishing.
Yeah.
And they've just been there, out there running through the whole night, and that's fantastic.
And it's almost a whole different race, and one's not more impressive than the other. But to show look at this person right now.
Speaking of gritty, look at this here.
Leaving it all out there.
Exactly.
And getting the strength together to make it across the finish line in a jog.
That one hurt, but they're going to be satisfied they got it done.
Oh, the relief when you cross that finish line. I sure felt it yesterday. And it's awesome seeing everyone's support from family, friends and kids out there today.